Chapter 2603. Jianghu Ping. I'll give you 3 breaths to prepare. You can use all the techniques you have at your disposal. After 3 breaths, if I, Duan Tian, can't defeat you in one move, I, Duan Tian, will give up my position as the captain of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Tian's cold voice reverberated in the Valley of Ares. The entire place fell silent. His voice lingered in the ears of the people in the Valley of Ares for a long time. Everyone, including Commander Chen Xianba of the Black Dragon Army and the other main character today, Centurion Jianghu Ping, were shocked by Duan Tian's words. It took them a long time to regain their senses. This was because Duan Tian's words were too terrifying. Captain Duan Tian. Did I really underestimate him? Chen Xianba was the first to regain his senses. When he looked at Duan Tian again, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. As the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he had his own judgment. Although Duan Tian's actions seemed arrogant, when he observed Duan Tian carefully, he discovered that Duan Tian was confident. Duan Tian exuded confidence from head to toe. This level of confidence was not something an ordinary person could possess. It was impossible for someone who was deliberately mystifying to have such confidence. This was Chen Xianba's judgment. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Chen Xianba was still looking at Duan Tian in shock when Jianghu Ping, who had just regained his senses, burst out laughing. It was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Jianghu Ping's laughter caused the others in the Valley of Ares to regain their senses as well. Captain Duan Tian. He said he's going to defeat Centurion Jianghu Ping in one move? My God. Is he joking? Defeat Centurion Jianghu Ping in one move? Lord Commander is probably the only person in the Black Dragon Army who has the ability to do so, right? If he's really that strong, why would he be a captain in the Black Dragon Army? I feel that he's most likely just deliberately mystifying things. Perhaps he's using this as a psychological attack against Centurion Jianghu Ping. Psychological attack? Based on the current situation, Centurion Jianghu Ping isn't affected by his words at all. Most of the soldiers in the Black Dragon Army felt that Duan Tian was bluffing. They did not believe Duan Tian had the ability to defeat Jianghu Ping. Sir Chiliarch, this is... Although I believe that his strength is not below Jianghu Ping's, it seems impossible for him to defeat Jianghu Ping in one strike, right? Captain Duan Tian. He actually said that if he couldn't defeat Jianghu Ping in one go, he would give up the position of Chiliarch? Does he not want to be our Chiliarch that much? Even Duan Tian's subordinates were shocked by Duan Tian's words. Although they had confidence in Duan Tian, they were certain Duan Tian would not lose to Jianghu Ping. However, they did not expect Duan Tian to be so strong. They did not expect Duan Tian would be able to defeat Jianghu Ping in one move. If Jianghu Ping was just an ordinary centurion who had not become a golden celestial, they believed Duan Tian would be able to defeat Jianghu Ping in one move. However, not only was Jianghu Ping not an ordinary centurion, but he was also a golden celestial who had been a Chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army for a long time. Duan Tian was the only person in the entire Black Dragon Army who was capable of defeating Jianghu Ping in one move. How arrogant! He's out of his mind. Other than Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing, who only frowned slightly, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu could not help but laugh out loud. When they found out Duan Tian was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, they had looked down on Duan Tian from the bottom of their hearts. However, Duan Tian had said he would defeat Jianghu Ping in one move. Naturally, they did not believe him. As far as they were concerned, Duan Tian had simply lost his mind. Duan Tian. At this moment, Jianghu Ping finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Tian with a hint of disdain in his eyes as he said, "You're just a violet moon heavenly celestial. There's no need for me to go all out to defeat you. I only need to use half of my strength to defeat a mere violet moon heavenly celestial." As soon as Jianghu Ping finished speaking, the celestial origin energy that he had accumulated in his body surged out of his body like dragons that had escaped from their cages. As soon as they broke out of their cages, they were filled with fighting spirit as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Duan Tian, I don't even need to use my celestial weapon. I'll defeat you with just a swing of my staff. Jianghu Ping's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he rose into the air. At this moment, the dragon-like celestial origin energy that coiled around his body transformed into a pair of wings. It was a movement divine ability that he had mastered. He did not use the movement celestial technique he had mastered since he did not think it was necessary. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the void, a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves resounded. As Xianxia Ping opened and closed his hands, the celestial origin energy that was swirling around his body quickly condensed into a long rod. It was obvious Xianxia Ping was skilled in using a staff. Staff quaking mountains and rivers. Xianxia Ping cried out. He was not far away from Duan Lingtian. With his current speed, it would only take him a blink of an eye to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Bas, 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 bas. As soon as Xianxia Ping finished speaking, the long rod formed from his celestial origin energy tore through the air as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though his rod was capable of shaking the heavens and the earth with just one strike. With Xianxia Ping's strength, he can easily defeat a violet moon heavenly celestial with just a swing of his staff. Xianxia Ping's staff contains the profundity of celestial methods and divine abilities. The staff quaking mountains and rivers is a combination of his celestial methods and divine abilities. Its strength is not to be underestimated. Captain Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were standing behind Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, looked at Xianxia Ping, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian with a hint of admiration in their eyes. At this moment, they could already see Duan Lingtian being defeated by Xianxia Ping. "I'd like to see what makes you think you can defeat Xianxia Ping with just a swing of your hand," Chen Xianba muttered to himself as he stared at Duan Lingtian. In his field of vision, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm even though Xianxia Ping had not unleashed his full strength. It was as if Xianxia Ping's ferocious attack was nothing in his eyes. At this moment, Chen Xianba, who was staring at Duan Lingtian, saw a hint of disdain in Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, Xianxia Ping's staff was already charging toward Duan Lingtian with a force that could shake mountains and rivers. He was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. In the end, he was only a foot away from Xianxia Ping. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this critical moment, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, dazzling sword rays suddenly bloomed from all over Duan Lingtian's body. These sword rays seemed to have flashed out from every pore on his body. There were countless of them. With a rough look, there were at least 10,000 of them. Everyone in the Valley of Ares was attracted by the dazzling sword rays that shot out of Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! A loud, muffled sound was transmitted into everyone's ears like the beating of a drum. Boom! 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 Accompanied by thunderous explosions, the Valley of the War God was swept up by a tyrannical gale, causing some of the weaker soldiers of the Black Dragon Army to squint their eyes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic sword had appeared under Duan Lingtian's feet. This gigantic sword was formed from the thousands of sword rays that shot out from Duan Lingtian's body. It hovered under his feet like a sturdy wall and blocked Xianxia Ping's ferocious and powerful staff attack. Xianxia Ping's hands shook violently as he smashed his staff against the gigantic sword under Duan Lingtian's feet. Wah! When the long rod formed by his celestial origin energy dissipated, he was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. While he was being sent flying, he spat out a large mouthful of blood in an extremely sorry state. His blood splattered in the air. Duan Lingtian, I want you dead. I want you dead. Just as everyone present was completely stunned by the scene in front of them, Xianxia Ping roared from the depths of his throat after his figure was shaken to a halt. His eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. It was as though he could burn everything. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A ghostly wail rang in the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Xianxia Ping attacked again, not only did he take out his celestial artifact, the long staff, but he also cast the assist-type divine ability that he had not used before. It raised his celestial origin energy to a whole new level. Then, he cast his offensive technique again. Staff shaking mountains and rivers. It was the same technique, but this time, it was completely different from before. Xianxia Ping attacked with all his might. The celestial weapon staff in his hand shot out like a towering pillar. At this moment, it felt as though heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Bang! Finally, The celestial weapon long rod in his hand landed on the gigantic sword that was hovering under Duan Ling Tian's feet like a sturdy barrier. The force of the staff that could shake mountains and rivers surged out once again. Chapter 2604. Bang! When Jian Qiuping's celestial weapon, the long rod, landed on the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation under Duan Ling Tian's feet, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Many of the Black Dragon Army's soldiers with a weaker cultivation base felt a piercing pain in their eardrums. Whoosh! 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 As the sound of the collision reverberated in the air, ripples began to spread out from the gigantic sword beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. It was as if a huge rock had landed on the surface of a calm lake, causing circles of ripples. The ripples were especially vivid. Boom! 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 Ripples spread out in all directions in the void. At the same time, waves of vibrating power swept out in all directions. When the shock waves shrouded the Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of Ares, many of them retreated. It was obvious they were under great pressure. Otherwise, they would not have reacted in such a manner. Is Centurion Jian Qiuping using all his strength? Centurion Jian Qiuping is attacking with all his might. When the Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of Ares thought of this, they turned to look at the sky above the first battle arena in unison. When their gazes landed on the scene in the void, they were completely dumbfounded. In the vast void, a purple-robed young man stood on a giant sword like a deity. Below him, Jian Qiuping's hands were bleeding profusely as he gripped the celestial staff tightly. That was not all. Currently, Jian Qiuping was forced to take more than 10 steps back. His face was pale as though a storm was brewing. Barf! Sensing the surrounding gazes, Jian Qiuping, who was originally still stubbornly holding on, finally could not help but open his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood once again. His blood splattered in the air, causing many of the Black Dragon Army's soldiers to tremble. This Duan Ling Tian Chili Arch has not made a move since the beginning. All he did was defend. Yet, he managed to put Centurion Jian Qiuping into such a sorry state? It's one thing for Centurion Jian Qiuping to be at a disadvantage because he didn't use his full strength earlier. This time, Centurion Jian Qiuping attacked with all his might and anger, but he still couldn't hurt Chili Arch Duan Ling Tian at all? And he's injured again. Oh my god! How can this Duan Ling Tian Chili Arch be so strong? In the Valley of the Ares, some of the Black Dragon Army soldiers who had recovered from their shock looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock and disbelief. Previously, the commander of the Black Dragon Army did not think highly of Duan Ling Tian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, so they thought Duan Ling Tian would definitely lose. But no one expected that. The outcome was actually so unexpected. Jian Qiuping, a veteran Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army, could not even break through the defense of this new Chili Arch. One could only imagine the strength of this new Chili Arch. Sir Chili Arch is so strong. Oh my god! Is this really our Chili Arch? I'm not dreaming, am I? Based on the Chili Arch's current strength, I'm afraid even Chili Arch Huang Jiabing is no match for him. When the Black Dragon Army soldiers under Duan Ling Tian recovered from their shock, they were also shocked by the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed. Apart from being shocked, they were also overjoyed. In the future, with such a Chili Arch protecting them, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Black Dragon Army. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, many of the Black Dragon Army soldiers shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian's subordinates. A hint of envy and jealousy could be seen in their eyes. The reason for their envy and jealousy was similar to the reason why Duan Lingtian's subordinates were overjoyed. Who is he? Why is he here in the Black Dragon Army? Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. He knew even he might not be able to block Jian Qiuping's attack so easily with just a defensive technique. Chen Xianba was completely stunned by Duan Ling Tian's defensive technique. How's this possible? Isn't he a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial? Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were standing behind Chen Xianba, looked at each other when they regained their senses. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. How powerful! The other two captains, Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing, were shocked when they looked at Duan Ling Tian again. They were also shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Is this all you've got? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian stood on the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like a high and mighty emperor as he looked down at Jian Choping, who was injured by him again. Jian Choping's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had just seen a devil. His eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Although Jian Choping could not figure out how Duan Lingtian was so powerful, he did not have time to think about it. He hurriedly admitted defeat so he could leave this person in front of him as soon as possible. At this moment, face, honor, and disgrace had been tossed to the back of his mind. All he knew was that if this battle continued, he would only be tortured. He had attacked with all his might, but he could not even break through Duan Lingtian's defense. There was no need for him to continue this battle. Take this. If you don't die, I'll allow you to admit defeat. Duan Lingtian only glanced at Jian Choping indifferently when he saw Jian Choping admitting defeat. It was as though he was a high and mighty emperor who was giving out a supreme order. At the same time, the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation under Duan Lingtian's feet rose into the air and released a dazzling sword ray. This gigantic sword ray was formed by the tens of thousands of sword rays in the sword formation. As soon as it shot out, everyone in the Valley of Ares could feel the sharp sword chi emanating from it. No. Jian Choping's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He finally realized something. Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him. You can't kill me. There are rules in the Black Dragon Army. Unless there's a life and death agreement, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army are not allowed to kill each other. If you kill me, you'll be violating the rules of the Black Dragon Army. You'll be severely punished by the Black Dragon Army. Jian Choping looked at Duan Lingtian in horror as he roared hysterically. When he mentioned the rules of the Black Dragon Army, it was as though he had found a straw to clutch at. Boom, boom, boom. However, Duan Lingtian's reply to Jian Choping was the gigantic sword that seemed to blot out the sun. The gigantic sword was not pointed at Jian Choping. Instead, it was aimed at Jian Choping. However, when the gigantic sword descended, it was as though a gigantic mountain had fallen. At the same time, it locked onto Jian Choping. It was as though it would follow him wherever he went until it suppressed him. Naturally, Jian Choping wanted to escape. However, he soon discovered that he had been locked onto by the gigantic sword. There was no way for him to escape. He could only take the attack head-on. However, how could he possibly take the attack in his current state? Not to mention that he had already been injured twice. Even if he was in his peak condition and attacked with all his strength, he was doomed to die under this sword. The power contained in the giant sword that came crashing down had completely exceeded the scope of what he could withstand. Boom, boom, boom. The gigantic sword continued to descend. Its wide body continued to envelop Jian Choping as though it was trying to suppress him. No! No! Lord Commander, save me! Lord Commander, save me! In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic sword had traversed more than half the distance and was right above his head. Jian Choping's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He immediately turned to look at Commander Chen Xianba of the Black Dragon Army and cried for help. However, Chen Xianba did not move at all. It was as though he was stunned by the scene before him. Bang! Finally, when Jian Choping's eyes were filled with despair, the giant sword that looked like it had been thrown by a god landed on Jian Choping's body. The terrifying power caused Jian Choping's body to explode into a bloody mist. Only a long staff and a ring were left in the bloody mist. They were Jian Choping's celestial weapon and spatial ring. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Jian Choping was killed by the gigantic sword, Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air, raised his hand. Jian Choping's celestial weapon and spatial ring flew into his hand before he put them away. The Valley of Ares once again fell into a deathly silence. After a while, the people in the Valley of Ares finally regained their senses. Gasp! 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 When the people regained their senses, they gasped in unison. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of respect could be seen in their eyes. Even the four captains standing behind Chen Xianba were no exception to this. The two captains, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. However, a hint of remorse could be seen in their eyes at the same time. They regretted not recognizing Mount Tai. At the same time, They hated Jian Qiuping, who was killed by Duan Lingtian. If Jian Qiuping had not misled them, they would not have alienated Duan Lingtian because they thought he was just a violet moon heavenly celestial. Captain Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2605. Rules. Upon hearing Chen Xianba's question, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Chen Xianba. He stared at Chen Xianba for a moment before he said unhurriedly, "Commander, rules are made by people, right? You're the Black Dragon Army's commander. It's up to you to decide if I've broken the rules today." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly when he reached the end of his sentence. "Captain Duan Lingtian, what do you want from the Black Dragon Army?" Chen Xianba asked in a deep voice. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Not only was Duan Lingtian's strength not inferior to his, it was even possible that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Would such a person be willing to serve as a chili arch in the Black Dragon Army willingly? Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, he was not worried about losing his position as the Black Dragon Army's commander. After all, becoming the Black Dragon Army's commander was not as simple as being a Decurion, Centurion, or Chili Arch. According to the Black Dragon Army's rules, as long as one was strong enough, one would be promoted. However, the Black Dragon Army's commander was personally appointed by the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Unless the city governor approved and gave the order, it was impossible to replace Chen Xianba as the Black Dragon Army's commander. "I'm looking for a place to cultivate," Duan Lingtian said as he opened his eyes. From the beginning until the end, Chen Xianba had been staring at Duan Lingtian as though he was trying to figure something out from Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He did not reveal any emotions at all. "There's nothing in the Black Dragon Army that's worth his attention." After thinking for a while, Chen Xianba could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was planning to do to the Black Dragon Army. In the end, he decided not to think about it anymore. After looking at Duan Lingtian for a while, he turned around and left the Valley of Ares. Chen Xianba's departure clearly showed his attitude toward Duan Lingtian's killing of Jian Qiuping. He would not pursue the matter. The black armored soldiers in the Valley of Ares were not surprised by Chen Xianba's departure. Although the commander of the black armored army had never fought with Captain Duan Lingtian before, he was still a commander. However, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to Chen Xianba. Duan Lingtian might even be stronger than Chen Xianba. In other words, even if the commander of the black armored army wanted to pursue the matter, he might not be able to do anything to Duan Lingtian, unless Chen Xianba reported this matter to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. However, if news of this reached the ears of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he would not hold Duan Lingtian accountable as long as Duan Lingtian did not do anything that would harm the interests of Bloody Spectre City. After all, in the eyes of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian was not worth much. After all, Jian Qiuping, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, could not be compared to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, even if Chen Xianba reported this matter to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he would not be able to do anything about it. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was not surprised at all. After Chen Xianba left, everyone in the Valley of Ares turned to look at Duan Lingtian. "Captain Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. To think that Jian Qiuping said you're a violet moon heavenly celestial. He must be blind." That's right. That's right. That Jian Qiuping deserved to die. It's his greatest fortune to die in your hands, Captain Duan Lingtian. Captain Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu immediately flew forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian. They seemed to be very enthusiastic. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly when he saw Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's attitude. When Jian Qiuping had said he was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, these two fellows had turned hostile faster than flipping the pages of a book. They were just short of telling him that they did not want to be friends with Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian completely ignored their enthusiasm. Ignoring Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's embarrassment, Duan Lingtian flew up to the other two captains, Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu, and greeted them. "Captain Zhao Dongxing, Captain Qin Yu. I'm in a hurry to cultivate. I'll take my leave first. Take care, Captain Duan Lingtian." Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu hurriedly replied. Previously, Duan Ling Tian was only an ordinary captain to them. However, at this moment, they no longer dared to treat Duan Ling Tian as an ordinary captain. After the battle earlier, they could see that Duan Ling Tian's strength was not weak at all. Based on what they saw, Duan Ling Tian's strength was not inferior to the Black Dragon Army's Lord Commander. After greeting Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the Black Dragon Army soldiers. Under their excited gazes, Duan Ling Tian nodded at them before he left the Valley of Ares. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian left, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu followed suit. After all, they were in an awkward situation. They took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian and even tried to flatter him. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored them. Although they were dissatisfied with this, they didn't dare to show it. Based on the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed earlier, Duan Ling Tian was not someone they could afford to offend. After Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing left, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army in the Valley of the War God were like wild horses that had broken free of their reins. I didn't expect our new captain, Duan Ling Tian, to be so powerful. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to the Lord Commander's. A centurion was the first to exclaim. His words immediately gained the approval of many people. Indeed. I wonder why someone as powerful as Duan Ling Tian would want to join the Black Dragon Army? Didn't you hear him say that he's looking for a place to cultivate? Apart from the City Lord's cultivation room, the tents of the Black Dragon Army's generals and Kiliarchs, and the tents of the Silverworm Army's generals and Kiliarchs are the best places to cultivate. Now that you mention the Silverworm Army, I'm curious. When the Silverworm Army finds out that we have a Kiliarch who isn't any weaker than our Black Dragon Army's Lord Commander, what expression will they have? It'll definitely be exciting. In the Valley of Ares, the Black Dragon Army was in an uproar. None of them left even after a long time had passed. Their conversation revolved around the new Kiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. At this moment, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, who had left the Valley of Ares and the Black Dragon Army's camp, entered Bloody Spectre City and made his way to the city governor's mansion. He went to look for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was Lu Fenggu. He was a tall and majestic middle-aged man. When Chen Xianba arrived, he was cultivating but not in closed-door cultivation. When he heard Chen Xianba's arrival, he immediately stopped cultivating and came out to greet Chen Xianba. Xianba, why are you in such a hurry to look for me? Is there something urgent? In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Fenggu sat at the head of the table and looked at Chen Xuanba, who was sitting below him. Chen Xianba was one of the two generals under his command. He was in charge of the Black Dragon Army, and had always been cautious and conscientious. He had never made a mistake. For this reason, he liked this subordinate very much. Moreover, after so many years of working together, he no longer treated Chen Xianba as an outsider. Lord City Governor. Chen Xuanba went straight to the point. Didn't I announce that anyone who finds the identity medallion of the Black Dragon Army's fallen Kiliarch will become the new Kiliarch of the Black Dragon Army? I heard about that. Lu Fenggu nodded. He asked in surprise. What? Did someone find it? I heard that the Kiliarch under your command had accidentally entered the little world in the mountain ridge to the south of Bloody Spectre City. That's why he died. What? He didn't enter the little world? Lu Fenggu's curiosity was piqued as he asked. He died in the little world. Someone brought his identity token out of the little world, Chen Xianba said. Lu Fenggu nodded. What? As soon as Chen Xianba finished speaking, Lu Fenggu rose to his feet in shock. He stared at Chen Xianba with burning eyes as he asked, Xianba, are you sure? Yes. Chen Xianba nodded. Then, he repeated what Duan Ling Tian had told him to Lu Fenggu. After that, I went to the south and discovered that the entrance to the little world had indeed disappeared. Chen Xianba replied. That little world was left behind by a celestial king from the blissful sect? Lu Fenggu's eyes widened in shock as he muttered to himself. No wonder so many powerhouses from high-rank celestial kingdoms couldn't decipher the secret of the little world. As it turns out, it's a little world left behind by a celestial king. The blissful sect is much stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom. A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. He was filled with reverence for the blissful sect. In his opinion, even a high-rank celestial kingdom was something he could only look up to. let alone the blissful sect that was much stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom. But, from what you've just said, your new chilly arch is quite lucky to be able to come out of that small world alive. Lu Fenggu said. Lord City Governor, I'm here for him. I saw him make a move today. He's not any weaker than me. Chapter 2606. What? His strength is on par with yours. Lu Fenggu's eyes widened in shock when he heard Chen Xianba's words. Yes. Chen Xianba nodded. Then, he recounted everything that had happened in the Valley of Ares to Lu Fenggu. Then, he took out a celestial talisman and crushed it. In just an instant. Whoosh! Accompanied by a soft sound, a light screen appeared out of thin air in this huge hall. On it was a constantly changing mirror image. The mirror image was the scene of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Jian Qiuping in the Valley of Ares. It began with Jian Qiuping's first attack that ended in failure. Jian Qiuping's second attack that ended in failure as well. Then the young man in purple, who stood with his hands behind his back like a god, raised the huge sword under his feet and shot out a dazzling sword light. Then, he pressed down on Jian Qiuping with the body of the sword. In just a blink of an eye, Jian Qiuping exploded into a mist of blood. Gasp! After watching the mirror image that Chen Xianba had recorded with a celestial talisman, even Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Indeed, his strength is on par with yours. Lu Fenggu's expression was solemn as he spoke. Naturally, there were many things Lu Fenggu did not say. He saw the purple-clad young man's calm expression when he made his move. It did not seem as though he had used his full strength. There was another thing. From the beginning until the end, the purple-clad young man did not use any celestial weapons. I wonder what my chances of winning are if I were to fight him, Lu Fenggu thought to himself. After a while, Lu Fenggu looked at Chen Xianba and asked solemnly, Xianba, what do you think this person wants from the Black Dragon Army? I've asked him about this before. He said he's looking for a place to cultivate, Chen Xianba replied. Looking for a place to cultivate? Lu Fenggu was stunned. The camp of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had gone to look for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. After leaving the Valley of Ares, he returned to his tent and continued to cultivate. It's a pity I don't have a graded cultivation method in the At realms. Otherwise, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I cast with my celestial origin energy would be able to raise my strength by more than 2 levels. Duan Lingtian sighed. Wen Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, was still alive. He had told Duan Lingtian that the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, he had obtained was considered a powerful divine ability even in the At realms. However, the assist-type divine abilities in the At realms could only be fully unleashed by one's celestial origin energy that had been tempered by a graded cultivation method. In other words, although Duan Lingtian had mastered the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his celestial origin energy was still not tempered by a graded cultivation method in the At realms. Due to this reason, the strength of the assist-type divine ability was limited. Once he cultivated a graded cultivation method in the At realms and tempered his celestial origin energy, the strength of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would be much stronger than the current elementary devouring tactic. I heard from the waiter that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City has a graded cultivation method in the At realms. However, it said that in the entire Bloody Spectre City, only the city governor, the Black Dragon Army, and the Silverworm Army's commanders have cultivated this technique. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, in the At realms, there's no doubt the importance of a graded cultivation method. The most basic function of a graded cultivation method in the At realms is to temper one's celestial origin energy. Most importantly, it can increase a person's cultivation speed. The better the cultivation method, the faster the speed at which one can increase their cultivation. Perhaps, I should try and see if I can obtain the cultivation method from the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes began to shine brightly. Once he was able to obtain that cultivation technique, his cultivation speed would increase even further. Of course, he also knew that not everyone would be able to obtain that cultivation technique. In Bloody Spectre City, Only the city governor of Bloody Spectre City and the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silver Worm Army had cultivated the cultivation method. With my current strength, I might not be able to defeat Lu Fenggu if I fight him with my full strength. However, it's not realistic for me to use brute force to obtain the cultivation method from him, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. In fact, ever since Duan Ling Tian had left the little world behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect, he had discovered that he was now a Celestial King. Now that he had become a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial, even the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silver Worm Army and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City might not be a match for him. However, it was impossible for him to replace the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silver Worm Army. After all, to become the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the Silver Worm Army, one had to be acknowledged by the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. As for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, even if Duan Ling Tian was stronger than the city governor, it was impossible for him to force the city governor to become the commander of the Black Dragon Army and Silver Worm Army. It was even more impossible for him to kill the city governor and seize control of Bloody Spectre City. After all, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was backed by the 9 Spectres County. If Duan Ling Tian wanted to become the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he had to be acknowledged by the 9 Spectres County. If he forced the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to submit to him, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City could easily send a message to the 9 Spectres County to send reinforcements to deal with him. If Duan Ling Tian killed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, the 9 Spectres County would not let him off. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian could only be a captain of the Black Dragon Army. This was the only way he could survive in Bloody Spectre City. Duan Ling Tian had thought about going to 9 Spectres County or somewhere bigger than 9 Spectres County. However, he felt he was still lacking in strength. If he was attacked by someone stronger than him on his way to 9 Spectres County or somewhere bigger than 9 Spectres County, it would be difficult for him to survive. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's plan was to improve his strength. Once he was certain that he had the ability to protect himself, he would leave Bloody Spectre City and head to a broader stage to increase his strength. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was not carefree. He had too many responsibilities on his shoulders. He was no longer living purely for himself. He was also living for his family and his friends. Cultivation methods. Cultivation methods from the Devata realms. Since Duan Ling Tian could not stop himself from thinking about the cultivation methods in the Devata realms, he could not calm himself down to cultivate for a long time. In the end, he decided to stop cultivating and left his tent. Commander. When Duan Ling Tian walked out of his tent, he saw Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, who had just returned. Captain Duan Ling Tian. Chen Xianba walked up to Duan Ling Tian and greeted him politely. From the beginning until the end, he did not act like he was in a superior position. Instead, he greeted Duan Ling Tian as an equal. The reason he acted this way was naturally because he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength that was not inferior to his own. Commander, I heard that there's a yellow-grade cultivation method in Bloody Spectre City? Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly as he looked at Chen Xianba. The yellow-grade cultivation method he was referring to was the one the city governor of Bloody Spectre City possessed. In the Devata realms, similar to celestial methods and divine abilities, cultivation methods were divided into many grades. Among them, yellow-grade cultivation methods were the worst. Naturally, it was only the worst among the graded cultivation methods in the Devata realms. It was much better than cultivation methods that were not graded at all. Duan Ling Tian's 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was not graded at all in the Devata realms. Although he could continue cultivating with it, his cultivation speed was much slower than other graded cultivation methods. Moreover, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique could not temper his celestial origin energy, so he could use his assist-type divine abilities to boost his strength. Yes. Chen Xianba nodded. That cultivation method was given to Lord Governor of Bloody Spectre City by the County Governor of 9 Spectres County. In Bloody Spectre City, only Lord Governor, the commander of the Silver Worm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards have cultivated that cultivation method. The Golden Serpent Guards? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised since he did not know the Golden Serpent Guards who followed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had cultivated the same cultivation method. Yes. Chen Xianba nodded. Does this mean the reason the 100 Golden Serpent Guards are all Golden Celestials is because of the yellow-grade cultivation method? Previously, When Duan Ling Tian heard from the waiter that all 100 members of the Golden Snake Guards were Golden Celestials, he was shocked. After all, the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army only had slightly more than 10 Golden Celestials each. 100 Golden Serpent Guards? However, Chen Xianba shook his head when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. 100 Golden Serpent Guards is just a rumor. In fact, there are only 18 Golden Serpent Guards by Lord City Governor's side. Although there are only 18 Golden Serpent Guards, their strength far surpasses the captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Chen Xianba paused for a moment before he added, "Naturally, that doesn't include you, Captain Duan Ling Tian. Commander, if I want that cultivation method, will Lord Governor be willing to teach it to me?" Chapter 2607. It's very difficult. In response to Duan Ling Tian's question, Chen Xianba replied truthfully, "Lord City Governor values that cultivation method a lot. Unless the person's cultivation base has reached a certain level and he can trust the person completely, he won't easily pass it to them." Chen Xianba looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he said, "Duan Ling Tian, your cultivation base should be sufficient. However, if you're willing to stay in the Black Dragon Army for a few decades or even 100 years, Lord City Governor might be willing to pass the cultivation method to you." A few decades or even 100 years. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Chen Xianba's words. Let alone the Black Dragon Army, it was impossible for him to stay in Bloody Spectre City for a few decades or even 100 years. Forget it. Even if I don't have a graded cultivation method for now, with my 99 heavenly veins, my cultivation speed won't be any slower than the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. After Duan Ling Tian figured this out, he no longer bothered himself with this matter. For the time being, he did not have a graded cultivation technique to cultivate, but he had 99 heavenly veins that ordinary people could only dream of. In the Devata realms, the more heavenly veins one had, the more benefits one would gain. Not only would he be able to circulate his celestial origin energy faster during a battle, but his cultivation speed would also be faster. In his opinion, he would be able to increase his cultivation base. As long as his strength increased, it would be much easier for him to obtain a graded cultivation method after he left Bloody Spectre City. In Bloody Spectre City, a yellow-grade cultivation method was like a peerless treasure. However, in the 9 Spectres County, there were many forces that had a graded cultivation method. Moreover, I heard from the waiter that there are also graded cultivation methods in the auction house in the 9 Spectres County that can be auctioned off at a higher price. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian felt much more at ease. After bidding farewell to Chen Xianba, Duan Ling Tian returned to his tent. This time, he quickly calmed down and immersed himself in his cultivation. After cultivating for about an hour, a voice rang in the air. "Lord Captain." A condensed voice penetrated Duan Ling Tian's tent and entered his ears. Not only that, but it also woke Duan Ling Tian, who was in the midst of cultivating. "HM?" When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he frowned slightly. In the end, he still walked out of the tent. Based on the voice, he could tell it belonged to one of his subordinates, a centurion. It was the centurion he had injured earlier. "What's the matter?" Duan Ling Tian could hear the urgency in the centurion's voice. It was clear the centurion had something urgent to tell him. "Lord Captain, I'm here to report to you that 2 of our centurions and 7 of our decurions have been grounded in a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City by Captain Yang Kong Ping of the Silverworm Army. Yang Kong Ping has specifically asked for you to personally bring them back." The centurion quickly explained the purpose of his visit to Duan Ling Tian when he saw him. "You mean, the 2 centurions and 7 decurions under my command were grounded by the chilly arch of the Silverworm Army?" Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately. Previously, when he was in the Valley of Ares, the Black Dragon Army's soldiers trusted him. Moreover, they had done so much for him that he was touched. At that time, he had accepted them as his subordinates. Now, someone was telling him Duan Ling Tian's subordinates had been grounded by the captain of the Silverworm Army? Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's heart was burning with rage. "Bring me there." As soon as Duan Ling Tian gave the order, the centurion rose into the air and led the way. "What's your name?" Duan Ling Tian asked the centurion who was leading the way. "Lord Captain, my name is Tong Zheng." Although the centurion was injured by Duan Ling Tian not long ago and had yet to recover from his injuries, he did not complain at all. Instead, he was still respectful to Duan Lingtian, because he knew very well in his heart that this chilly arch had only hurt him because he deserved a beating. Tell me about the conflict between you and the Silverworm army. Although the Black Dragon army doesn't get along well with the Silverworm army, I don't think the captain of the Silverworm army would bully you for no reason, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Lord Captain, it's like this. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Tong Zhang explained everything in detail as he led the way. He also told Duan Lingtian the whole story. As it turned out, this matter had something to do with him as well. Today, after he had killed Jian Ping in the Valley of Ares, his 3 centurions and 7 decurions, including Tong Zhang, had gone to a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City to have a drink to vent their joy. Who knew that when they were talking about what had happened in the Valley of War God, a chilly arch and a few centurions of the Silverworm army happened to overhear them. The captain of the Silverworm army told them that they were bragging about their new captain. Due to the presence of the captain of the Silverworm army, the other customers in the restaurant also agreed that Tong Zhang and the others were bragging. Naturally, Tong Zhang and the others felt indignant when they were accused by so many people. However, in the end, their voices were drowned out by the voices of the other customers. At this moment, they had no choice but to leave the restaurant under the disdainful gazes of the other customers. However, someone refused to let them leave. The person who refused to let them leave was none other than the captain of the Silverworm army. Only one of you can leave. The one who leaves, go and inform your new captain of the Silverworm army, and ask him to come here and get his men. Tell him that I, Yang Kong Ping, the captain of the Silverworm army, have detained his men. I, Yang Kong Ping, would like to see what kind of person the chilly arch of the Black Dragon army is. These were the exact words of the captain of the Silverworm army. The 10 people under Duan Lingtian's command were powerless in front of the captain of the Silverworm army. For this reason, only 9 of them were left behind. Tong Zhang was the only one who left the restaurant and returned to the Black Dragon army's camp to look for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew what happened after that. Captain of the Silverworm army, Yang Kong Ping? How awe-inspiring! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes after listening to Centurion Tong Zhang's narration. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, Tong Zhang, who was leading the way, could feel the coldness behind him. It was as if a gust of cold air had attacked him from behind, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Lord Chilly Arch is angry. At this moment, it was not difficult for Tong Zhang to sense Duan Lingtian's anger. Lord Captain, Tong Zhang continued to say before they arrived at Bloody Spectre City, Captain Yang Kong Ping of the Silverworm army is strong. He's ranked in the top 3 among the 10 captains in the Silverworm army. In addition, he has another identity. Other than being a chilly arch of the Silverworm army, he is also the brother-in-law of the commander of the Silverworm army. For this reason, even our previous captain, Captain Huang Jibing, didn't dare to provoke him even though his strength was on par with Yang Kong Ping. When Tong Zhang reached the end of his sentence, he turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. So, if it's possible, later on, Chilly Arch, you should display a little of your strength to intimidate Yang Kong Ping and bring our men away. Try not to hurt Yang Kong Ping. The commander of the Silverworm army is very protective of his men. Tong Zhang's heart skipped a beat when he saw Duan Lingtian's expressionless face. He hastily added, Of course. I'm not saying this to question your strength. I just don't want to cause you too much trouble because of our matter. Tong Zhang had gained a better understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength in the Valley of Ares. Duan Lingtian knew Duan Lingtian could easily defeat Yang Kong Ping, the captain of the Silverworm army. However, it was hard to say if Duan Lingtian could defeat the commander of the Silverworm army. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly when he heard Tong Zhang's words. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Tong Zhang arrived in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. After entering Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian, who was furious, followed Tong Zhang to the entrance of a rather luxurious restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. A plaque with the words Lai Feng Restaurant was hung on the entrance of the restaurant. Based on the strength of the words, it was obvious it was written by a man. Now the entrance of the restaurant was crowded with people, both on the ground and in the air. Without exception, they were all stretching their heads to look inside the restaurant, as if there was something interesting going on inside. He's here. He's here. It's the centurion of the Black Dragon Army who just left. He's back. The purple-clad young man next to him is the new chili arch behind him and the 9 men from the Black Dragon Army in the restaurant. When the people outside the restaurant saw Tong Zheng, the people outside the restaurant also shifted their attention to Tong Zheng and Duan Ling Tian. Even more people were sizing up Duan Ling Tian from top to bottom as though they had discovered a new continent. Lord Captain, please enter. Tong Zheng stood at the entrance of the restaurant respectfully and made way for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian walked forward with a calm expression. Everywhere he passed, the crowd that filled the entrance of the restaurant would open up a path for him, not daring to hesitate. After all, the purple-clad young man was a captain of the Black Dragon Army. He was someone they could not afford to offend. Tong Zheng followed Duan Ling Tian into the restaurant with Duan Ling Tian. It's you. Chapter 2608. There were only slightly more than 10 people in the Lai Feng restaurant's main hall. It was obvious the restaurant had been cleared beforehand. There were more than 10 people in the hall, and only one young man was sitting in front of a table. Behind him, 3 figures stood straight like javelins, emitting a murderous aura. The young man was dressed casually. He was tall and had a determined expression on his face. He looked majestic as though he was the most powerful person in the world. The 3 people behind him were dressed in silver armor. It was the standard armor of the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City. Based on the insignia on their chests, one could tell they were the captains of the Silverworm Army. They were the centurions of the Silverworm Army. Apart from that, there were 9 people standing in front of the 4 men. All 9 of them were wearing black armor. It was the armor of the Black Dragon Army in Bloody Spectre City. Based on the insignia on their chests, one could tell they were the captains of the Silverworm Army. Among the 9 people, there were 2 centurions and 7 decurions from the Black Dragon Army. They were none other than the 9 captains of the Black Dragon Army. In this way, the identity of the only young man sitting in the restaurant's lobby was also on the verge of being revealed. He was none other than the captain of the Silverworm Army. Yang Kongping. It's you. When Duan Ling Tian stepped into the restaurant's lobby and appeared in front of more than 10 people, a middle-aged centurion of the Silverworm Army standing behind Yang Kongping cried out in surprise when he saw Duan Ling Tian. His exclamation was filled with waves of shock and disbelief. It was as though he had just seen something terrifying. When the middle-aged centurion from the Silverworm Army cried out in surprise, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian, who had just entered the restaurant's lobby, instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. He saw the person with just a glance and recognized him. He recognized the centurion from the Silverworm Army. It was one of the 2 centurions from the Silverworm Army he had met at the Celestial Ascension Pool when he had just ascended. The other centurion from the Silverworm Army had tried to kill Duan Ling Tian with a soul attack. What a coincidence. We meet again. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at the middle-aged centurion from the Silverworm Army. Lord Captain. Lord Captain. At the same time, the 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army bowed respectfully as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. He's the captain of the Black Dragon Army who replaced Huang Jibing. The centurion of the Silverworm Army who had met Duan Ling Tian at the Celestial Ascension Pool was shocked when he saw the 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army greeting Duan Ling Tian and addressing him as Lord Captain. He had also heard the voice of Tong Zheng, the centurion of the Black Dragon Army, outside. Because of this, he knew that the first person to step into the restaurant would be the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army who had replaced Huang Jibing. However, when he saw the first person who stepped into the restaurant and recognized him, his heart wavered again. He could not figure it out at all. How could a person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven become a captain of the Black Dragon Army? Moreover, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army seemed to respect him. He was from the Silverworm Army. Naturally, he knew it was impossible to obtain the respect of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, just because their new captain had found the identity token of their previous captain. If that was the case, it would not be enough to obtain their respect. If one wanted to obtain the respect of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, one must possess strength that was on par with one's position. Now, the scenes in front of him confirmed his suspicions. The person before him was indeed the captain of the Black Dragon Army, who had replaced Huang Jibing. However, the fact that he killed Zhong Gang proved that his strength is not inferior to an ordinary Golden Immortal Realm expert. I forgot about that. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to secure his position as a captain of the Black Dragon Army. When the centurion recalled the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Zhong Gang, who was also a centurion of the Silverworm Army, he felt relieved. You're the new captain of the Black Dragon Army who replaced Huang Jibing? Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, asked in a questioning tone as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at Yang Kongping indifferently before he shifted his gaze to the 9 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. He looked at the 9 soldiers and asked, "Are all of you all right? Did they touch any of you?" A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his question. His tone turned low as well. "Lord Captain, we're fine. We're fine." Duan Lingtian's 9 subordinates shook their heads. Then they took a few steps forward and stood behind Duan Lingtian with Tong Zheng. They stared at the people from the Silverworm Army with piercing eyes. "Good. Very good. Very good." Yang Kongping, the commander of the Silverworm Army who was completely ignored by Duan Lingtian, had a dark expression on his face. He glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Even your Black Dragon Army's captain He Jinkuen wouldn't dare to be as arrogant as you are in front of me." He Jinkuen was the most powerful person among the 10 captains of the Black Dragon Army. He was known as the Black Dragon Army's captain. Naturally, in the eyes of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army who went to the Valley of Ares today, this was all in the past. The current Black Dragon Army's captain was Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. Naturally, Yang Kongping was unaware of this. Until now, he still did not think Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, would have the strength to kill Jian Qiuping in one hit. After all, even if Jian Qiuping was not as strong as the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the commander of the Silverworm Army, he was not much weaker. In his opinion, a powerhouse with such strength would never lower himself to become a chilly arch in the Black Dragon Army. "Fortunately, you didn't touch my men." Facing the furious Yang Kongping, Duan Lingtian still didn't have the intention to pay attention to him. He just coldly glanced at him and lightly said, "Otherwise you will die today. Luckily you didn't touch my men. Otherwise you will die today." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the restaurant fell into a dead silence. Even outside the restaurant, there was a deathly silence. Now the crowd outside the restaurant could clearly see and hear the situation in the restaurant's lobby. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, they were all dumbstruck. The new chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army is too strong, isn't he? This was the same thought that appeared in their minds at the same time. After all, Yang Kongping, the chilly arch of the Silverworm Army, who was sitting in the restaurant's lobby, was not an ordinary chilly arch of the Silverworm Army. Not only was he a chilly arch of the Silverworm Army, but he was also the brother-in-law of the commander of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, even the strongest chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, He Jinkuen, did not dare to offend Yang Kongping. For this reason, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian, the new chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army. "What did you say?" In the restaurant's lobby, Yang Kongping finally regained his senses and stood up abruptly. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "Even He Jinkuen doesn't dare to speak to me like this. I think you're seeking death." Duan Lingtian ignored Yang Kongping's killing intent and continued to speak nonchalantly. "Today, you'll cripple one of your arms, and this matter will come to an end. If you don't do it, I won't just cripple one of your arms. At that time, I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs, just like how I crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army." His words were also very clear. "Yang Kongping, cripple one of your arms, and this matter will come to an end. If you don't do it yourself and let me do it for you, I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs." Domineering. Domineering. This new chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army is too domineering. That's Yang Kongping we're talking about, but he doesn't seem to have any scruples at all. In my opinion, this isn't domineering, he's seeking death. However, based on his words, he even crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army's arm and one of his legs. Outside the restaurant, the onlookers discussed among themselves. In the restaurant, the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army standing behind Duan Lingtian looked at each other. They did not expect this. Their chilly arch had even crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army. Crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army's arm and one of his legs? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Kongping's eyes narrowed immediately as a thought appeared in his mind. Half a month ago, one of the celestial ascension pools that his subordinates were in charge of had an ascender who seemed to have obtained a shocking legacy from the mundane realm. Not only did the ascender cripple one of his decurions, but he even killed one of his centurions. Yang Kongping thought about it carefully. Ever since he became a chili arch of the Silverworm army, he had never heard of a deaconess in the Silverworm army being crippled. Lord Chili Arch. Chai Ming, the centurion of the Silverworm army standing behind Yang Kongping, said, "This person is the one who killed Zhonggang and crippled Wang Wei half a month ago. He's the one who ascended from the celestial ascension pool." Zhonggang. Wang Wei. As soon as Chai Ming finished speaking, the other two centurions of the Silverworm army standing next to him widened their eyes in shock. Earlier, when Chai Ming saw the chili arch of the Black Dragon army standing in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise. How did Chai Ming know the new chili arch of the Black Dragon army? Realization dawned on them when they heard Chai Ming's words. Chapter 2609. It's him. Upon hearing Chai Ming's words, even Yang Kongping, the chili arch of the Silverworm army, could not help but narrow his eyes as his heart trembled violently. Zhonggang was a centurion under his command. Half a month ago, he died at the hands of an ascender. Wang Wei was a deaconess under his command. Half a month ago, one of his arms and one of his legs were crippled by the same ascender. Now, Yang Kongping finally understood. Why did this chili arch of the Black Armored Army say that he had crippled a deaconess of the Silver Dragon Army? This was because this chili arch of the Black Armored Army was the person who had ascended half a month ago. It was also the ascender that the Silver Dragon Army had spent half a month searching for. Ascender. Immortal Ascension Pool? At the same time, when the 10 Black Armored Army soldiers standing behind Duan Lingtian heard the words of the Silverworm Army centurion Chai Ming, their gazes simultaneously landed on the purple silhouette in front of them. Their hearts trembled. If what the centurion of the Silverworm Army said was true, in that case, their new captain was actually an ascender who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Lord Chili Arch is actually an ascender? And he's not an ascender from the Golden Immortals Immortal Ascension Pool, but an ascender from the Heavenly Immortals Immortal Ascension Pool. How is this possible? This centurion of the Silver Dragon Army is lying, right? The 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army whispered to each other among themselves, but they all came to the same conclusion. The centurion of the Silver Dragon Army was lying. If the other party had said that their chili arch had ascended from the Golden Immortals Immortal Ascension Pool, they might have believed it. This was because those who ascended to the Golden Celestial Ascension Pool were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when they were still in the mundane realm. Once they ascended to the Golden Celestial Ascension Pool, they would immediately become Golden Celestials. Those who ascended from the Celestial Ascension Pool were only eminent celestials when they were still in the mundane realms. When eminent celestials ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool, they could only become heavenly immortals. Moreover, he was a Scarlet Moon heavenly immortal. Most importantly, not only did this centurion of the Silverworm Army say that their chili arch ascended from the Immortal Ascension Pool, he also said that their chili arch ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Half a month ago, those who had ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool were considered monsters amongst monsters if they were able to become Orange Moon Celestial Immortals. However, even the Orange Moon Celestial could not possibly possess such frightening strength as their chili arch. They had witnessed the strength of their chili arch with their own eyes. Even if he wasn't as strong as the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he wasn't too far off. Because of this, the 10 soldiers of Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon Army did not believe the words of the centurion. Ascender? And he just ascended to the Immortal Ascension Pool half a month ago. Outside the entrance of the restaurant, the crowd of onlookers clearly heard the words of the centurion of the Silverworm Army, Chai Ming. Is this centurion of the Silver Dragon Army crazy? I think he's out of his mind. How could someone who just ascended to the Immortal Ascension Pool half a month ago become a chili arch of the Black Dragon Army? That's right. Even if this person was lucky enough to find the identity token of Captain Huang Jibing in the Black Dragon Army and become a chili arch of the Black Dragon Army, how could 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army treat a heavenly celestial so respectfully? The fact that the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army treat him so respectfully means his cultivation base is at least at the Golden Celestial stage. The crowd of onlookers outside the restaurant discussed among themselves. Similar to the 10 soldiers of Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon army, they thought the centurion of the Silverworm army, Chai Ming, was spouting nonsense. Chai Ming's words were impossible. Just when the 10 Black Dragon army soldiers under Duan Lingtian's command and the onlookers outside were certain centurion Chai Ming of the Silverworm army was talking nonsense, a voice rang out. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kong Ping, the chilly arch of the Silverworm army, suddenly burst out laughing in the restaurant's lobby. Yang Kongping's laughter had successfully attracted the attention of everyone except Duan Lingtian. He fixed his eyes on Duan Lingtian and said excitedly, Duan Lingtian, you're the only one who can do this. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. Brat, if you hid in the Black Dragon Army's camp, I might not have known that you're in the Black Dragon Army. Since you've delivered yourself to me, follow me back to the Silverworm Army. The moment his words left his mouth, Yang Kongping's eyes that were staring at Duan Lingtian suddenly lit up as though he had just seen a peerless treasure. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed a peerless treasure. After all, he knew, the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army must have mastered a profound celestial method and divine ability that allowed him to possess strength comparable to a golden celestial even though he was just a crimson moon heavenly celestial. If Yang Kongping could obtain the celestial arts and divine abilities that the other party had mastered, then his strength would also increase to a very exaggerated level. If the commander of the Silverworm army could obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities, then the strength of the Silverworm army's commander would increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, the commander of the Silverworm army might even be able to go to Nine Spectres County and look for the county governor of Nine Spectres County to become the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. He would never forget this. When he told the commander of the Silverworm army, who was also his brother-in-law, about the chilly arch of the Black Dragon army, who was also the one who ascended half a month ago, the commander of the Silverworm army was very excited. For this reason, the Silverworm army had been searching for the chilly arch of the Black Dragon army for more than half a month. Who would have thought? The chilly arch of the Black Dragon army had become a chilly arch. Since you've delivered yourself to me, follow me back to the Silverworm army. As soon as Yang Kongping finished speaking, boom! Yang Kongping's celestial core power, which had been accumulating in his body for a long time, suddenly whizzed out and dissipated on the surface of his body. It was as if a ball of flame had enveloped his entire body. He looked even more majestic and awe-inspiring like a god of war. Bang! At the same time, Yang Kongping stomped his foot in the air, causing the air to tremble. A gust of wind swept up and blew away many tables and chairs in the restaurant. Whoosh! In the next instant, Yang Kongping pounced on Duan Lingtian like a tiger. He spread his arms wide open, but he did not use any killing techniques. He merely made a grabbing motion. It was obvious he wanted to capture Duan Lingtian. Yang Kongping did not want to kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, capturing the chilly arch of the Silverworm army was 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times better than killing the chilly arch of the Black Dragon army. At that time, Yang Kongping and the commander of the Silverworm army would be able to obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities from the chilly arch of the Black Dragon army. As for his current identity as a chilly arch of the Black Dragon army, he couldn't care less about it. At most, he would wait until he captured him and brought him back to the camp of the Silverworm army. Then, he would let the commander of the Silverworm army, who was also his brother-in-law, deal with the commander of the Black Dragon army. Be careful, Lord Chilly Arch. Be careful, Lord Chilly Arch. When Yang Kongping flew out and was about to reach Duan Lingtian, the 10 Black Dragon army soldiers under Duan Lingtian finally regained their senses. They instinctively cried out in alarm to warn Duan Lingtian. When they saw Yang Kongping charging at them menacingly, they were so anxious that they had completely forgotten about the chilly arch of the Black Dragon army. This chilly arch of theirs was much stronger than the other 9 chilly arcs of the Black Dragon army. On the other hand, Yang Kongping's strength was not comparable to Captain He Jin Kuen, the strongest person in the Silverworm army other than their captain. When the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon army instinctively cried out to warn Duan Lingtian, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of swords whistling rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, who was standing there calmly, suddenly emitted a white glow. It was the dazzling sword rays that shot out from his body. There were many sword rays. At first glance, there were at least 10,000 of them. Everyone's attention was attracted by the sword rays that shot out from Duan Lingtian's body. Ah! A shrill cry of agony suddenly rang in the air. The cry was so shrill that it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. They felt chills running down their spines. Bang! With another loud noise, the people present finally saw the situation in front of them clearly. They saw Yang Kongping, the chilly arch of the Silverworm army, who was charging at Duanling Tian, had his right arm severed at the shoulder. When his right arm was severed, his entire body was sent flying like an arrow, leaving the bow by Duanling Tian's kick. It was obvious the shrill cry came from Yang Kongping. No! Yang Kongping, who was sent flying by Duanling Tian's kick, could not help but let out another shrill cry when he saw the white sword rays shooting toward his severed arm. Although his arm was severed, it could be reattached as long as it was not damaged. However, if it was damaged, his arm would be crippled. Whoosh! 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 A white sword ray shot out like a swarm of locusts, turning Yang Kongping's severed arm into a bloody mist. Only his palm was left. The reason his palm was not destroyed was due to the glove he was wearing. The glove was Yang Kongping's celestial weapon. Barf! Yang Kongping, who was already injured, could not help but spit out a mouthful of black and red blood when he saw his right arm was crippled. Kongping! A furious woman's voice rang in the air when Yang Kongping spat out the blood. Everyone only saw a flash in front of their eyes as a huge but agile female figure flashed out and appeared in the direction where Yang Kongping was flying and caught him. Chapter 26:10. Bang! As the huge yet agile female figure caught the flying Yang Kongping and landed on the ground, another earth-shattering bang suddenly came from the floor of the restaurant. The entire restaurant seemed to tremble violently. At the same time, the figure that caught Yang Kongping also showed up at the right time. Surprisingly, it was a tall and fat woman. The woman's height was not shorter than Yang Kongping. Her horizontal length was more than half of Yang Kongping's height. She looked like a mountain of flesh. Yang Kongping was being carried by her like a princess, just like a little doll. In terms of size, Yang Kongping was not even a third of the woman's size. It's the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, Miao Lai Feng. This is my first time seeing the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant. Miao Lai Feng is not an ordinary person. She's the sister of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. I heard the plaque of Lai Feng Restaurant was personally written by the commander of the Silverworm Army. You can see how much he loves his sister. She's the wife of Yang Kongping, the chilly arch of the Silverworm Army. As soon as the woman appeared, a commotion broke out outside the restaurant. Duanling Tian could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the commotion. His subordinates actually chose to drink in a restaurant owned by the family of the Silverworm Army? Wasn't he just looking for trouble for himself? You still have a leg. However, even if Duanling Tian knew the tall and fat woman was the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army, he did not intend to let her go. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to move again. It was as though he had transformed into an eagle hunting for its prey. Whoosh! 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 When Duanling Tian's figure flashed out, the sword under his feet once again emitted a series of ear-piercing sword-whistling sound. By the time everyone regained their senses, Duanling Tian had already returned to his original spot and stood in front of the 10 Black Dragon army soldiers. However, he did not come back alone. He was also carrying a person under his hand. It was none other than the captain of the Silverworm Army, Yang Kongping, who was in the woman's arms earlier. Kongping. When Duanling Tian returned with Yang Kongping, the tall and fat woman, Miao Lai Feng, who was the sister of the Silverworm Army's commander, finally snapped out of her daze. She shouted anxiously as a murderous intent flashed across her face. Whoosh! In the next moment, Miao Lai Feng's figure flashed as she charged toward Duanling Tian. Boom! 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 Miao Lai Feng's mountain-like body. Just like the tanks in Duanling Tian's previous life, they charged forward violently. Everywhere they passed, the void trembled, and bursts of deafening explosions rang out. Miao Lai Feng's huge body seemed cumbersome, but when he moved, it was as if he had turned into a gust of wind. He was ridiculously fast. She's a golden celestial as well. Based on Miao Lai Feng's speed, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian to tell she was a golden celestial. However, her speed was slightly slower than Yang Kongping's. Bas, 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 bas. When Miao Lai Feng approached Duanling Tian, a short and wide saber that resembled a kitchen knife appeared in her hand. As soon as the saber appeared, it shone with a dazzling saber chi as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could tell the saber in Miao Lifeng's hand was a celestial weapon when he sensed the aura from the saber. Humph! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw Miao Lifeng charging at him menacingly. He exerted force in his hand and swung Yang Kong Ping toward Miao Lifeng's saber. Duan Lingtian could tell Miao Lifeng was not weak at all. Miao Lifeng was not as strong as Yang Kong Ping. Despicable! Miao Lifeng let out a furious roar, but in the end, she could only withdraw her attack. As a result, she suffered quite a bit of backlash and was sent flying back over 10 steps before she managed to stabilize herself. She couldn't help but open her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! After forcing Miao Lifeng to retreat, Duan Lingtian no longer paid any attention to her. With just a thought, a sword ray shot out and severed Yang Kong Ping's left leg. Yang Kong Ping's severed leg fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! Yang Kong Ping once again let out a miserable shriek. When Duan Lingtian tossed Yang Kong Ping to Miao Lifeng, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Yang Kong Ping's severed leg. If you dare to destroy my husband's leg, I, Miao Lifeng, won't just make you pay with your life, I'll make your entire family pay with their lives. At this moment, Miao Lifeng, who had caught Yang Kong Ping, noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. Her chubby face was filled with killing intent as she threatened him. Her voice was so cold that it felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, Miao Lifeng was extremely anxious. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to say that she wanted Duan Lingtian's entire family to pay with their lives. After all, Duan Lingtian had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Even though Miao Lifeng had just shown herself, she had been observing everything that had happened from the shadows. It was only when she saw her husband's arm being crippled that she couldn't hold herself back anymore and rushed out. I'll be waiting. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he heard Miao Lifeng's threat. Then, he lifted his leg and his celestial origin energy surged out in reverse before he stomped on Yang Kong Ping's severed leg. No! Yang Kong Ping's eyes widened again. He cried out in panic before his body trembled violently and he passed out. Naturally, the body of a golden celestial was not that weak. The reason why Yang Kong Ping fainted was that he could not accept the truth in front of him. Subconsciously, he wanted to escape. Let's go back. After destroying Yang Kong Ping's arm and leg, Duan Lingtian glanced at Miao Lifeng who was glaring at him like a venomous snake. Then, he turned around and called out to the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army behind him. Outside the entrance of the restaurant, the crowd that was originally squeezed together very tacitly and obediently opened up a path for Duan Lingtian's group, and sent them off with their gazes. Everyone only regained their senses when Duan Lingtian's group swaggered off and disappeared before their eyes. Heavens! The captain of the Black Dragon Army is too domineering, right? He broke an arm and a leg of the commander of the Silver Worm Army's brother-in-law in front of the sister of the commander of the Silver Worm Army. Even the commander of the Black Dragon Army wouldn't dare to do that, right? Where did he get the courage to do that? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. There's no need to think about it. I'm afraid things are going to get interesting after today. The commander of the Silver Worm Army, Miao Lai Long, won't let this go. Of course, the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, Miao Lai Feng, is Miao Lai Long's sister. Moreover, she's Miao Lai Long's only relative in this world. He won't let anything happen to his sister. The crowd of onlookers outside Lai Feng Restaurant all had a feeling that a storm was coming, and the city was about to be destroyed. The current calm was just the calm before the storm. Bang! Just as the group of people outside the restaurant were discussing animatedly, a loud sound suddenly came from inside the restaurant. Then, everyone saw a flash before their eyes. Whoosh! A huge figure was leading another figure out of the restaurant at an extremely fast speed. They rose into the air and flew northeast. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds in the sky. It was as though they had never appeared before. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 sounds of wind whistling rang in the air. The 3 centurions of the Silver Worm Army, including Chai Ming, had also left the restaurant and followed after them. At this moment, the 3 centurions of the Silver Worm Army did not look too good. How could they look good? Their Chiliarch, their superior, had one arm and one leg crippled right in front of their eyes. From the beginning until the end, they could not do anything. They did not even dare to do anything. After all, if their captain could not deal with this person, it was impossible for them to deal with him. Did Miao Lai Feng bring her husband to the Silverworm Army's camp? Many of the onlookers outside of Lai Feng restaurant easily guessed this. The Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army are really going to fight this time. In the past, they've only had small conflicts. They've never caused such a huge commotion before. That's right. It's going to be really interesting this time. However, I really didn't expect the new Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army to be so powerful. He defeated the Silverworm Army's Chili Arch, Yang Kong Ping, in just one move and crippled one of his arms. So what if he's strong? Is he stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army? Of course. He's not stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army. If he's stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army, why would he lower himself to be a captain of the Black Dragon Army? Let's see if Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, is able to protect him this time. I don't think so. It's fine if he's just causing trouble. However, this time, he actually crippled the arm and leg of the brother-in-law of the Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long. The commotion outside Lai Feng restaurant continued for a long time. As the crowd outside the Lai Feng restaurant dispersed, news of what had happened in the Lai Feng restaurant spread like wildfire across the entire Bloody Spectre City. In Bloody Spectre City, as long as they were not in closed-door cultivation or were not well informed, they had all heard about what had happened in Lai Feng restaurant. The new captain of the Black Dragon Army, Duanling Tian, had crippled Miao Lai Feng, the sister of the owner of Lai Feng restaurant and the commander of the Silverworm Army, in front of her. She was the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army. Moreover, Duanling Tian's arm and leg could not be reattached. I'm afraid Bloody Spectre City is going to change soon. This matter is too big. I wonder how the Black Dragon Army is going to deal with this. Duanling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, is going to pay with his life. Chapter 26:11. What did it mean to become famous after a single battle? Currently, Duanling Tian had become famous in Bloody Spectre City due to his battle with Yang Kong Ping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, in Lai Feng restaurant. Before today, no one in Bloody Spectre City knew about Duanling Tian. However, after today, no one in Bloody Spectre City did not know about Duanling Tian. Naturally, the battle between Duanling Tian and Yang Kong Ping was one-sided. They did not even exchange blows. This was because when Yang Kong Ping made the first move to attack, Duanling Tian controlled the sword formation and severed one of Yang Kong Ping's arms. From the beginning until the end, Yang Kong Ping did not even have time to dodge. Their strength was on a completely different level. While Bloody Spectre City was in an uproar, Duanling Tian led 10 black generals and flew toward the Black Dragon Army's camp at a leisurely pace. All of you are really bold. You actually went to a restaurant owned by the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army? Duanling Tian said to the 10 black generals behind him. Hee hee. Tong Zheng chuckled. Centurion Tong Zheng chuckled and said, Lord Chili Arch, we were too happy because of your victory in the Valley of the Gods of War. We didn't notice that the restaurant we went to was owned by the younger sister of the Silverworm Army's commander. Really? Before Tong Zheng could finish speaking, he felt guilty when Duanling Tian turned around and looked at him. Lord Captain, you're wise. Tong Zheng smiled wryly and said, We went to Lai Feng restaurant because we know the Silverworm Army often patronizes Lai Feng restaurant. So, Duanling Tian interrupted Tong Zheng again and said indifferently, Are all of you trying to let the Silverworm Army know that the Black Dragon Army has a captain like me? Lord Captain, you're wise. Tong Zheng quickly nodded in response. Lord Chili Arch. After a few moments, Tong Zheng asked solemnly as he followed behind Duanling Tian, Is it really okay for you to cripple Yang Kong Ping's arm and leg today? After all, you know about Yang Kong Ping's identity as well. Tong Zheng continued. What problem could there be? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in them, and he continued to say indifferently, I'm already being extremely merciful by not killing him today. Today, Yang Kong Ping had not only forcefully detained his Black Dragon Army soldiers. When he attacked him, he even looked like he wanted to capture him and bring him back to the Silverworm Army's camp. As for why Yang Kong Ping wanted to capture him and bring him back to the Silverworm Army, It wasn't difficult for him to guess that it was surely because of the immortal techniques and divine abilities that he possessed. After all, the others did not believe he was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. However, the people from the Silverworm army were 100% certain he was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. They also knew he was so strong because he had mastered some profound celestial techniques and divine abilities. If he was really captured by Yang Kongping and brought back to the Silverworm army, one could only imagine what would happen to him. If he could not obtain any celestial techniques and divine abilities from Yang Kongping, he would definitely die. Naturally, this was based on the premise that he was not strong enough to break free from the Silverworm army's restraints. With his current strength, he did not think the Silverworm army would be able to restrain him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian felt he was being merciful by not killing Yang Kongping when he crippled Yang Kongping's arm and leg. I'm already being merciful by not killing him today. Tong Zhang and the other soldiers from the Black Dragon army were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. For a time, they did not say anything. However, on their way back, they secretly discussed among themselves using voice transmissions that Duan Lingtian could not hear. Based on Lord Captain's attitude, it seems like he's not afraid of the commander of the Silverworm army at all. Could it be that Lord Captain is stronger than the commander of the Silverworm army? That's possible. However, even if Lord Captain is stronger than the commander of the Silverworm army, don't forget that the commander of the Silverworm army can ask the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to stand up for him. If the city governor intervenes, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. If it really comes to that, I only hope that the commander of the Black Dragon army can support the Chili Arch. After all, compared to the commander of the Silverworm army, the commander of the Black Dragon army is more valued by the city governor. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the discussions among his subordinates through voice transmissions. At this moment, he was thinking of a problem. The commander of the Silverworm army has also cultivated the graded cultivation method from the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Why don't I strike first and beat him into submission before he attacks me? After that, we'll force him to hand over the graded cultivation technique that he possesses? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he thought of this. At the same time, he felt this idea was feasible. All of you can return first. I just remembered that I have something to do in Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian abruptly stopped moving and looked at his 10 subordinates that had stopped as well, and he called out to them. After that, Duan Lingtian left in a flash, disappearing before the eyes of the 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon army. He had always been a man of action. Since he felt his idea was feasible, he would follow it. Target: at the Silverworm army's camp. The 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon army, including Centurion Tong Zhang, finally regained their senses when Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from their sight. However, they did not think too much about it since they thought Duan Lingtian really had something to do. If they knew the reason Duan Lingtian left, they would have been scared out of their wits. Their captain was going to enter the Silverworm army's camp to look for Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army. When Tong Zhang and the others returned to the Black Dragon army's base, news of Duan Lingtian's actions in Lai Feng restaurant spread like wildfire in the Black Dragon army's base. It was as though an earthquake had occurred in the base. Captain Duan Lingtian crippled Captain Yang Kongping's arm and leg? Moreover, he did it in front of Yang Kongping's wife, Miao Lai Feng, the sister of the commander of the Silverworm army? Heavens! Captain Duan Lingtian is too awesome, right? Even the commander wouldn't dare to go against the commander of the Silverworm army, right? I'm afraid the commander of the Silverworm army will be furious when he finds out about this. Similar exclamations could be heard everywhere in the Black Dragon army's camp. The Black Dragon army's new captain, Duan Lingtian, made them feel proud since the Black Dragon army had never suppressed the Silverworm army in such a manner before. However, at the same time, many of the Black Dragon army soldiers were worried. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, won't let Captain Duan Lingtian off the hook so easily. I'm afraid this matter is going to blow up. Now, let's see if Captain Duan Lingtian and the commander are able to deal with the Silverworm army's commander's wrath. Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon army, also received the news while the soldiers in the camp were discussing among themselves. Captain Duan Lingtian crippled Yang Kongping? Chen Xianba could not help but smile bitterly. If Miao Lai Long finds out about this, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Miao Lai Long was Chen Xianba's old rival. Naturally, Chen Xianba was familiar with Miao Lai Long's temper. In the Silverworm Army's camp. As one of the two armies under Bloody Spectre City, the Black Dragon Army's camp was in charge of one of the celestial stone veins controlled by Bloody Spectre City, while the Silverworm Army's camp was in charge of the other celestial stone vein controlled by Bloody Spectre City. Since half a month ago, the Silverworm Army's camp had not been peaceful since something had happened to one of the celestial ascension pools. Today, along with an enormous figure flashing into the Silverworm Army's campsite, the Silverworm Army's campsite was bound to be chaotic. Is that Miss Lai Feng? It's Miss Lai Feng. He seems to be carrying Captain Yang Kong Ping. Am I seeing things? One of Chili Arch Yang Kong Ping's arms and legs were gone? What's going on? When Miao Lai Feng left Bloody Spectre City and entered the Silverworm Army's camp while carrying her husband, Yang Kong Ping, many of the Silverworm Army's soldiers vaguely saw her huge figure. It's Chai Ming. The Silverworm Army's soldiers were curious about what had happened when they saw Yang Kong Ping's 3 centurions following Miao Lai Feng back to the Silverworm Army's camp. They quickly stepped forward and stopped the 3 centurions. Chai Ming, what's going on? What's going on? Miss Lai Feng doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Moreover, Captain Yang Kong Ping seems to have lost an arm and a leg. Since there were many centurions among the Silverworm Army's soldiers, Chai Ming and the other 2 centurions patiently explained what had happened before they continued to follow Miao Lai Feng. The Silverworm Army's soldiers were stunned when they heard what Chai Ming and the other 3 centurions said. The new captain of the Black Dragon Army crippled Captain Yang Kong Ping's arm and a leg? Does this mean the new captain of the Black Dragon Army is stronger than He Jin Kuen, the first captain of the Black Dragon Army? That's not the point. Most importantly, he actually dared to touch Captain Yang Kong Ping. After all, Captain Yang Kong Ping is the brother-in-law of the Lord Commander. Now that Miss Lai Feng has returned, I'm afraid Lord Commander is going to be furious. Chapter 26:12. The Silverworm Army's camp was located northeast of Bloody Spectre City. Whether it was heading to Bloody Spectre City or the Black Dragon Army's camp southwest of Bloody Spectre City, they were on the same route. This route was the only route from the Silverworm Army's camp to the Bloody Spectre City and the Black Dragon Army's camp. Unless they intentionally took a detour, they would usually take this route. And now on this path, a tall purple figure stood in the air. His eyes were calmly looking in the northeast direction, as if there was something he was waiting for. The purple figure was none other than Duanling Tian, who had returned to Bloody Spectre City after bidding farewell to the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. Although Duanling Tian passed by the Bloody Spectre City, he did not enter it. He flew above Bloody Spectre City and arrived at a place that was still some distance away from the Silver Dragon Army's camp. He hovered in the air and waited patiently. It was as if he was waiting for something. It also seemed like it was waiting for someone. About half an hour later. He's here. In the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian, who had been standing there for half an hour without any change in his expression, raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself, what a coincidence. Whoosh! Almost at the same time as Duanling Tian thought to himself, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was coming towards Duanling Tian. In the blink of an eye, it was less than a kilometer away from Duanling Tian. The sound of something breaking through the air was made by a person who was traveling at an extremely fast speed. After this person discovered Duanling Tian, he suddenly slowed down and quickly stopped. When he came to a complete stop, he was only 100 meters away from Duanling Tian. And the reason why he stopped was because he realized that Duanling Tian had been staring at him the moment he appeared, giving him the feeling that the Duanling Tian had been waiting for him. The Silverworm Army's commander Miao Lai Long? Duanling Tian raised his brows and asked indifferently as he looked at the 2-meter-tall burly man with a face full of stubble. The burly man in front of Duanling Tian resembled the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, Miao Lai Feng, the wife of Yang Kong Ping, a chili arch of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to guess who this person was. This was the person he was waiting for. The Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long. Who are you? Miao Lai Long raised his thick eyebrows when he heard the purple-robed young man say his name. His voice was as loud as a bell, and it was deafening to the ears. Miao Lai Long, Miao Lai Longs, Miao Lai Feng, Duan Tian replied calmly when he heard Miao Lai Long's question. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, Miao Lai Long's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he asked, "You're Duan Tian, the new chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army?" Today, when the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army mentioned Duan Tian's actions in the Valley of Ares, they had mentioned Duan Tian's name as well. For this reason, those who knew Duan Tian as a chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army knew his name as well. As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a ball of flame that shot up into the sky. His aura was terrifying. At the same time, his eyes that were as big as a gong that was staring at Duan Tian burned with fury. It was so furious that it felt as though it could burn anything. Miao Lai Long's face that was covered with stubbles trembled slightly due to his anger. Duan Tian was right. Indeed, Miao Lai Long had left the Silverworm Army's camp and rushed toward the Bloody Spectre City and the Black Dragon Army's camp because of him. Earlier, Miao Lai Long's younger sister had brought her husband back to the Silverworm Army's camp and complained tearfully in front of Miao Lai Long. Miao Lai Long was furious and made a promise to his sister. He had promised to capture Duan Tian and bring him to his sister so she could do whatever she wanted with him. After that, he had left the Silverworm Army's camp to capture Duan Tian, the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, who had crippled his brother-in-law. However, he did not expect Duan Tian would encounter Duan Tian. Not long after he left the Silverworm Army's camp, he had encountered Duan Tian. Moreover, it was obvious Duan Tian had intentionally waited for him here. "It's me," Duan Tian responded unhurriedly. His expression remained calm, and he didn't show any unusual emotions just because the person in front of him was the commander of the Silverworm Army. In his eyes, the commander of the Silverworm Army was not much different from the chilly arch of the Silverworm Army, because none of them were a match for the current him. "Are you waiting for me?" Miao Lai Long's expression darkened. At the same time, he scanned the surroundings vigilantly. It seemed like he wanted to see if Duan Tian had brought any helpers with him. "You don't have to. I came here alone." Duan Tian saw through Miao Lai Long's thoughts and said lightly, "Do you think I'll believe you?" Miao Lai Long sneered. At the same time, he extended his divine sense and patiently probed the surroundings. No wonder they said the city governor of Bloody Spectre City favors Xianxia, the commander of the Black Dragon Army. Before I met you, Miao Lai Long, I couldn't make a comparison. However, based on the current situation, you're indeed inferior to Commander Xianxia of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Tian suddenly laughed. "What did you say?" Duan Tian's words were akin to pouring salt on Miao Lai Long's wound. Miao Lai Long was so angry that he immediately withdrew his divine sense. He glared at Duan Tian furiously as killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Duan Tian's smile widened. "You're seeking death." The smile on Duan Tian's face was extremely unpleasant to Miao Lai Long. He could no longer hold himself back. His body trembled as he shot out at lightning speed. His body trembled as he charged toward Duan Tian like a ferocious tiger. Swoosh! When Miao Lai Long charged toward Duan Tian, his celestial origin energy surged again. As expected of a golden celestial who has cultivated a graded cultivation method, just the assist-type divine ability alone has raised his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Its effect isn't any weaker than the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I cast. It was not difficult for Duan Tian to see Miao Lai Long charging toward him. "I've heard from Tong Zhang that the commander of the Silverworm Army is a Green Sun Golden Celestial. His assist-type divine ability alone is enough to raise his celestial origin energy to the level of an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial." With just a thought, Miao Lai Long's figure had already traversed half the distance between Duan Tian and himself. Bass, 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 bass. The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air. A thick and broad saber appeared in Miao Lai Long's hand. As soon as the saber appeared, it was shrouded by his celestial origin energy. A saber ray that was more than 100 feet long shot out of the saber. Wherever this over 10 feet long blade ray passed, countless tiny blade rays would whiz out with it. It was like 100 flowers blooming. It was an exceptionally beautiful sight. Duan Tian, I've heard from my sister that you're as strong as Jianghu, the first captain of the Black Dragon Army. Now try me. As soon as Miao Lai Long's voice rang in the air, the saber ray on his saber shot toward Duan Lingtian. Bas! The saber ray streaked across the sky, and its target was Duan Lingtian. It was as if it carried the force to split mountains and rivers, and it wanted to slash Duan Lingtian into two. Harmph! Faced with Miao Lai Long's preemptive strike, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Swoosh! 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 Following that, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as soon as Miao Lai Long appeared. It transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays that formed a sword formation before it transformed into a gigantic sword. At the same time, Duan Lingtian brought out a celestial sword and turned it into a part of the sword formation. At the same time, the gigantic sword that was formed by the sword formation shone even brighter than before. Naturally, this celestial sword was not the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, that had merged with Duan Lingtian's body. Although the Seven Orifices exquisite sword had lost its sword soul and was no longer as powerful as a Devata artifact, it was still comparable to a top celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the Seven Orifices exquisite sword unless it was absolutely necessary. Swoosh! 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 With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the gigantic sword formed from the sword formation met Miao Lai Long's saber strike head-on. It was as though it had received an order from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's saber shone brilliantly as he slashed at the gigantic sword. Miao Lai Long's cultivation base was at the green sun golden celestial stage. When he cast his assist-type divine ability, his strength would increase by 2 levels. Moreover, his saber was a celestial weapon that contained offensive divine abilities and celestial methods. Currently, his strength was 5 levels higher than a green sun golden celestial without his celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. Since Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the blue moon heavenly celestial stage, his assist-type divine ability would increase his strength by 2 levels. The 99 heavenly veins in his body would increase his strength by another 2 levels. The Sovereign Heart Sword, offensive divine ability, and celestial sword would increase his strength by 3 levels. Currently, his strength was 11 levels higher than a blue moon heavenly celestial without his celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. There was a difference of 6 levels between a blue moon heavenly celestial and a green sun golden celestial. If this was the case, the strength of Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword was on par with the strength of Miao Lai Long's saber. However, there was a difference of 1 stage between a heavenly celestial and a golden celestial. Chapter 26:13. A heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a little over half a month ago is only slightly weaker than me? Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, could not help but widen his eyes when he saw the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword. His heart was filled with shock as well. No wonder Kong Ping couldn't even last 1 round against him. His strength is only slightly weaker than mine. Miao Lai Long thought to himself. Kong Ping was none other than Yang Kong Ping. Miao Lai Long had planned to hold back at the critical moment, but at this moment, he realized there was no need for him to hold back at all. Even if he did not hold back, he would not be able to kill Kong Ping with just 1 strike. Although Miao Lai Long had left the Silverworm army's camp in a huff, he had no intention of killing Duan Lingtian. He only wanted to capture Duan Lingtian and bring him back to the Silverworm army's camp to avenge his sister. Then, he would be able to snatch the brilliant celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Lingtian. A heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a little over half a month ago is, at most, an orange moon heavenly celestial. For an orange moon heavenly celestial to possess such strength, his celestial methods and divine abilities must be top tier even in the Devata realms, right? Miao Lai Long's eyes lit up when he thought about this. A hint of excitement could be seen on his face. Bas! At the same time, the saber ray from Miao Lai Long's celestial saber landed on the gigantic sword formed by Duan Lingtian's sword formation and collided with the gigantic sword. When the 2 forces collided, there was a momentary silence. After a few moments, boom! Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the energy from Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword collided with the energy from Miao Lai Long's celestial saber. It was a white-hot battle. At first, The two of them were evenly matched. However, the power of Duan Lingtian's giant sword began to run out of strength and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. You're just a heavenly immortal who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Yet you're able to force me, Miao Lai Long, to use my full strength. Even if you're defeated today, you should be proud. Miao Lai Long said to Duan Lingtian as though he was the victor of the battle. It's still not certain who will be the one to lose. As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, Duan Lingtian, who had a solemn expression on his face, suddenly laughed. Miao Lai Long had a bad feeling when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Duan Lingtian smile. Could it be that this kid still has some tricks up his sleeve? You're deliberately mystifying things. Although Miao Lai Long had a bad feeling about this, he did not hesitate to say that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. Didn't your subordinates tell you not to use your celestial weapon in front of me? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face turned into a sneer in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, a mysterious aura extended from the gigantic sword that was formed from the sword formation. The aura spread and covered a large area in just a blink of an eye. Submission of 10,000 soldiers. Miao Lai Long and the celestial saber in his hand were shrouded by the aura that spread in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial saber flew out of Miao Lai Long's hand and was pulled into Duan Lingtian's sword formation by Miao Lai Long's mysterious aura. How's this possible? What? What kind of technique is this? Miao Lai Long only regained his senses when his celestial weapon was taken away and his hand was injured. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face as though he had just seen a ghost. At this moment, he recalled something. More than half a month ago, when Yang Kongping, the chili arch under his command, reported to him about the Ascender, he had mentioned that the Ascender knew a technique that could allow him to steal celestial weapons. However, at that time, Miao Lai Long had thought his centurion was too weak. That was why his celestial weapon was taken away. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Duan Lingtian indeed knew a mysterious technique to steal celestial weapons. Boom! Rumble! Initially, Miao Lai Long had the upper hand. However, after his celestial weapon was taken away by Duan Lingtian, he lost a lot of his strength and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. In the end, his strength was completely suppressed. Bang! With a loud explosion, a huge sword ray shot out and shattered Miao Lai Long's hastily cast defensive technique. Miao Lai Long was sent flying. Barf! Miao Lai Long, who had been sent flying, spat out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. When he finally regained his footing, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. Oh no! Miao Lai Long's expression changed drastically, and his heart trembled. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure appeared in front of Miao Lai Long like a ghost. Tens of thousands of sword rays appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. The tips of the sword rays were pointed at Miao Lai Long. The sword rays were scattered around Duan Lingtian's body, and they seemed to be connected to each other. If you dare to kill me, Lord City Governor won't let you go. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Miao Lai Long indifferently. Although Miao Lai Long seemed calm, Duan Lingtian could see a hint of fear in the depths of Miao Lai Long's eyes. Hand over the yellow-grade cultivation method you've mastered, and I'll spare your life. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He had come here for the graded cultivation technique that Miao Lai Long had imparted to him by the City Lord of Bloody Spectre City. If he could master the cultivation method, not only would his cultivation speed increase by leaps and bounds, but his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would also become more powerful. After all, according to Hua Lao, the three-legged golden crow, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the elementary devouring tactic of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The elementary devouring tactic was considered a rare and amazing assist-type divine ability even in the Devata realms. Impossible! Miao Lai Long's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would want his cultivation method. He instinctively turned around and refused. What a joke! When the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had passed the cultivation method to him, he had warned him that if he dared to teach it to another person, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. At that time, not only would he be unable to stay in Bloody Spectre City, but he would also be unable to stay in Nine Spectres County. After all, it was a rule set by the 9 Spectres County, and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had to abide by the rules set by the 9 Spectres County. If he passed the cultivation method to another person, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. Under such circumstances, how could he pass the cultivation method to another person? One had to know that even if it was his most beloved sister, he wouldn't dare to impart that cultivation technique to her. Impossible. Duan Lingtian sneered. Are you sure it's impossible? If you don't pass the cultivation method to me, you'll die today. If I pass the cultivation method to you, I won't be able to escape the death penalty. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who's going to find out? Could it be that you think I'm stupid enough to tell a third person about the cultivation method that you taught me? Wouldn't I be courting death then? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you're still unwilling or unable to make a decision after 10 breaths, I'll send you on your way. Duan Lingtian gave Miao Lai Long an ultimatum. If you kill me, there'll be no place for you in Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. He was reminding Duan Lingtian that he would have to pay a price for killing him. So what? At most, I'll leave 9 Spectres County. You should know that I've just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I don't have any attachments. Isn't the world my home? Duan Lingtian did not fall for Miao Lai Long's trick. Naturally, he knew that if he killed Miao Lai Long, he would not hesitate to kill Miao Lai Long. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Miao Lai Long's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect this would happen. He wanted to snatch Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. However, before he could do that, Duan Lingtian would snatch his cultivation method away. Moreover, if the cultivation method was leaked, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. However, for the sake of his life, he chose to compromise. I'll pass it to you. In just a few breaths, Miao Lai Long gave in. A bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Miao Lai Long's expression. He had obtained it. After obtaining the yellow-grade cultivation method from Miao Lai Long, Duan Lingtian turned around and left. He kept his promise and did not kill Miao Lai Long. It was not difficult for him to kill Miao Lai Long. However, if he killed Miao Lai Long, he would attract unnecessary trouble. The first trouble would be the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. If he used the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, even if it was only as strong as a peak celestial weapon, he would be able to easily defeat or even kill the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. However, he had to consider the trouble he would face if he killed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. With his current strength, he might not be a match for the powerhouses in 9 Spectres County, even if he used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. For this reason, if he killed Miao Lai Long, it would be difficult for him to stay in Bloody Spectre City or 9 Spectres County, unless he was willing to hide in a remote place. But right now, there was no way he could just find a place to hide no matter what. He had to find a place with the best cultivation environment. Only then would he be able to raise his cultivation base as quickly as possible. Chapter 26:14. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Black Dragon Army's camp, he could hear the soldiers talking about him along the way. The soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were discussing Duan Lingtian's actions in Lai Feng Restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. Most of the soldiers were worried about his safety since they felt Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, would not let him off so easily. Miao Lai Long? Won't let me off? He has to have the guts to do so. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before he returned to his tent. Although Duan Lingtian knew the Black Dragon Army soldiers were worried about his safety because the strength he had displayed was enough to help the Black Dragon Army defeat the Silverworm Army in the future. In other words, he was valuable to the Black Dragon Army. However, he still felt warmth in his heart. The crystal clearance tactic. After Duan Lingtian returned to his tent, he took out a jade token. It was the jade token that Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, had used to record the yellow-grade cultivation method that Duan Lingtian had forced him to. The jade token contained the contents of the crystal clearance tactic. As long as Duan Lingtian spent some time, he would be able to master it. A graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart before he began to cultivate according to the content recorded in the Jade Token. Since he had been cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique in the past, he needed some time to adapt to the crystal clearance tactic. Only then would he be able to change and solidify the celestial origin energy in his body. After closing his eyes, Duan Ling Tian started to immerse himself in the cultivation of the crystal clearance technique, completely immersing himself in it and ignoring everything that was happening outside. Captain Duan Ling Tian. After a while, Chen Xianba's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears again. I've heard about what you did in Lai Feng restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. You've crossed the line. You see, shouldn't we discuss how to deal with Miao Lai Long's accusation? With his character, he'll definitely report this matter to Lord City Governor. Chen Xianba said. Duan Ling Tian, who was fully immersed in his cultivation of the crystal clearance tactic, was interrupted by Chen Xianba. He opened his eyes abruptly, and a hint of impatience could be seen on his face. Commander, I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Please don't disturb me before Miao Lai Long comes to find me. Duan Ling Tian said impatiently. Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. It took him a while to regain his senses. Duan Ling Tian's impatience gave him the feeling of the emperor is not anxious but the eunuch is, and it caused him to be slightly speechless. Duan Ling Tian is really... Chen Xianba thought to himself. Chen Xianba was speechless. However, since Duan Ling Tian said he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, he did not disturb him. However, Miao Lai Long should be here by now. Chen Xianba thought to himself. On second thought, Chen Xuanba felt that something was amiss. Could it be that Miao Lai Long went to the city governor's mansion before coming to the Black Dragon Army's camp? Chen Xianba did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be defeated by Miao Lai Long. Miao Lai Long had just been defeated by Duan Ling Tian and was even forced to hand over the graded cultivation method that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had taught him. It was impossible for him to come looking for trouble with Duan Ling Tian for the time being. In the Silverworm Army's camp. Brother, why did you come back so quickly? Miao Lai Feng, who had been waiting for news in her tent, immediately walked up to Miao Lai Long. How was it? Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, did you manage to capture him? Miao Lai Feng's eyes, which were narrowed by her fat, flashed with anticipation as she asked the question. Miao Lai Long's expression darkened when he heard Miao Lai Feng mention Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. A hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Brother, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Miao Lai Feng noticed something was amiss with Miao Lai Long. Do you know who I met when I left the Silverworm Army's camp? Miao Lai Long asked Miao Lai Feng. Who? Miao Lai Feng was stunned. She knew her brother would not bring this up for no reason. Duan Ling Tian. Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed coldly as he said, he intentionally blocked my path on the way from the Silverworm Army's camp to the Black Dragon Army's camp. What? Miao Lai Feng was shocked. Duan Ling Tian intentionally blocked your path? Did he have a death wish? Death wish. Miao Lai Long shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. Lai Feng, I almost didn't make it back. He found help? Was it Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army? Miao Lai Feng's expression changed drastically. He didn't have help. Miao Lai Long shook his head again. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he said. He came alone. If he didn't have that mysterious technique that allows him to snatch other people's celestial weapons, I would have been stronger than him. However, when he used that ability to seize my immortal artifact, my strength was instead slightly inferior to his. You should know that at my level, a slight difference in strength is enough to determine the outcome of a battle. Miao Lai Long said with a bitter smile on his face. What? His strength is even stronger than you, big brother? Miao Lai Feng's huge and fat body trembled as an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. She shook her head, clearly unable to accept this fact. Yes. Miao Lai Long nodded. Brother Lien, you're not a match for him. Are we just going to let this matter slide? Miao Lai Feng could not accept this fact at all. Soon after, she seemed to have recalled something. Her eyes flashed fiercely as she looked at Miao Lai Long and said, Brother, you said he's only slightly stronger than you. This means he's definitely weaker than the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Brother, you should ask the city governor for an explanation. I don't believe he'll be able to do anything to the city governor. A vicious look appeared on Miao Lifeng's face as he spoke, and the light in his eyes grew sharper and sharper. No! Miao Lifeng rejected Miao Lifeng's suggestion. Why? Miao Lifeng's expression changed rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, the viciousness on her face was replaced by sorrow. Brother, are we just going to let this matter slide? Brother, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Lifeng, I understand how you feel, but I really can't go and look for Master City Governor. Once I do, that Duanling Tian will expose the fact that I gave him the yellow-grade cultivation method, and I'll be finished. Miao Lifeng said with a bitter smile on his face. You should know that imparting the yellow-grade cultivation method to another person is a crime punishable by death. Brother, why did you impart the cultivation method to him? Miao Lifeng's expression changed again. I had no choice. He said he would kill me if I didn't impart the cultivation method to him, Miao Lifeng said. Miao Lifeng said. He's a bachelor. He said he'll only leave Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County after killing me. After all, he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. He has nothing to worry about. He has such profound celestial methods and divine abilities. Why doesn't he have a graded cultivation method? Miao Lifeng could not figure out why Duanling Tian would ask her brother for the cultivation method. I also feel that he must have a graded cultivation method, and it might even be more profound than the crystal clearance tactic. Perhaps, the reason he asked me to pass the cultivation method to him is to use it to threaten me, so that I won't dare to seek justice from the city governor for this matter. Miao Lifeng guessed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was right. Brother, I still can't accept this. Although Miao Lifeng still said the same thing, her voice had weakened. Because she also knew that with the current situation, wanting to avenge her husband was simply more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Lifeng, I know you're not willing to accept this, and I'm not willing to accept this as well. Bear with it for now. I'll see if I can borrow someone else's knife to kill him. Miao Lifeng comforted Miao Lifeng. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Whether it was the people from Bloody Spectre City or the Black Dragon Army's camp, they were certain Miao Lifeng, the commander of the Silverworm Army, would not let the matter rest after his brother-in-law was crippled by Captain Duanling Tian of the Black Dragon Army. Most of the people in the Black Dragon Army's camp were worried about Duanling Tian's safety. Most of the people in Bloody Spectre City were waiting to watch the show. However, as the days passed, the Silverworm Army's camp was completely peaceful. It was as though nothing had happened. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month ago, Duanling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, had forcefully crippled Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, in a domineering manner. What's going on? This isn't Miao Lifeng, the commander of the Silverworm Army, at all. Could it be that Miao Lifeng is in closed-door cultivation? Otherwise, how could he have kept his cool about what happened a month ago? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in Bloody Spectre City. In the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. In the main hall. Lifeng, rumors say that you're in closed-door cultivation. However, I know that even if you're in closed-door cultivation, if something happens to your sister, you'll come out immediately to share her burden. Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, looked at Miao Lifeng, the commander of the Silverworm Army. Based on his words, it was clear he knew Miao Lifeng very well. Upon hearing this, Miao Lifeng did not reply. He only smiled awkwardly. You're here today to deliver the celestial stones the Silverworm Army mined this month? Chapter 26:15. Yes, Lord City Governor. Miao Lifeng nodded in response to Lu Fenggu's question. He had come to deliver the celestial stones that the Silverworm Army had mined last month to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Both the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army were required to hand over 80% of the celestial stones they mined every month. The remaining 20% would be used to pay the soldiers. At the beginning of every month, the commanders of the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army had to come to the city governor's estate to hand over the celestial stones. Miao Lifeng was here today to hand over the celestial stones. I heard that a month ago, Captain Duan Ling Tian of the Black Dragon Army crippled one of your subordinates, Captain Yang Kong Ping. Yang Kong Ping is your brother-in-law. After the incident, your sister brought him to the Silverworm Army's camp immediately, Lu Fenggu said. Lu Fenggu looked at Miao Lai Long meaningfully before he asked, "Didn't your sister ask you to stand up for her husband? Aren't you going to stand up for your sister and brother-in-law?" Lord City Governor. Miao Lai Long seemed to have expected this. As soon as Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he quickly replied, "I've already investigated the matter a month ago. It was my subordinate, Captain Yang Kong Ping, who was at fault. Even if he's at fault, don't you think Captain Duan Ling Tian of the Black Dragon Army's actions are a little too much? Can you tolerate him?" Lu Fenggu asked with a smile on his face. He knew Miao Lai Long's temper very well. Not only was Yang Kong Ping a captain, but he was also Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law. Even if Yang Kong Ping was just a chili arch under Miao Lai Long's command, Miao Lai Long would never let this matter rest. "I can't tolerate it. However, for the sake of Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County, I've decided to tolerate it," Miao Lai Long said righteously. "For the sake of Bloody Spectre City? For the sake of 9 Spectres County?" Lu Fenggu was stunned. "What do you mean?" "Lord Governor, do you know that Duan Ling Tian, the chili arch of the Black Dragon Army, ascended from the mundane realm 1.5 months ago?" Miao Lai Long said solemnly. "I've heard about that." Lu Fenggu said nonchalantly, "A month ago in Lai Feng Restaurant, the centurion under your command said that Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Moreover, he said that Duan Ling Tian came out from the immortal ascension pool." Ridiculous! A celestial immortal who came out of the celestial immortal ascension pool can be as powerful as Duan Ling Tian. Lu Fenggu shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. A person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and had just become a heavenly celestial had crippled a chili arch of the Silverworm Army? In his opinion, this was something that was utterly impossible. "City Lord doesn't seem to believe me?" Miao Lai Long smiled bitterly. "What? Do you believe me?" Lu Fenggu asked. "City Lord, although there's no lightning penalty oath in the Devata realms, I can't guarantee you with my life," Miao Lai Long said solemnly. Miao Lai Long looked at Lu Fenggu solemnly before he said, "However, I'm willing to swear on my honor that Duan Ling Tian ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 1.5 months ago. At that time, apart from my centurions and decurions, some of the people who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian saw him in the immortal ascension pool. If you're worried my men are lying, you can ask those who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian to verify this," Miao Lai Long said as he gave Lu Fenggu a suggestion. "Lai Long, you've been my subordinate for many years. It's not that I don't believe you." When Lu Fenggu saw how serious Miao Lai Long was, to the extent that he was willing to let Lu Fenggu find an ascender to verify his theory, he began to waver. "However, do you think that's possible? A heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven is stronger than a chili arch under your command. If I'm not mistaken, your captain, Yang Kong Ping, is an orange sun golden celestial with extraordinary strength. Among the 10 captains under your command, he's ranked in the top 3. Let alone a heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Even a golden celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven wouldn't be a match for Yang Kong Ping." Although Lu Fenggu was slightly shaken, he still found it hard to believe. "Lord City Governor, as far as I know, the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian has mastered are extremely profound. Not only that, but he even knows a technique that allows him to snatch other people's celestial weapons. Half a month ago, 2 of my centurions fought with him and lost their celestial weapons." Miao Lai Long continued to say, It's because I'm certain he's a heavenly celestial who has mastered profound celestial methods and divine abilities that I feel he's a great talent for Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County. That's why I decided not to pursue the matter from a month ago." Miao Lai Long put on a righteous look again. "Otherwise, with my temper, I wouldn't have let go of what happened a month ago. City Lord, if you want to confirm it with the people who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven with Duan Ling Tian, you can follow me to the Silverworm Army's camp and confirm it with them." Miao Lai Long looked at Lu Fenggu solemnly as he said, "Those people have just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for a month. In their eyes, You're much more powerful than me, the commander of the Silverworm army. They won't lie to you because of me. Since you've said so much, I'll follow you. Lu Fenggu was beginning to believe Miao Lai Long's words. However, he still wanted to confirm it with Miao Lai Long. It was just as Miao Lai Long had said. For someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, his authority as the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was far greater than the commander of the Silverworm army. Therefore, it was impossible for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to lie to him. Moreover, if Miao Lai Long's words were true, it would explain why Miao Lai Long did not make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. City Lord, this way please. Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed as he rose to his feet and gestured for Lu Fenggu to follow him. After a while, Lu Fenggu made his move. Miao Lai Long followed closely behind him. When Miao Lai Long followed Lu Fenggu out of the city governor's mansion in Bloody Spectre City, a hint of smugness could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he thought to himself, "That's right." He thought to himself, "Duan Lingtian, this is just the beginning. If I have the chance, I'll spread the news that you possess a precious treasure. Of course, you'll have to get past the city lord first." A hint of viciousness flashed in the depths of Miao Lai Long's eyes when he thought about this. Ever since Miao Lai Long had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, he knew there was nothing he could do to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Miao Lai Long had taught Duan Lingtian a graded cultivation method. Since Duan Lingtian had something on him, he could not make things difficult for the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. However, even if he could not use the incident a month ago to make things difficult for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, it did not mean he could not use the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had mastered as bait to lure the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to deal with Duan Lingtian. He believed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City would definitely be interested in the various profound celestial techniques and divine abilities Duan Lingtian had mastered. No one could resist the temptation of immortal arts and divine abilities. The camp of the Black Dragon Army. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still in closed-door cultivation. He had no idea what Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, was doing. In a month's time, he had grasped the basics of the new cultivation method, the crystal clearance method. At the same time, he could clearly feel that the celestial origin energy in his body had also become purer. He knew this was the effect of the crystal clearance tactic, a grade 1 cultivation method in the Devata realms, on his celestial origin energy. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also discovered that the crystal clearance method was much better. Compared to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique in the mundane realm, the crystal clearance tactic's cultivation speed was more than twice as fast. One could clearly feel the increase in one's cultivation base. In just a blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. I've made a breakthrough. Inside the tent, Duan Lingtian, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars. A hint of an excited smile appeared on his originally calm face in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had officially broken through and become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. He was only a step away from becoming a violet moon heavenly celestial who was at the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. If I were to face Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, now, even if I don't use my celestial weapon, I'll still be able to defeat him easily. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he sensed the transformation of his celestial origin energy. Currently, his celestial origin energy had also broken through to the next level. Naturally, if this was all, he would not be able to defeat Miao Lai Long without using his celestial weapon or taking his celestial weapon. However, after this cultivation session, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved a lot. His celestial origin energy had been tempered by the crystal clearance tactic, a graded cultivation method in the Devata realm. Now that he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the strength of his celestial origin energy had increased as well. It was completely different from before. I wonder how much my celestial origin energy will increase if I cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian quickly cast the elementary devouring tactic and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area around his tent. Fortunately, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area was abundant. Chapter 26:16. HM? My celestial origin energy has only risen by 3 levels? It's only 1 level higher than before? Duan Ling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to test it out. However, he could not help but frown when he saw the result. He was greatly disappointed. According to Hua Lao, my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, shouldn't be so weak. Even the assist-type divine ability cast by the Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long, can raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. However, my elementary devouring tactic is only slightly stronger than his assist-type divine ability? Duan Ling Tian was bewildered for a long time and still didn't dare believe it. Initially, he had planned to continue cultivating after testing the elementary devouring tactic's strength. However, he was no longer in the mood to cultivate. Lord City Governor, why are you here? At this moment, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, called out to Duan Ling Tian. His voice caught Duan Ling Tian's attention. City Governor? Could it be the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City? Why is the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City here? Could it be because of what happened last time? No. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, passed the crystal clearance tactic to me. This means I have something against him. It's impossible for him to take the risk and gamble his life just to take revenge on me. Although Duan Ling Tian did not have much contact with Miao Lai Long, he could tell Miao Lai Long was not a coward. He was certain Miao Lai Long was not someone who would risk his life to take him down with him. I'm looking for Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. Soon after, another voice that Duan Ling Tian had never heard before resonated from outside. As soon as the person spoke, he said he was looking for him. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu. Although Duan Ling Tian had not met the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he had heard a lot about him. He knew the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was the strongest powerhouse in Bloody Spectre City. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was a subordinate of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. If it's not because of that incident, why is Lu Fenggu looking for me? Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with confusion. Lord City Governor. Lord City Governor. At the same time, a few more familiar voices entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears through the tent. Duan Ling Tian could tell the voices belonged to the other 4 captains of the Black Dragon Army, who were currently in the camp. Hu Ji, Kai Wenyu, Zhao Dongxing, Qin Yu. Duan Ling Tian disdained to associate himself with the former 2 because they were trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. For the time being, Duan Ling Tian generals, and Duan Ling Tians. However, after listening to their voices, Duan Ling Tian could tell that they were flattering Lu Fenggu. Regardless of whether it was Hu Ji or Kai Wenyu, both of their voices were especially flattering. Only Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu's voices were a bit normal. Lord City Governor, are you looking for Captain Duan Ling Tian because of the incident at Lai Feng Restaurant a month ago? Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, asked Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu frowned slightly when they heard Chen Xianba's question. Although they did not have a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian, they did not want to offend him. However, from the Black Dragon Army's perspective, they did not want anything to happen to Duan Ling Tian. The other 2 captains of the Black Dragon Army, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, looked at each other. They could see the glee in each other's eyes. Commander Miao Lai Long has already told me that he won't pursue the matter. Since he's not pursuing the matter, it's only natural that I won't pursue the matter as well. I'm here to look for Captain Duan Ling Tian because I have other matters to discuss with him. I can assure you that I won't make things difficult for him. Therefore, you don't have to worry about that. Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu's eyes lit up when they heard Lu Fenggu's words. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu looked at each other again. However, they discovered that the gloating look in each other's eyes had disappeared and was replaced by disappointment. It was obvious they hoped that something would happen to Duan Ling Tian. How's this possible? Lord City Governor said that Commander Miao Lai Long personally told him that he won't pursue the matter? This isn't Miao Lai Long's style. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu communicated through voice transmission. Their voices were filled with disbelief. They could not figure out why Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, did not pursue the matter of Duan Ling Tian crippling Yang Kongping. After all, Yang Kongping was not only a captain under Miao Lai Long's command, but he was also Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law. Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, they found it hard to believe. After all, they knew Commander Miao Lai Long's temper very well. They knew that he was not someone who would let things go easily. Lord City Governor, Captain Duanling Tian is currently in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid he doesn't know you're here. I'll call him out now. You're here, Chen Xianba said. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian's tent, intending to wake Duanling Tian up. No need. However, just as Chen Xianba was about to speak, Lu Fenggu stopped him. Since Captain Duanling Tian is in closed-door cultivation, I won't disturb him. Let me know when he's done with his closed-door cultivation, and I'll look for him. When Chen Xianba and the others heard Lu Fenggu's casual words, they were dumbfounded. Moreover, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had told him to wait for Duanling Tian to come out of closed-door cultivation and inform him so that he could look for Duanling Tian. Even Chen Xianba and the commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, did not receive such treatment. If the two of them were in his place, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City would have said, "That's right. When he comes out of seclusion, tell him to come find me at the city lord's mansion." Yes. Although Chen Xuanba was shocked and did not know why the city governor was so polite to Duanling Tian, the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, he still responded immediately. I'm done with my closed-door cultivation. Just as Lu Fenggu was about to leave, Duanling Tian walked out of the tent and looked at Lu Fenggu. Although he had not seen Lu Fenggu before, he knew who he was. However, he knew everyone in the crowd. Therefore, he was able to recognize Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, at a glance. City governor. Duanling Tian nodded at Lu Fenggu and greeted him casually. He did not greet Lu Fenggu as though he was a superior. Instead, he greeted Lu Fenggu as though he was an equal. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Lu Fenggu smiled and was about to respond to Duanling Tian's greeting. How dare you? How dare you be so rude in front of the city governor? Before Lu Fenggu could say anything, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu from the Black Dragon Army glared at Duanling Tian angrily. It was as though they were here to denounce Duanling Tian for his crimes. At this moment, they only had one thought in mind. He had to perform well in front of the city lord of Bloody Spectre City and win his favor. However, they seemed to have forgotten that Lu Fenggu was very polite to Duanling Tian. He had even said that he would ask the commander of the Black Dragon Army to inform Duanling Tian after Duanling Tian came out of closed-door cultivation. After that, he would personally look for Duanling Tian. As soon as Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu finished speaking, Duanling Tian's expression darkened. Lu Fenggu's expression changed as well. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of Chili Arch Duanling Tian? Lu Fenggu suddenly roared furiously. He raised his hand and a boundless power swept out, slamming into Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were caught off guard and unable to react, heavily injuring them and sending them flying. Barf. Pfff. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. When they finally regained their footing, they looked at Lu Fenggu in disbelief. They could not understand why the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had such a huge reaction. Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu were stunned when they saw this. What was going on? Previously, they thought the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was only being polite to Duanling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. However, it seemed like the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was not only being polite to Duanling Tian, but he was also being respectful to Duanling Tian. They could not understand. Why was the city governor of Bloody Spectre City so polite to Duanling Tian? In fact, even Duanling Tian himself was slightly stunned at this moment. Earlier, when Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu had shouted at him, he was displeased. Therefore, he was prepared to make a move on them. However, before he could make a move, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, appeared. This is my first time meeting him, right? Why does it feel like he's not only being polite to me, but he's also taking care of me? Duanling Tian could not figure it out. Captain Duanling Tian, may I have a word with you? After punishing Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, the anger on Lu Fenggu's face disappeared. It was replaced with a smile as he asked Duanling Tian politely, "What do you think?" "Sure." Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he followed Lu Fenggu and left the valley. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu's back as he followed behind him. He could not figure out why Lu Fenggu was so polite to him. Perhaps, I'll find out soon enough. There must be something he wants from me. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian decided not to dwell on it any longer. In the valley, the high-ranking officials of the Black Dragon Army, led by Commander Chen Xianba, finally regained their senses after Duan Ling Tian and Lu Fenggu disappeared from their sight. When they regained their senses, they looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Nobody said a word. Chapter 26:17. In the sky 1,000 miles away from the Black Dragon Army's camp, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, faced each other. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu calmly, waiting for him to speak. Lu Fenggu looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. He could not calm down when he recalled how he had gone to the Silverworm Army's camp to verify his identity. The purple-clad young man in front of him, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, was really someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a month and a half ago. Moreover, he was someone who had just ascended to the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool. The Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool was exclusive to eminent celestials from the mundane realms after they ascended to the Devata realms. Eminent celestials could become Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestials through the Celestial Ascension Pool. There were many Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pools in Bloody Spectre City that were controlled by the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven from the mundane realm and appeared in the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool in Bloody Spectre City would be sent by the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army to mine celestial stones for the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army. In the spirit overarching heaven, very few ascenders could escape this fate. Lu Fenggu did not expect this. While he was the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, a monstrous ascender had appeared in the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool. As soon as he ascended, he killed a centurion of the Silverworm Army. After that, he left and even infiltrated the Black Dragon Army, becoming a chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army. Moreover, he was stronger than the captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. In fact, he might not be any weaker than the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Captain Duan Ling Tian. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Ling Tian for a while before he said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have fought and defeated Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, right? Did he tell you about it?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "No." Lu Fenggu shook his head. "I guessed it myself." Duan Ling Tian suddenly understood. He had thought that Miao Lai Long wouldn't have told Lu Fenggu about this. After all, once he said it, it would mean that he had completely fallen out with him. Miao Lai Long had passed the cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic, to him, which was a capital offense. Therefore, unless Miao Lai Long was out of his mind, there was no way Miao Lai Long would turn against him openly. Miao Rulong has been my subordinate for many years. I know his temper and character very well. Lu Fenggu continued to say, "If he hadn't fought with you and lost to you with his temper, there's no way he would have let the matter go so easily. However, I'm very curious. Even if he loses, he can always find me to stand up for him. Even if I'm not your match, I still have the county governor's office behind me." However, he didn't look for me and even said he has no intention of pursuing the matter. Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have something on Miao Lai Long, right?" Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu in surprise. Based on Lu Fenggu's words, it seemed as though Lu Fenggu had personally witnessed the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Miao Lai Long. This was truly shocking. Some time ago, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, came to look for me and told me you wanted to cultivate the cultivation method I passed to him, the crystal clearance tactic. If I'm not mistaken, Miao Rulong must have passed the crystal clearance tactic to you under your threat, right? Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly. However, Lu Fenggu still managed to catch the change in Duan Ling Tian's expression. "It seems like I'm right." Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's expression, Lu Fenggu continued to say, "You don't have to be nervous. I have no intention of pursuing the matter." "HM?" Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian was even more surprised. In his opinion, since Lu Fenggu knew about this matter, he would most likely make a move on him and Miao Lai Long. He did not expect Lu Fenggu would say he had no intention of pursuing the matter. It's precisely because Miao Ru Long passed the crystal clearance tactic to you that he didn't look for me and asked me to look for trouble with you for the incident from a month ago, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Lu Fenggu continued to say. Lu Fenggu's words made Duan Lingtian feel as though there was nothing he could hide from Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu's deductive ability was truly terrifying. Am I right? After Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. It's as though you saw it with your own eyes and heard it with your own ears. Duan Lingtian sighed. Following that, Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he asked, since you have no intention of pursuing the matter, may I know why you're looking for me? I'd like to make a deal with you, Captain Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu said bluntly with a glint in his eyes. Since Duan Lingtian was being so direct, there was no need for him to hide anything. A deal? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. What kind of deal? I want to kill someone, but I don't have the ability to do so. As Lu Fenggu spoke, a chilling light flashed in his calm eyes. It was as if he had turned into a venomous snake, sending chills down the spines of those who saw him. It was as though he was reminded of his enemy who had killed his father and stolen his wife. For this reason, I hope you'll be able to capture that person and bring him to me so that I can kill him with my own hands when you're strong enough. After Lu Fenggu finished speaking, the coldness in his eyes gradually disappeared. Don't you think too highly of me, city governor? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. If you're not strong enough to kill that person, what makes you think I, Duan Lingtian, will be strong enough to capture that person and bring him to you for you to kill? Because you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 1.5 months ago. Because you're only a heavenly celestial. Lu Fenggu said as he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. No one believes the words of the Silverworm army. Unless, City Lord, you believe them? Duan Lingtian smiled. Although the Silverworm army said that he was a heaven immortal who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago, no one believed the Silverworm army. After all, normally speaking, it was impossible for a heaven immortal who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago to possess the strength to cripple a chilly arch of the Silverworm army with just a single blow. I didn't believe it in the beginning as well. However, under Miao Lai Long's suggestion, I went to look for the people who ascended at the same time as you. Lu Fenggu said. Miao Rulong? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't think that Miao Lai Long would dare to do something behind his back after the previous incident. There was only one reason why Miao Lai Long suggested that Lu Fenggu confirm that he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. He wanted Lu Fenggu to know that Duan Lingtian possessed profound celestial methods and divine abilities. If Lu Fenggu became greedy, he would make a move on Duan Lingtian and steal his celestial methods and divine abilities. After all, in Miao Lai Long's opinion, Lu Fenggu was only slightly stronger than him and might not be a match for Lu Fenggu, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. Lu Fenggu continued to say, Of course, I know what Miao Lai Long is trying to tell me, that the reason you're so strong as a heaven immortal is because you've mastered profound celestial methods and divine abilities. Lu Fenggu continued to say, The reason he told me all this is because he wants to kill you with a borrowed knife. He wants to kill you with my knife. Lu Fenggu's words revealed Miao Lai Long's intentions. Apart from that, Miao Lai Long also told me that you have a soul defense celestial weapon that's at least mediocre. When he tried to probe your soul with his divine consciousness, it seemed to have been devoured by something before it could even get close to your soul. Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, This isn't something that can be done by concealing one's cultivation base. No wonder Miao Lai Long didn't use a soul attack on me that day. As it turns out, he was certain I had a soul defense celestial weapon that could block his soul attack when he tried to probe my cultivation base with his divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian thought to himself with a glint in his eyes. As for the item that Lu Fenggu had mistaken for a soul defense celestial weapon, it had to be the defective metal piece. Since you already know my background, don't you want my celestial methods, divine abilities, and the soul defense celestial weapon in my possession? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Lu Fenggu calmly. Indeed, I did think about it. Lu Fenggu replied honestly. However, I dismissed the idea as soon as it appeared in my mind. Why? Duan Lingtian was curious about how Lu Fenggu managed to suppress his greed. First of all, I'm not sure if I'm a match for you. Secondly, even if I'm a match for you, it'll be difficult for me to pry the celestial methods and divine abilities out of you. If you didn't willingly teach me your celestial methods and divine abilities, I wouldn't be able to obtain them. Although this is my first time meeting you, ever since you killed Jian Qiuping in the Black Dragon Army and Chen Xianba reported it to me, I've had my subordinates, the Golden Serpent Guards, investigate you. Ever since you became a chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, you haven't shown your face much. But from your behavior and the arrogance that you're showing, it's clear that you're not a simple person. Even if I force you, it'll be difficult for me to obtain your celestial methods and divine abilities if you're unwilling. Chapter 26:18. Governor, with your intelligence and courage, it's a waste for you to be the governor of a small city like Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. I wasn't the governor of Bloody Spectre City in the past. I was a strategist under the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, I offended someone and was demoted to be the governor of Bloody Spectre City. As Lu Fenggu spoke, he seemed to be reminiscing about the past. His eyes gleamed as he said, back then, if it wasn't for the county governor thanking me for my many years of service, I might have already been killed by that person. Is that person the governor wants to kill? Duan Lingtian asked with a glint in his eyes when he recalled the deal Lu Fenggu had mentioned earlier. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Upon seeing Lu Fenggu nodding, Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, although I've killed many people along the way, I've only killed those who deserved it. You want me to help you kill someone I don't even know? That's equivalent to killing the innocent. Forgive me for not agreeing to this. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he finished speaking. I haven't even told you what I'm offering, and you're already rejecting me? Lu Fenggu was stunned. I'm not interested in anything, Duan Lingtian said. He had his own principles. Let me tell you a story, Lu Fenggu said. He was not angered by Duan Lingtian's rejection. Instead, he continued to speak. Once, there was a person in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County who accepted a direct disciple and treated the disciple as his son. When the disciple grew up, he displayed shocking innate talent and was very proud of it. At that moment, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, who's only second to the county governor, took a liking to that person's direct disciple. He made that person's direct disciple betray his master and join his sect. The first revered elder of the county governor's estate, who was also the second strongest person in Nine Spectres County, was enraged and killed the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. When that person found out that his direct disciple was killed, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, he knew it was impossible for him to avenge his direct disciple with his strength. Therefore, he went to look for the county governor of Nine Spectres County to ask for help. However, in this cruel world, the strong are revered. Although the Lord County Governor is sympathetic to the death of his direct disciple, it's impossible for him to do anything to the county governor's revered elder because of that person's direct disciple. When that revered elder of the county governor's mansion found out that person went to seek justice from the county governor, he wanted to kill that person in a fit of rage. At this moment, the county governor was grateful for that person's great contributions while following him. So he asked that revered elder of the county governor's mansion for some face and fought for a way out for that person. Although the person survived, it was impossible for him to stay in the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu did not continue to speak at this point. His eyes, which had become round at some point in time, were suffused with a bloody light and emitted a murderous intent. If that's the case, then the revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County should be killed. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew the person in Lu Fenggu's story was Lu Fenggu. However, according to Lu Fenggu's story, the revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County should be killed. However, who knew if Lu Fenggu had made up the story himself? Although Lu Fenggu's emotions were flawless, Duan Lingtian was not 100% certain Lu Fenggu was not lying. I understand your concerns, Captain Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything else, Lu Fenggu had already guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Therefore he quickly added, That's right, Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian continued to say, how about this? 6 months later, when you visit the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, if you find out that my story is false or if you think the revered elder of the county governor's estate doesn't deserve to be killed, you can choose to ignore our deal. It won't be considered a violation of our agreement. Lu Fenggu said. A year later? The county governor's estate? A puzzled expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. A month ago, I received an order from the county governor's estate asking Bloody Spectre City to send 2 young talents with the most potential to report to the county governor's estate under the guidance of a special envoy from the county governor's estate. Although the county governor's estate did not state the reason, I believe it has something to do with King Qin's mansion. Lu Fenggu's eyes gleamed as he spoke. King Qin's mansion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. This was not the first time he had heard of the King Qin's mansion. Therefore, he knew that the Nine Spectres County was only one of the counties under the King Qin's mansion. All the other counties, including the Nine Spectres County, were under the jurisdiction of the King Qin's mansion. You'll find out when you arrive at the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu did not intend to waste time on this topic. Soon after, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Chilly Arch Duan Lingtian, I've said enough. Are you willing to make a deal with me now? Since the city governor has given me a way out, it would be unreasonable of me to refuse. However, since it's a deal, what can you give me in return? Since Lu Fenggu had said that if he felt the revered elder of the county governor's estate was not a person who deserved to be killed, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, relieved. He immediately agreed to Lu Fenggu's deal. At the same time, he was curious. What did the city governor of Bloody Spectre City intend to give him? What I can give you is the best cultivation environment and cultivation resources for the next 6 months. Lu Fenggu said with a glint in his eyes. City governor, do you intend to let me cultivate in your quiet room? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. The quiet room had the best cultivation environment in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. Moreover, Lu Fenggu had said that he was going to give him the best cultivation resources. Apart from celestial stones, there should also be medicinal pills. There were medicinal pills in the Devata realms as well, but they were celestial pills. They could not be compared to the medicinal pills in the mundane realms. However, it was rare to see medicinal pills in a small place like Bloody Spectre City. That's right. Lu Fenggu nodded. Although it's said that my quiet room has a better cultivation environment than the tents of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army, people say it's not that good. However, the truth is that the cultivation speed in my quiet room is twice as fast as the cultivation speed in your quiet room. This is because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the cores of the 2 celestial stone veins is drawn to my quiet room through a formation. Lu Fenggu said. Twice as fast. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Lu Fenggu's words. It was as Lu Fenggu had said. Previously, he had thought that Lu Fenggu's cultivation room was only slightly better than his current cultivation environment, but the difference was not that great. He did not expect the difference to be so great. Apart from that, I'll also give you some medicinal pills and prominent celestial stones. The 2 celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City can't produce prominent celestial stones. Only the celestial stone veins near the county city of Nine Spectres County can be mined. These are the things I'm giving you in exchange for our deal. Are you satisfied with these? Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Deal. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate at all as he agreed to Lu Fenggu's proposal. A smile appeared on Lu Fenggu's face immediately. City governor. Duan Lingtian recalled Lu Fenggu's words and asked, You said there'll be a special envoy from the county governor's estate coming to bring me and another person to the county city of Nine Spectres County in 6 months? Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. It's a long journey from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of Nine Spectres County. During this journey, there are many powerful celestials who specialize in killing and plundering. There are even many peak golden celestials. Therefore, when the time comes, the county governor's estate will send a special envoy to bring all of you safely to the county city and the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu said. There are peak golden celestials? And there are many of them? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. Fortunately, he had stayed in Bloody Spectre City since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. A peak golden celestial was a violet sun golden celestial. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded confidently. When I left the county governor's estate and came to Bloody Spectre City, I encountered 3 peak golden celestials who wanted to kill and plunder. Fortunately, I revealed my identity in time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by them. The road from the county city of Nine Spectres County to Bloody Spectre City was the territory of the Nine Spectres County. In this area, the Nine Spectres County was a deterrent. Even the Celestials who liked to kill and plunder did not dare to touch the people and cities in the Nine Spectres County. After all, not only would the Nine Spectres County hunt them down, but the King Qin's mansion would also hunt them down if the Nine Spectres County reported this matter. For this reason, nobody dared to covet the 2 celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City. As for the powerful Celestials who were not afraid of the Nine Spectres County and King Qin's mansion, they naturally did not care about the 2 celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City. With my current strength, if I use the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, even a peak golden celestial might not be a match for me. At this moment, Duanling Tian also realized that there was no other choice. With his current strength, he could head to the county city of Nine Spectres County alone. However, he was prepared to wait for 6 months. After all, he might not be able to find a better cultivation environment in the county city. Chapter 26:19. When Duanling Tian and Lu Fenggu left the Black Dragon Army's camp, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, spread the news of the incident a month ago to everyone in the Black Dragon Army's camp. The reason why he did this was to stabilize the morale of the army. Since the incident at Lai Feng Restaurant in Bloody Spectre City a month ago, most of the soldiers in the Black Dragon Army were worried that something might happen to their new captain, Duanling Tian. As soon as Chen Xianba spread the news, a commotion broke out in the Black Dragon Army's camp. I knew Captain Duanling Tian would be fine. I didn't expect Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, to take the initiative to say he won't pursue the matter. This isn't his style. That's right. I've long heard that Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, is a vengeful person. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to say he won't pursue the matter. Did the sun rise from the west today? In the Black Dragon Army's camp, the soldiers were excited. However, they found it hard to believe as well. However, they did not doubt the authenticity of the news. That was because the news came from the Black Dragon Army's commander. The Black Dragon Army's camp was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian had also agreed to Lu Fenggu's deal. City Governor. Duanling Tian seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, I know the assist-type divine ability I mastered is a brilliant divine ability. However, after cultivating the crystal clearance tactic and tempering my celestial origin energy, I discovered it didn't improve much compared to before. That's normal. Lu Fenggu was in a good mood now that Duanling Tian had agreed to the deal. He smiled and said, the assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms rely on one's celestial origin energy and one's cultivation base. For example, even if a heavenly celestial has cultivated a graded cultivation method and his celestial origin energy has been tempered, he'll still be able to improve his celestial origin energy. However, if he completely grasps a yellow-grade assist-type divine ability, the increase in his celestial origin energy is only 1 level. Even if he completely grasps a mysterious grade auxiliary divine ability, it can only increase his celestial origin energy by 1 level. Lu Fenggu said, that's because his cultivation base is only at the Heaven Immortal realm. Then, what if a Heaven Immortal can increase his celestial origin energy by 2 levels by performing an assist-type divine ability when he has yet to cultivate a graded cultivation technique? What is the grade of that support-type divine ability? Duanling Tian asked. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. This was because the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was similar to this. Then, the assist-type divine ability that this heavenly immortal cultivates is at least a heaven-grade divine ability. Lu Fenggu replied immediately. At the same time, he looked at Duanling Tian with a bright gleam in his eyes. It was clear he had figured out something. If a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability is cast by a heavenly celestial who has cultivated a graded cultivation method, it can raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duanling Tian finally obtained the answer he was looking for. If this is the case, then the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I mastered, is indeed not as simple as Elder Hu said. It's actually a heaven-grade divine ability. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. In the Devata realms, cultivation methods, divine abilities, and celestial methods were divided into different grades. Currently, Duan Lingtian only knew of 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Among them, the Yellow grade was the lowest while the Heaven grade was the highest. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he learned the assist-type divine ability. The elementary devouring tactic was a Heaven-grade divine ability. City Governor. Duan Lingtian continued to ask, based on what you said, a heavenly celestial who cast a Heaven-grade assist-type divine ability would only be able to raise his or her celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. How many levels would the celestial origin energy of a Heaven-grade assist-type divine ability increase if the celestial origin energy of a Heaven-grade assist-type divine ability was activated? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked these questions. 5 levels. Lu Fenggu replied, only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger can fully unleash the power of a Heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Naturally, even if it's an Earth-grade or profound-grade assist-type divine ability, only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger can fully unleash its power. After listening to Lu Fenggu's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms. The assist-type divine abilities were at the Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow grade. Yellow-grade assist-type divine abilities and profound-grade assist-type divine abilities. Regardless of whether a heavenly immortal had cultivated a graded Devata realms cultivation method or not, he could only raise his celestial origin energy by 1 level. On the other hand, if a golden celestial did not cultivate a graded Devata realms cultivation method, he could only raise his celestial origin energy by 1 level. If he cultivated a graded Devata realms cultivation method, he could raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Raising one's celestial origin energy by 2 levels was the limit of a yellow-grade assist-type divine ability. On the other hand, a great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels by casting a profound-grade assist-type divine ability. Earth-grade assist-type divine ability. A heavenly immortal could raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels at most. A golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. A great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels at most. Heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. A heavenly immortal could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. For example, Duan Lingtian. A golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels at most. A great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 5 levels at most. After listening to Lu Fenggu's explanation, Duan Lingtian confirmed it. The elementary devouring tactic was a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Governor, what about the other divine abilities? At the same time, Duan Lingtian also wanted to know the grade of his offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, in the Devata realms. The other divine abilities aren't restricted by one's cultivation base and celestial origin energy. Lu Fenggu continued to patiently explain to Duan Lingtian. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned that the 13 green lotus swords was an earth-grade offensive divine ability. Apart from that, he also learned that the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, was equivalent to an earth-grade celestial method. Moreover, it was an offensive and defensive celestial method. Captain Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Although I don't know the grades of your celestial methods and divine abilities, based on your ability to defeat Miao Rulong, your celestial methods and divine abilities should be heaven grade or above. This was Lu Fenggu's conjecture. Lu Fenggu's conjecture was based on Duan Lingtian's cultivation base being, at most, an orange moon heavenly celestial. Governor, you're wrong. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. Among all the celestial methods and divine abilities that I've mastered, only the assist-type divine ability is at the heaven grade. The other divine abilities and celestial methods are only at the earth grade. How's that possible? Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. You've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for a month and a half, and you've only joined the Black Dragon Army for a month. Even if you're talented, you'll only be an orange moon heavenly celestial in a month's time. For an orange moon heavenly celestial to defeat Miao Rulong, His celestial methods and divine abilities must be heaven grade or above. Lu Fenggu voiced his conjecture. Governor, your conjecture is correct. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, the problem is, I'm not an orange moon heavenly celestial. A month ago when I fought Miao Ru Long, my cultivation base was already a blue moon heavenly celestial. After I obtained the crystal clearance tactic from Miao Ru Long, my cultivation base became an indigo moon heavenly celestial in a month's time. Now, I'm an indigo moon heavenly celestial. Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Fenggu was stunned. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. How did your cultivation base improve so quickly? However, when Duan Lingtian heard Lu Fenggu's words, he could not help but think of a beautiful figure. She was none other than the mysterious woman, Murong Bing, whom he had met 1.5 months ago when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. She was the reason his cultivation base had improved from a crimson moon heavenly celestial to a blue moon heavenly celestial a month ago. After I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I obtained some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian found an excuse and said half-heartedly, during the 1.5 months since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, my cultivation base has only improved from a blue moon heavenly celestial to an indigo moon heavenly celestial. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this was the case. Apart from the yellow-grade cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic, the reason he was able to become an indigo moon heavenly celestial in such a short time was because he had become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. He had broken through to become a blue moon heavenly immortal a month ago. His cultivation base was very close to that of an indigo moon heavenly immortal. If he had only become a blue moon heavenly celestial a month ago, it would have been impossible for him to become an indigo moon heavenly celestial in such a short time. Most of the credit went to Murong Bing. I see. Lu Fenggu nodded. He could tell Duan Lingtian did not intend to reveal the details. Although he was curious, he did not ask any further questions. However, he could vaguely guess Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter had to have come from the little world in the southern mountain ridge of Bloody Spectre City. Previously, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had mentioned this to him. Governor, Commander Chen of the Black Dragon Army should have told you about me entering the little world in the south. Do you know which sect the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, is from? Chapter 26-20. I don't know either. Lu Fenggu shook his head when he saw Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed. The celestial king who left the minor world behind is from the blissful sect. It's a sect that transcends the celestial kingdoms, Duan Lingtian said. Since the powerhouse who entered the little world with you was able to leave the little world alive, it means he's very powerful. His origin must be extraordinary as well. In fact, it's very likely that his sect is on par with the blissful sect. Even if his sect is weaker than the blissful sect, it shouldn't be too far off. Lu Fenggu continued to speak. However, I've been in the county city of Nine Spectres County for many years, and I've never heard of a celestial weapon called the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. If you want to know which sect the world-cleansing horsetail whisk belongs to, I'm afraid you'll have to go to King Qin's mansion or the capital. I can't say for sure about King Qin's mansion, but if you go to the capital, there's at least a 50% chance you'll be able to find out the origin of the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. Lu Fenggu said. The capital. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He knew the capital Lu Fenggu mentioned was the capital of the intermediate rank Celestial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian. Captain. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, even if your celestial methods and divine abilities aren't all heaven grade, it's best if you keep a low profile when you go to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Even Earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are coveted by some people. Lu Fenggu reminded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. He understood the saying, a man's wealth is his own ruin. After chatting for a while, Lu Fenggu brought Duan Lingtian back to the Black Dragon Army's camp. In the same valley. Lord City Governor. Chen Xianba and the 4 captains of the Black Dragon Army walked out of their tents and bowed respectfully to Lu Fenggu. Xianba, after today, choose a new captain to replace Captain Duan Lingtian. Later, Captain Duan Ling Tian will follow me back to the city lord's estate. Half a year later, he and another person will follow the special envoy of the county governor's estate to the county capital, and head to the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu went straight to the point. City Lord, are you saying that one of the two spots will be reserved for Chili Arch Duan Ling Tian? Chen Xuanba asked. It was clear that Chen Xuanba also knew about this matter. However, of the 4 Kiliarchs behind him, only Qin Yu's eyes flickered slightly, while the other 3 had blank looks on their faces. They had no idea what Lu Fenggu and Chen Xuanba were talking about. Of course, they still learned one thing from the conversation between the two. In half a year's time, Bloody Spectre City would have 2 spots to head to the county governor's estate. It must be good news for the special envoy of the county governor's estate to come to Bloody Spectre City personally. Zhao Dongxing, Hu Ji, and Kai Wenyu all realized this. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded and continued. As for the other spot, I'll choose from the Black Armored Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. 5 months later, before the special envoy of the county governor's estate arrives, I'll set up an arena in the city lord's estate. The Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. Any Golden Celestials below the age of 100 can participate in the arena and fight for the other spot to head to the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu finished speaking in one breath. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu shook their heads and smiled wryly. They were already over 100 years old. Although they were Golden Celestials, they did not meet the requirements. Of course, they knew that if there was no age limit, they would not be able to obtain the spot. Even among the Kiliarchs of the Black Dragon Army, the 2 of them could only be considered below average. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu. They seemed to be under 100 years old. At the same time, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu subconsciously looked to Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu beside them. They discovered that Zhao Dongxing's eyes were displaying bursts of excitement. As for Qin Yu, his expression was calm. Could it be that Qin Yu is not interested in obtaining the spot at all? That should be the case. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu looked at each other and communicated through voice transmission. They both thought that Qin Yu had given up on obtaining the spot. This Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, both of them glanced at Duan Ling Tian. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the depths of their eyes. After all, there were only 2 spots, and Duan Ling Tian had already decided on one of them. Of course, they knew that Duan Ling Tian had already decided on the spot. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, even if it was not predetermined, he would still be able to easily obtain one of the slots. Captain Duan Ling Tian, do you have anything else to do in the Black Dragon Army? If you have something to do, I'll wait here for you before returning to the city governor's mansion with you. Lu Fenggu smiled as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian in a very polite manner. Although Chen Xianba and the others were mentally prepared, they could not help but feel their hearts tremble when they saw this. Usually, unless the county governor's estate sent an envoy to Bloody Spectre City, no one in Bloody Spectre City would be treated so courteously by the city governor. Duan Ling Tian was the first person who was treated so courteously by the city governor, even though he was not a special envoy from the county governor's mansion. I'll go and greet my subordinates, Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Fenggu before he left the valley to look for his subordinates. Lord Captain, you're leaving? Lord Captain, did the commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, go back on his word and make things difficult for you? When Duan Ling Tian's subordinates learned that Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, their expressions changed drastically. Then they began to ask questions. Lord Captain, I'm the instigator of the incident a month ago. I'll go and look for the commander now. Tong Zhang, a centurion under Duan Ling Tian's command, said as he prepared to look for the commander of the Black Dragon Army. Me too. Me too. The 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army who went to Lai Feng restaurant with Tong Zhang stood up as well. They wanted to follow Tong Zhang to look for the commander of the Black Dragon Army. However, they were quickly stopped by Duan Ling Tian. The incident a month ago has come to an end. I'm leaving because the city governor wants me to go to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Duan Ling Tian replied. Go to the county city of 9 Spectres County? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Tong Zhang and the others realized Duan Ling Tian was leaving because something good had happened. After all, not everyone could go to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Although Tong Zhang and the others were reluctant to let Duan Ling Tian leave, They did not say anything else. All of them obediently bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian. If I have time in the future, I'll come back to visit all of you. After saying this, Duan Ling Tian left and met up with Lu Fenggu. They left the Black Dragon Army's camp and went to Bloody Spectre City. After entering the city governor's estate, Duan Ling Tian was allowed to enter Lu Fenggu's cultivation room. Lu Fenggu also gave Duan Ling Tian a spatial ring. Captain Duan Ling Tian, there are 100 prominent celestial stones and a bottle of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, in this spatial ring. Lu Fenggu said. Spirit-nourishing pills? Primitive celestial pills? Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he looked at the spatial ring in his hand. Although the spirit-nourishing pill was a common celestial pill, it was not something that anyone could obtain. If a heavenly celestial consumed a spirit-nourishing pill without changing his cultivation environment, he would be able to reduce the time needed to break through to the next stage by 1/10. What did this mean? For example, a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial would need 100 days to break through to the Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial realm. However, after consuming a spirit-nourishing pill, one would only need 90 days to break through to the next stage. Most importantly, consuming celestial pills and absorbing celestial stones to cultivate did not conflict with each other. They could be used at the same time. Thank you, City Governor. Duan Ling Tian weighed the medicinal pill bottle in his hand and confirmed that it was true. There were at least 10 spirit-nourishing pills in the bottle. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating in seclusion, Bloody Spectre City was not peaceful. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, said in front of Lord City Governor that he won't pursue the matter at Lai Feng Restaurant? This doesn't seem like Miao Lai Long. In the beginning, Bloody Spectre City was not peaceful because of the matter related to Duan Ling Tian. Although the unrest in Bloody Spectre City was related to Duan Ling Tian, it was not related to the incident in the Phoenix restaurant a month ago. Duan Ling Tian followed Lord City Governor back to the City Governor's estate and was allowed to cultivate in Lord City Governor's private cultivation room? Heavens! I've never heard of anyone being allowed to cultivate in Lord City Governor's private cultivation room. How did Duan Ling Tian do this? How did he gain Lord City Governor's favor? The news from the City Lord Mansion shocked everyone in Bloody Spectre City. Most of the people in Bloody Spectre City found it hard to believe. That Duan Ling Tian. Could he be the illegitimate son of Lord City Governor? Some people said. In the Silverworm Army's camp. What? Lord Commander won't pursue the matter at Lai Feng Restaurant? Don't tell me Captain Yang was crippled by Duan Ling Tian. Why would Lord Commander do this? Just as the Silver Dragon Army soldiers were unable to understand this and were extremely depressed, the Silver Dragon Army suddenly changed their minds. News of Duan Ling Tian going to the City Governor's estate to cultivate in the City Governor's exclusive cultivation room had spread to the Silverworm Army's camp. It did not take long before the news spread to the entire camp. What's going on? When Miao Lai Long, the Silverworm Army's commander, heard the news, his expression changed. Chapter 26-21. However, even if Lord City Governor wants to make him shed tears of gratitude and willingly hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities, there's no need for him to let Duan Ling Tian cultivate in his quiet room, right? Miao Lai Long's expression darkened as he muttered to himself, even Chen Xianba and I have never been invited by Lord City Governor to cultivate in his quiet room. As the commander of the Silverworm Army under Chen Fenggu, Miao Lai Long, naturally, knew how good Chen Fenggu's quiet room was. Putting aside the celestial stones and other cultivation resources, just in terms of the environment, the speed of cultivation in the silent chamber of the City Lord of Bloody Spectre City was 2 times faster than that of Xianxia. For this reason, Miao Lai Long had been tempted to cultivate in Chen Fenggu's quiet room more than once. In fact, when Miao Lai Long learned that an ascender had mastered many profound celestial methods and divine abilities, he even thought of taking the Ascender's celestial methods and divine abilities for himself without telling Lord City Governor of Bloody Spectre City. Once Miao Lai Long's strength had increased, he would be able to go to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County to replace Lu Fenggu as the new city governor of Bloody Spectre City. At that time, Lu Fenggu's cultivation room would naturally become his. I hope Lord City Governor will be grateful to me for telling him everything after he obtains Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. He'll teach me Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Miao Lai Long thought to himself. However, Miao Lai Long was still unaware that Lord City Governor of Bloody Spectre City was not in Bloody Spectre City. After all, the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City had no intention of taking the Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. In the City Governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. In the east of the City Governor's estate, there was a spacious mansion with a large front yard and backyard. This was where Lu Fenggu, the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City, lived. His quiet room was located in the backyard of the mansion. Currently, Lu Fenggu was sitting in front of a stone table in the front yard. He was drinking tea while looking at the flowers and plants in the front yard. No one knew what he was thinking. Lord Castellan, don't you regret not trying to force that Duan Ling Tian to hand over the immortal spells and divine abilities he has mastered? Suddenly, a voice sounded out of nowhere. It seemed to come from all directions and spread to the front yard in the blink of an eye. Along with the voice, an old man with a medium build wearing a black robe appeared. The old man looked ordinary. His aura was restrained, and his eyes were cloudy. Ordinary people would only think that he was an ordinary old man. The most eye-catching feature on the old man's black robe was the golden snake embroidered on his chest. If one took a closer look, they would see that there was an inconspicuous crown embroidered on the head of the golden snake. If I force him, I will really regret it. Lu Fenggu seemed to be used to the old man's sudden appearance. I've asked you to investigate him as well. You should be able to tell what kind of person he is. Do you think he's the kind of person who would be forced? The old man fell silent when he thought about the arrogant purple-clad young man. He's a hidden dragon. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed as he continued to say, it's better to befriend him than to offend him. I have a strong feeling that he's the only one who can help me get revenge for Qian. Young Master Qian. The old man's body trembled slightly. A hint of affection flashed in his eyes before they turned gloomy again. Among Lu Fenggu's subordinates, he had been with Lu Fenggu the longest. In fact, he had followed Lu Fenggu out of the county city of Nine Spectres County and the county governor's estate to Bloody Spectre City. He had watched Lu Fenggu's direct disciple grow up. Elder Hong. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed coldly as he said to the old man, if Miao Lai Long finds out that I didn't intend to take Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities and even recommended him to the county governor's estate, he'll definitely be displeased. Perhaps he won't dare to show his displeasure in front of me. However, based on his character, he won't let Duan Ling Tian off easily. In fact, he might even leave Bloody Spectre City and head to the county city of Nine Spectres County to spread the news that Duan Ling Tian possesses many profound celestial methods and divine abilities. I want you to keep an eye on him. If he shows signs of leaving Bloody Spectre City for the county city, you'll kill him and eliminate his sister and brother-in-law, Yang Kong Ping. Lu Fenggu said viciously, if he tries to harm Duan Ling Tian, he'll be stopping me from avenging Qian. At that time, I'll have no choice but to disregard our past relationship. Understood. The old man nodded before he disappeared into thin air in just a blur. Based on Lu Fenggu's words, it was obvious the old man was stronger than Miao Lai Long. That was indeed the case. The old man was the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards under Lu Fenggu. In fact, he was the one who had raised the Golden Serpent Guards. The old man was a Blue Sun Golden Celestial. In terms of cultivation base, he was slightly stronger than Miao Lai Long, who was only a Green Sun Golden Celestial. Moreover, his celestial methods and divine abilities were slightly stronger than Miao Lai Long's. In Bloody Spectre City, the old man's strength was only slightly weaker than Lu Fenggu. I wonder if he'll be able to break through and become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial in 6 months? Lu Fenggu muttered to himself as he turned to look at the backyard after the old man left. Naturally, he was referring to Duan Ling Tian. However, I don't think it's possible. After all, he has just become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial. But then, Lu Fenggu shook his head as he felt that it was impossible. Duan Ling Tian had said he had become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial from a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial in just a month. However, in Lu Fenggu's opinion, it must have been Duan Ling Tian's fortuitous encounter in the little world that had helped him become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was able to become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial in just a month. Therefore, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to become a violet moon heavenly celestial from an indigo moon heavenly celestial in just 6 months. Although it's impossible, I still hope there's a miracle. After all, he's an ascender from the mundane realm, and it took him less than 100 years to achieve what he has today. This means his innate talent is heaven-defying even in the mundane realm. A moment later, Lu Fenggu's dimmed eyes brightened again. He did not know about other places. However, he had never heard of such a person in the Nine Spectres County. He had never heard of an ascender from the mundane realm who was younger than 100 years old in the Nine Spectres County. For this reason, he hoped Duan Ling Tian would be able to create a miracle and surprise him. In the cultivation room in the backyard. At this moment, Lu Fenggu had given the cultivation room to Duan Ling Tian. Although he could have entered the room to cultivate with Duan Ling Tian, he did not do so. Instead, he gave Duan Ling Tian a quiet and undisturbed cultivation environment. Duan Ling Tian had consumed the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. He held a prominent celestial stone in his hand as he circulated the crystal clearance tactic and immersed himself in his cultivation. 6 months later, he would go to the county city of Nine Spectres County and the county governor's estate. Once he arrived there, he would meet many powerhouses. Among them, there would be many great overarching golden celestials. Before that, he naturally hoped to improve his cultivation base. That way, his strength would increase accordingly, and he would be able to protect himself when he arrived at the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had familiarized himself with the crystal clearance tactic. The heaven and earth spirit energy continued to flow into his body and turned into a crystal clear liquid that flowed through his heavenly meridian. With the help of the spirit containment pill, the celestial origin energy in his body was constantly changing. It was increasing at a visible rate. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this time, news that the governor of Bloody Spectre City would select a golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old from the Black Dragon Army, Silverworm Army, and Golden Serpent Guards would be sent to the county city of Nine Spectres County in 5 months. To the county governor's estate? That's great news. If he goes to the county governor's estate, not only will he receive better cultivation resources, but the cultivation environment will also be much better. I heard that the county governor's estate is looking for people from the 9 counties. Each county will be given 2 spots. 2 spots? Didn't they say there's only 1 spot, and the competition will be held in 4 months? You're ignorant, aren't you? Lord City Governor has already given one of the spots to Duan Ling Tian, the Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army. No wonder I heard that Duan Ling Tian left the Black Dragon Army and is no longer a Chili Arch. I thought the governor wanted him to stay by his side. I didn't expect him to go to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Whether it was Bloody Spectre City, the Black Dragon Army's camp, or the Silverworm Army's camp, the news spread like wildfire. Didn't the Silverworm Army say Duan Ling Tian is just an ascender who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? Since Lord City Governor has given him a spot, it means he's not even 100 years old, right? How can you believe the Silverworm Army's words? When they said Duan Ling Tian is just a heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I knew they can't be trusted. How can a heavenly celestial who has just ascended be capable of crippling a Chili Arch of the Silverworm Army? They must be kidding. That's right. For the Silver Dragon Army to spread that kind of news, they are obviously playing us like monkeys. Chapter 26-22. What? Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old? If he really ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not long ago, doesn't that mean he was born in the mundane realm less than 100 years ago? He ascended after cultivating for less than 100 years? Isn't it rare to see someone like that? Of course it's rare. Even among 10,000 ascenders. No, even among 100,000 ascenders, there might not even be one such person. Bloody Spectre City is such a small place. How could such a person ascend? Why does it sound so unrealistic? In the Silverworm Army's camp, the Silverworm Army's soldiers were shocked when they heard the news. Apart from the centurions and decurions of the Silverworm Army who had seen Duan Ling Tian with their own eyes, Many people began to doubt Duan Ling Tian's identity. They doubted Duan Ling Tian was someone who had ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool under the Silverworm Army's jurisdiction. Duan Ling Tian. He's not even 100 years old? Lord Commander actually reserved a spot for him to go to the county governor's estate? Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, was horrified when he heard the news. He had heard about the city governor of Bloody Spectre City sending 2 people to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. However, he was unaware that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had reserved one of the spots for Duan Ling Tian. Is the city governor doing this to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian so he'll willingly hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities? Miao Lai Long began to waver at this moment. Even if the city governor wanted to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian, there was no need to give him a spot, right? If Duan Ling Tian did not hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities before going to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, it would be extremely difficult for the city governor to obtain his celestial methods and divine abilities after he went to the county governor's estate. This won't do. I have to ask the city governor about this. As soon as this thought appeared in Miao Lai Long's mind, he left the Silverworm Army's camp and went to the city governor's estate to look for Lu Fenggu. When Miao Lai Long expressed his doubts about Lu Fenggu's actions, Lai Long in the main hall, Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at Miao Lai Long indifferently and said, "I'll be honest with you. I have no intention of asking Duan Ling Tian to hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities. You've been my subordinate for many years, so I hope you won't have such thoughts. Duan Ling Tian has an unruly and stubborn character. Even if you kill him, it is very unlikely that he will hand over the immortal techniques and divine abilities he has mastered. Among 100,000 ascenders, it's hard to find someone like him who's not even 100 years old. His future is limitless. Rather than destroy such a person, it's better to befriend him. What do you think?" When Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he looked at Miao Lai Long meaningfully. A hint of threat could be seen in his eyes. Miao Lai Long's heart sank. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to show it. "You're right, Lord City Governor. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Miao Lai Long bade farewell and left the main hall. He left the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City, and returned to the Silverworm Army's camp. Miao Lai Long had come to Bloody Spectre City alone. When he returned, he brought his sister, Miao Lai Feng, who was in Lai Feng restaurant with him. After returning to the Silverworm Army's camp, Miao Lai Long summoned his brother-in-law, Captain Yang Kong Ping, to see him. Yang Kong Ping, who had lost an arm, could only rely on one leg to stand. His face was slightly pale, and he no longer had his previous high spirits. However, in the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a bone-deep hatred hidden at all times. "Brother, why did you call me back?" Miao Lai Feng asked curiously as she looked at her brother. "Things have changed. Lord City Governor has no intention of taking Duan Ling Tian's celestial spells and divine abilities. I've made the wrong move," Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. "What?" As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kong Ping's expressions changed. After all, they were counting on the city lord of Bloody Spectre City to obtain Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities to avenge them. According to Miao Lai Long, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was a cautious person. Once he obtained the Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities, he would definitely eliminate the Duan Ling Tian from this world. But now, Miao Lai Long was telling them, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had no intention of taking Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities? Rumor has it that Lord City Governor has already given one of the 2 places to go to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County to Duan Ling Tian. Initially, I thought he was just trying to placate Duan Ling Tian so that Duan Ling Tian would hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities. However, brother, you're saying Lord City Governor has no intention of taking Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Does he really intend to send Duan Ling Tian to the county governor's estate? Yang Kong Ping asked in a deep voice as he looked at Miao Lai Long. When there were outsiders around, he would address Miao Lai Long as Lord Commander. However, in private, he would address Miao Lai Long as brother, just like his wife. Yes, he intends to send Duan Ling Tian to the county governor's estate. Based on his words, it seems like he's trying to befriend Duan Ling Tian. Miao Lai Long nodded. Befriend Duan Ling Tian? Yang Kongping's expression darkened. Is it possible that Duan Lingtian is really a transcender who's not even 100 years old yet? Although I don't want to believe it, it's the truth.
Miao Lai Long nodded again.
Based on Miao Lai Long's words, it seems like he has a thorough understanding of Duan Lingtian. He knows Duan Lingtian is someone who would rather die than hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, he chose to befriend Duan Lingtian while Duan Lingtian is still weak. Brother, are we just going to let this matter rest? Can we only watch as Duan Lingtian rises from Bloody Spectre City and heads to the county city of Nine Spectres County? It'll be even more difficult for us to deal with him after he heads to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Miao Lai Feng's expression was filled with reluctance. Naturally, we can't just let this matter rest. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop Duan Lingtian from heading to the county city of Nine Spectres County. The only thing we can do now is to stay in Bloody Spectre City and the Silverworm Army's camp. I've worked for Lord City Governor for many years, and I know his character very well. Since he has decided to befriend Duan Lingtian, he definitely won't let us harm Duan Lingtian. Miao Lai Long paused for a moment before he said, "From now on, all of you must stay calm. Once Duan Lingtian heads to the county city of Nine Spectres County, we'll think of a way to spread the news that Duan Lingtian has mastered a heaven-grade celestial method and divine ability to the county city of Nine Spectres County. At that time, even Duan Lingtian won't be able to live peacefully in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Isn't he stubborn and unruly? He'd rather die than hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities, right? We can use someone else to force him to his death." Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed coldly when he finished speaking. It was as though he had transformed into a poisonous snake as he stared at Duan Lingtian. "Brother, you're wise." Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kongping's eyes lit up when they heard Miao Lai Feng's words. Their eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. 4 months passed in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the people in Bloody Spectre City and the soldiers from the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army had shifted their attention to the city governor's estate. Today was the day the city governor's estate would be holding an arena for the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. The person who became the arena champion would be able to leave Bloody Spectre City and head to the county city of Nine Spectres County in a month's time. Unfortunately, only centurions of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army can enter the city governor's estate to watch the battle. We won't be able to see the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. Many people in Bloody Spectre City sighed in disappointment. Don't worry. It's said that Lord City Governor will use a floating image pearl to record the entire battle. At that time, the recording will be played in the central square of Bloody Spectre City for a month. Floating image pearl? Is that the low-grade celestial artifact that has the same effect as a floating image celestial talisman but can only be used once? That's right. After learning that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City would use a low-grade celestial artifact, the floating image pearl, to record the battle in the central square of Bloody Spectre City, many people began to look forward to it. At the same time, a large group of people had also gathered in the city governor's estate. Naturally, most of them were centurions of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army who were here to watch the battle. There are 3 people from the Black Dragon Army participating in the battle today. Captain Zhao Dongxing, Captain Qin Yu, and Centurion Shui Lang. Tong Zhang, a centurion of the Black Dragon Army who was Duan Lingtian's subordinate, had also arrived. He looked at the people standing in the arena and said to another centurion of the Black Dragon Army next to him, "Look at the Silverworm Army. There are only 2 people from the Silverworm Army." There were only 2 people from the Silverworm Army participating in the battle today. This was because there were only 2 Golden Celestials below the age of 100 in the Silverworm Army. 5 people from the Golden Serpent Guards are here. Although there were more natives of Devata realms who were below the age of 100 who were Golden Celestials compared to Ascendants, the number of natives who were Golden Celestials was much higher. However, in a small place like Bloody Spectre City, there were only a limited number of such people. Let's begin. Soon after, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, arrived. After everyone bowed respectfully to him, he announced in a loud voice. The 10 people in the arena began to compete with each other. It was a free-for-all. The last person standing on the stage would be the champion of today's competition. He would be able to accompany the envoy of the county governor's estate to the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate. Half an hour later, the results were out. He's the last one standing? How's it possible? Chapter 26-23. On the vast arena, a tall and handsome young man stood there. He was clad in black armor, which accentuated his extraordinary valiance. He was awe-inspiring, like a god of war. Judging from his attire, he was a member of the Black Dragon Army. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Xianxia, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, shook his head as he looked at the silver-armored young man in the arena. He would be the last one to remain in the arena. I thought it would be Captain Zhao Dongxing if there was anyone left in the Black Dragon Army. I didn't expect it to be Captain Qianyu. The members of the Black Dragon Army looked at the young man in silver armor with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Half a year ago, Qianyu was only a centurion. He had only been promoted to a new Chili Arch after successfully challenging a Chili Arch. In the eyes of the Black Dragon Army, today, if the Black Dragon Army were to stand at the end, it would definitely be Captain Zhao Dongxing. No one would have thought that the one standing at the end would be this 1,000-man commander Qianyu. Furthermore, through the chaotic battle earlier, they were able to clearly see what was going on. The reason why Qianyu was able to stand at the end was definitely not due to luck. It was completely because of his powerful strength that he was able to smoothly eliminate the others. Commander Chen, your Black Dragon Army has truly hidden itself well. First there was a Duan Lingtian, and now there's a Qianyu. The commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, stared coldly at Chen Xianba and sneered. Thank you for the compliment, Commander Miao. Chen Xianba glanced at Miao Lai Long and replied with a smile. He appeared very magnanimous, which was a stark contrast to Miao Lai Long's cold smile. Qianyu, in the following month, prepare well and hand over the things in your hands. In a month, come to the City Master's mansion and follow the special envoy from the 9 Spectres County's County Governor's mansion to leave Bloody Spectre City for the county city. The city master of the Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu, also looked at Qianyu in surprise. Today, the one standing at the end will be Qianyu, who has just become a Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army half a year ago. He had also witnessed the strength that Qianyu had just displayed. Compared to the other 9 people, Qianyu was indeed a notch stronger. Qianyu stood at the end of the line and won a spot to go to the 9 Spectres County in a month. I can't believe he's the one who's going to 9 Spectres County with me in a month. In a corner that no one noticed, the purple-clothed Duan Lingtian was standing there. He was looking at Qianyu, who was standing on the arena. His eyes could not help slightly narrowing as he muttered in a somewhat surprised manner. Qianyu only became a Chili Arch after he joined the Black Dragon Army. Qianyu did not even need to make a move. His target, Jian Qiuping, had already admitted defeat. And the reason why Jian Qiuping admitted defeat was also related to him. Jian Qiuping wanted to preserve his strength and challenge him. Because everyone's attention is focused on Qianyu, no one has noticed Duan Lingtian, who has been standing in a corner for a long time. Actually, Duan Lingtian had already appeared when the competition on the combat ring began, and he had watched the entire process with his eyes. Now that the outcome of the battle had been decided, Duan Lingtian did not linger. He turned around and left. He came without a sound, and left without a sound as well. However, after he left, he did not return to cultivate. Instead, he walked out of the city governor's estate. I didn't expect I would be able to break through from an indigo moon heavenly celestial to a violet moon heavenly celestial in just a few months. Apart from the prominent celestial stones, the spirit-nourishing pills, and the cultivation room, it's mostly due to the 99 heavenly veins in my body. When Duan Lingtian left the city governor's estate, he thought about how he had become a violet moon heavenly celestial a few days ago. He could not help but feel excited. After coming to the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the benefits of having 99 saint veins in his body. He did not feel this way when he was in the mundane realms. No wonder Hua Lao said my 99 heavenly veins would shine in the Devata realm. As expected, Hua Lao didn't lie to me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days ago, after Duan Ling Tian had broken through and become a violet moon heavenly celestial, he stopped cultivating and came out of closed-door cultivation. There were 2 reasons he did not continue to cultivate. First, he knew it would be impossible for him to break through and become a golden celestial before he went to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Second, he wanted to learn more about the Devata realms before he went to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Currently, his knowledge of the Devata realms was limited to what he had learned from the waiter in the restaurant. Since the waiter did not know everything about the Devata realms, there was no way he would tell him everything. After leaving the city governor's estate, Duan Ling Tian found a few bookstores that were similar to bookstores and used a few primitive celestial stones to purchase a dozen memory celestial talismans that he needed. The memory celestial talisman could record and store a certain amount of information. As long as one extended one's divine consciousness into the memory celestial talisman, one would be able to read the recorded and stored information and make it a part of one's memory. However, the memory celestial talisman was a one-time use item. Once the divine consciousness read the information stored in it, it would shatter. Something worth mentioning was, most of the celestial talismans in the Devata realms were inscribed on jade slips. After purchasing the memory celestial talisman, Duan Ling Tian returned to Lu Fenggu's residence in the city governor's mansion. However, he did not go to the cultivation room. Instead, he stayed in the guest room that Lu Fenggu had prepared for him. Although it was called a guest room, it was actually a courtyard that resembled a small mansion. There were 3 rooms and a spacious courtyard. Lord Duan Ling Tian. Lord Duan Ling Tian. There were 2 guards standing at the entrance of the courtyard. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, they hastily bowed and greeted him respectfully. "Do you know me?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2 guards in surprise. He remembered that when he had just arrived at the city governor's estate a few months ago, these 2 guards were not the ones guarding the entrance. "Lord Duan Ling Tian, after you arrived, Lord City Governor had spread your portrait throughout the city governor's estate. Lord City Governor also said that we should treat you with the same respect as we would treat him. If anyone dares to disrespect you, they can forget about staying in the city governor's estate." One of the guards replied respectfully when faced with Duan Ling Tian's question. "The city governor is very considerate." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled before he walked into the courtyard. Then, he was welcomed by a few maidservants in the courtyard into a large room that was surrounded by 2 smaller rooms. After returning to his room, Duan Ling Tian took out a memory celestial talisman and extended his divine consciousness into it. Crack! As soon as the memory celestial talisman shattered, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel that the memory celestial talisman contained a vast amount of information. Inside the memory immortal talisman, a tremendous amount of information flowed into his mind through his divine sense, as if it had become a part of his memory. The celestial pills in the Devata realms are divided into primitive celestial pills, mediocre celestial pills, prominent celestial pills, and supreme celestial pills. Any primitive celestial alchemist can refine primitive celestial pills. Some primitive celestial alchemists with high alchemy skills might even be able to refine 1 or 2 mediocre celestial pills if they're lucky. However, the success rate for primitive celestial alchemists to refine mediocre celestial pills is extremely low. There are mediocre celestial alchemists, prominent celestial alchemists, and supreme celestial alchemists. Similar to how primitive celestial alchemists refine mediocre celestial pills, it's difficult for mediocre celestial alchemists and prominent celestial alchemists to refine prominent celestial pills and supreme celestial pills. This is especially true for supreme celestial pills. In the spirit overarching heaven, no prominent celestial alchemist is capable of refining supreme celestial pills no matter how smooth the process is. However, there are cases of prominent celestial alchemists being able to refine supreme celestial pills in other Devata realms. The memory celestial talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand contained the grade of celestial pills and the grade of the celestial alchemists who refined the celestial pills. Naturally, the grade of the celestial alchemist was also recorded in the memory celestial talisman. Celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he brought out another memory celestial talisman and sent his divine consciousness into it. As soon as the memory celestial talisman shattered, another wave of information entered Duan Lingtian's mind through his divine consciousness and became part of Duan Lingtian's memories. The celestial weapons in the Devata realms are divided into primitive celestial weapons, mediocre celestial weapons, prominent celestial weapons, and supreme celestial weapons. The memory celestial talisman contained information about celestial weapons and celestial weapons craftsmen. It was similar to the information about celestial pills and celestial alchemists that Duan Ling Tian had learned. Similar to celestial alchemists, celestial weapons craftsmen were divided into primitive celestial weapons craftsmen, mediocre celestial weapons craftsmen, prominent celestial weapons craftsmen, and supreme celestial weapons craftsmen. This memory celestial talisman records how to become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapons craftsman. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian took out another memory celestial talisman and inserted his divine consciousness into it. If one wants to become a celestial alchemist or a celestial weapon craftsman, apart from studying pill refinement and weapon crafting, one must also obtain a celestial fire? Duan Ling Tian learned from the information recorded in the memory immortal talisman. The biggest difference between celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms and celestial weapons craftsmen in the mundane realms was that the celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms were much stronger than the celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the mundane realms. The latter could directly use his own strength to condense pill fire or weapon fire. The former, on the other hand, could only refine pills and refine weapons after obtaining the celestial fire. Celestial fires are considered natural treasures in the Devata realms. The higher the grade, the rarer they are. Moreover, there are many types of celestial fires. They can be divided into two types: gentle and violent. Chapter 26-24. Alchemy and weapons crafting in the Devata realms are really amazing. If one doesn't obtain a celestial fire, no matter how deep one's knowledge of alchemy and weapons crafting is, it's impossible for one to become a celestial alchemist or weapons craftsman. Besides that immortal flame is actually a treasure of the heavens and earth, like immortal herbs, immortal fruits, and so on and so forth. It might be born from underground magma, or it might be born from piercingly cold wind valleys, or it might even be born from deep-sea rivers. Truly miraculous. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he read the information that seemed to have become a part of his memory. However, since celestial fires are treasures, how can they be treasures? After a person obtains it, can it be snatched away by others? Out of curiosity, Duan Ling Tian continued to read the additional information in his memory. Once a celestial fire has acknowledged someone as its master, it's impossible for others to take it away unless that person is willing to surrender the celestial fire. Once a celestial alchemist or celestial weapon craftsman dies, the celestial fire in their body will dissipate as well. In fact, they can detonate their celestial fire to severely injure their enemy or even perish together with their enemy. Naturally, the power of a celestial fire depends on the grade of the celestial fire. For example, once a supreme celestial fire of a supreme celestial alchemist or a supreme celestial weapon craftsman explodes, even an ordinary celestial king would die if they were within 1,000 meters of the explosion point. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered that celestial fires were divided into different grades as well. There were primitive celestial fires, mediocre celestial fires, prominent celestial fires, and supreme celestial fires. Naturally, there were many types of celestial fires. In fact, some celestial fires had yet to be discovered. Supreme celestial alchemists and supreme celestial weapons craftsmen. Even if their cultivation bases are not high, celestial kings still have to be respectful to them. After all, if they detonate their celestial fires, even a celestial king would die. Even if they're only primitive celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen, once they detonate their celestial fires, all great overarching golden celestials within 1,000 meters will either die or be severely injured. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp when he reached this part of the information. Only then did he realize, what kind of existence was the spirit containment pill that he had consumed? Even if that person's cultivation base was not at the level of a great overarching golden celestial, once he chose to ignite the primitive celestial fire in his body, all great overarching golden celestials within 1,000 meters of him would either die or be crippled. Immortal fire. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to encounter one in the future. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he realized the fearsomeness of the immortal fire. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This memory immortal talisman seems to be recording information related to refining pills and weapons. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian took out another memory celestial talisman. The Memory Immortal Talisman contained information on how a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman should refine pills and herbs. It also contained theories on how to refine pills and herbs and how to refine weapons and pills. However, even with this basic theory, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. This theory. I don't think it's as brilliant as the theories of alchemy and equipment forging that I came across in the mundane realms and the mortal continent. As Duan Lingtian continued reading, he discovered a problem. In the Devata realms, the standards of refining pills and forging weapons were not much higher than those in the mundane realms. In fact, based on the memories he obtained from the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he could easily refine primitive celestial pills, primitive celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, and even prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons in the Devata realms. In other words, as long as I can obtain a suitable celestial fire and the appropriate materials, I'll be able to refine all celestial weapons apart from supreme-grade celestial weapons. As long as I can obtain a suitable celestial fire and the appropriate pill formulas and materials, I'll be able to refine all celestial pills apart from supreme-grade celestial pills. Naturally, with the knowledge I obtained from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it won't be difficult for me to master the method to refine supreme-grade celestial pills and celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. He felt as though he had taken a shortcut. However, even if my pill refinement and weapons crafting skills from the mundane realms are considered good in the Devata realms, it's useless if I don't have a celestial fire. Duan Lingtian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head when he thought about this. A celestial fire is much rarer than ordinary treasures. It's hard to come by. Duan Lingtian sighed. He no longer paid attention to the information about pill refinement and medicine refinement. Instead, he took out a memory celestial talisman that contained information about celestial methods and stored it in his memory. Duan Lingtian had already learned about the grades of celestial methods. He wanted to know more about the types of celestial methods. Apart from offensive celestial methods, defensive celestial methods, and movement celestial methods, there's also assistive celestial methods. However, assistive celestial methods are different from assistive divine abilities. The latter is usually used to increase the strength of one's celestial origin energy, while the former is used to harass or restrain one's opponent. For example, some assistive celestial methods can condense celestial origin energy into a long rope to bind one's opponent or form a cage to bind one's opponent. It can also be used with one's soul energy to create an environment that can trap one's opponent. After reading for a while, Duan Lingtian gained a general understanding of assistive celestial methods. As for divine abilities, there was no need for him to learn about them for the time being. There's also the celestial talisman. Duan Lingtian took out a memory celestial talisman and began to learn about the celestial talismans that were similar to the Tao talismans in the mundane realms. Celestial talismans were similar to Tao talismans. However, they were usually inscribed on jade tokens, so they were more effective. There are many types of celestial talismans. There are offensive celestial talismans, defensive celestial talismans, movement celestial methods, and assistive celestial methods. The assistive celestial talismans I've come across are the memory celestial talismans and the floating image celestial talismans. The floating image celestial talisman was similar to the mirror image talisman in the mundane realms. It was capable of recording mirror images. Unlike the mirror image talisman, the floating image celestial talisman could not only record and display images, but it could also record and display sounds from the images. This was something the mirror image talisman in the mundane realms could not do. The mirror image talisman could only record mirror images, not voice. As expected, there are minor-major floating image celestial talismans that are similar to the minor-major mirror image talismans in the mundane realms. However, the value of these minor-major floating image celestial talismans is much higher than ordinary floating image celestial talismans. No wonder Yang Kong Ping, the chilly arch of the Silverworm army, didn't recognize me when I first met him. I thought the scene of his centurions dying in the celestial ascension pool would have been transmitted to him through a celestial talisman similar to the minor-major mirror image talisman. However, it seems like a mere centurion of the Silverworm army doesn't have a minor-major floating image celestial talisman. In fact, Even the captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army don't have a major floating image celestial talisman. After all, Commander Chen didn't give me a major floating image celestial talisman after I became a captain of the Black Dragon Army. It's no wonder Commander Chen doesn't know how Huang Jiabing, a captain of the Black Dragon Army, died. As it turns out, Huang Jiabing doesn't have a major floating image celestial talisman. As soon as Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, a loud and energetic voice rang in his ears. "Brother Ling Tian, I heard you've come out of closed-door cultivation? And you even went out?" Duan Ling Tian could tell the voice belonged to Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Moreover, Lu Fenggu had changed the way he addressed Duan Ling Tian from Captain Duan to Brother Ling Tian. This had unknowingly shortened the distance between them. Based on the voice, Duan Ling Tian could tell Lu Fenggu was currently in the courtyard. City Governor. Duan Ling Tian did not continue reading the information he had retrieved from the Memory Celestial Talisman. He opened the door and walked out of his room before he sat down at a stone table with Lu Fenggu. "Did you gain anything from your closed-door cultivation?" Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, noticed the anticipation in Lu Fenggu's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "It's all thanks to the city governor's cultivation room that I managed to break through and become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial in just a few months." Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. Lu Fenggu was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not regain his senses for a long time. When he heard that Duan Ling Tian had come out of closed-door cultivation, he had given up on the thought of Duan Ling Tian becoming a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. He only hoped that Duan Ling Tian was close to becoming a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. After all, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial even if he spent half a year cultivating. However, Duan Ling Tian had come out of closed-door cultivation in just 5 months. Lu Fenggu was certain Duan Ling Tian would not be able to break through again. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would say he had broken through and become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. "It seems like I've placed my bet on the right person this time." After a long while, Lu Fenggu finally regained his senses. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as he sighed inwardly. The higher Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was, the faster his cultivation base would improve, and the sooner he would be able to exact his revenge. City Governor. When Duan Ling Tian recalled he had learned about the child-mother floating image celestial talisman, he looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, "Do you have the child-mother floating image celestial talisman with the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army?" Chapter 26-25. Yes. Although Lu Fenggu did not know why Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question, he still nodded in response. His subordinates, the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army, each had a minor floating image celestial talisman that he had given to them. This was so he would know immediately if they were killed. Moreover, he would be able to see the scene and hear the voices through the major floating image celestial talisman. "After I became a captain of the Black Dragon Army, Commander Chen didn't give me a minor floating image celestial talisman. Did he forget to give it to me? Or did the other captains of the Black Dragon Army not have one?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Brother Ling Tian, do you think the minor floating image celestial talismans are as common as cabbages?" Lu Fenggu smiled wryly. "I know there are Dao talismans similar to the minor floating image celestial talismans in the mundane realms. However, those Dao talismans are only useful in the mundane realms. They're useless in the Devata realms. Moreover, those who meet the requirements to ascend to the Devata realms won't be able to bring their belongings from the mundane realms to the Devata realms. The minor floating image celestial talismans are different from ordinary floating image celestial talismans. Ordinary floating image celestial talismans are cheap, but the minor floating image celestial talismans are difficult to inscribe and require special materials. I only have a few minor floating image celestial talismans that were given to me by the county governor." Lu Fenggu continued to say, "As the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, I've only given the minor floating image celestial talisman to 3 people. They're Chen Xianba, the Black Dragon Army's commander, Miao Lai Long, the Silverworm Army's commander, and Elder Hong, the Golden Serpent Guard's leader." "Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. Elder Hong isn't one of the 18 golden serpent guards under my command. In fact, he's the one who raised the 18 golden serpent guards. They're all his disciples. As for old Hong, he was the one who followed me from the county governor's estate to Bloody Spectre City. He's also the strongest person under me. He's even stronger than Chen Xianba and Miao Lai Long. The fact that Lu Fenggu even told Duan Lingtian all this showed how much Lu Fenggu valued Duan Lingtian. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. However, although the mother-child floating image celestial talisman is precious, it's useless in front of a great overarching golden celestial. Even if the victim has a floating image immortal talisman, as long as they are willing, the floating image immortal talisman won't work at all. Lu Fenggu continued to say, for this reason, once you've become a great overarching golden celestial, you'll be able to block the transmission of the floating image celestial talisman to the major floating image celestial talisman. The strength of a zenith heaven golden immortal is extremely terrifying. Lu Fenggu's expression turned grim as he spoke. Great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. This was not the first time he had heard of great overarching golden celestials. In fact, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had heard of great overarching golden celestials more than once. He knew great overarching golden celestials could travel between Devata realms and mundane realms. Naturally, even if great overarching golden celestials could travel between Devata realms and mundane realms, very few great overarching golden celestials would do so. This was because once a great overarching golden celestial went to a mundane realm, they would be tainted by the mundane karma, which would affect their cultivation. Those who were lucky would only have their cultivation speed slow down, but those who were unlucky might not be able to progress any further. Moreover, although you were able to overcome the gap between a heavenly celestial and a golden celestial with your profound celestial methods and divine abilities, that's only because the gap between a violet moon heavenly celestial and a scarlet sun golden celestial is not that big. On the other hand, the gap between a peak golden celestial and a violet sun golden celestial is like a chasm. It can be said that the gap between a violet sun golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial is huge. For example, if you're a violet moon heavenly celestial, you can easily defeat a scarlet sun golden celestial who has only mastered yellow-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, if you're a great overarching golden celestial, you can easily defeat a violet sun golden celestial who has mastered a profound grade celestial method and divine abilities with just the yellow-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered. Many violet sun golden celestials can't break through and become great overarching golden celestials in their entire lives. Once they break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, it means they've truly become a powerhouse in the Devata realms. Although there's still a huge gap between them and those who are stronger than them, they're strong enough to look down on heavenly celestials and golden celestials. Lu Fenggu's words made Duan Lingtian realize the difference between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial. That was a gap as wide as a chasm. In the Devata realms, only great overarching golden celestials were considered true powerhouses. City Governor, are there any great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County? Duan Lingtian asked with a solemn expression. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. There are 2 great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County. One of them is our county governor. As for the other person, Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed with hatred when he mentioned the other person. It was as though he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. The other person is the first revered elder who killed your direct disciple and forced you to leave the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County to come to Bloody Spectre City. Isn't that the first revered elder? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Based on Lu Fenggu's reaction, he could guess who the other great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County was. Yes, it's him. Lu Fenggu took a deep breath to suppress the hatred in his heart before he nodded. A great overarching golden celestial. Governor, you're really good at making things difficult for me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. Although Lu Fenggu had promised Duan Lingtian that if he felt that Duan Lingtian should not be killed after he arrived at the county city of Nine Spectres County, it would not be considered a breach of the promise. However, after spending some time with Lu Fenggu, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of Lu Fenggu's character. Lu Fenggu was most likely not lying to him. There was a high chance that the other person should be killed. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew he would not be able to escape from this agreement. With your celestial methods, divine abilities, and the ability to steal other people's celestial weapons, you might be able to defeat him even if you haven't become a great overarching golden celestial. With your innate talent, it won't take long for you to break through and become a violet sun golden celestial, a peak golden celestial. As long as you become a violet sun golden celestial, you'll be able to overcome the gap between a golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial. You'll be able to capture him and bring him to me so I can kill him. Lu Fenggu said confidently. The gap between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial was huge. However, with the various means that the purple-clad young man had mastered, it was possible for him to cross that gap and defeat a great overarching golden celestial with his cultivation base of an ordinary gold celestial. Governor, you really think highly of me. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly again. It's not that I think highly of you, but you have the potential. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he changed the topic. Brother Lingtian, what did you do after leaving the city governor's estate today? I went to buy some memory celestial talismans that recorded the basic knowledge of the Devata realms. After all, I've just ascended to the Devata realms, so there are many things I don't know yet. Duan Lingtian said. That's true. Lu Fenggu nodded. When I first ascended to the Devata realms, I didn't know much about the Devata realms either. It was only after I completed my service in the celestial stone mine in another city that I regained my freedom that I learned about the Devata realms. The city governor is also an ascender. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. A hint of reminiscence could be seen in his eyes as he said, It's been more than 1,000 years since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. At that time, I wasn't as strong as you. I was captured and sent to the celestial stone mine as soon as I ascended. It's been more than 1,000 years, but you still haven't become a great overarching golden celestial? Duan Lingtian did not expect Lu Fenggu had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for such a long time. Do you think everyone is like you? Lu Fenggu said with a hint of annoyance when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even I'm considered one of the most talented ascenders. After ascending for more than 1,000 years, I've already become an indigo sun golden celestial. Back then, it took me a few decades to become an indigo moon heavenly celestial and become a violet moon heavenly celestial. However, it only took you a few months. Although the cultivation environment and resources I enjoyed back then were not as good as yours, your innate talent is heaven-defying compared to those who have ascended from the mundane realms. Lu Fenggu continued to praise Duan Lingtian for his heaven-defying innate talent. Even though I've ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for more than 1,000 years, I've never heard of anyone who managed to break through from an indigo moon heavenly celestial to a violet moon heavenly celestial in just a few months. Apart from that, I've never heard of anyone with monstrous innate talent in the Devata realms who managed to break through 2 cultivation bases in such a short time. Lu Fenggu continued to say. Lu Fenggu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's innate talent. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He was not surprised by Lu Fenggu's words. After all, he had 99 heavenly veins. He was not an ordinary celestial. City governor. Chapter 26-26. Celestial fire? Lu Fenggu's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he was very sensitive to the word celestial fire. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He could not figure out why Lu Fenggu would have such a reaction. After a while, Lu Fenggu regained his senses and nodded. A celestial fire is the foundation of a celestial alchemist and a celestial weapon craftsman. Are you interested in a celestial fire, Brother Lingtian? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When I was in the mundane realm, I used to be an alchemist and a weapon craftsman. Through the memory celestial talisman, I learned about alchemy and weapon crafting in the Devata realms. I discovered that the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the mundane realms are similar to the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the Devata realms. In fact, I can use the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the mundane realms to refine pills and weapons in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, it's possible. Lu Fenggu nodded. There are many outstanding celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the At realms. They're only able to stand out because of their foundation in alchemy and weapons crafting in the mundane realms. In the At realms, although there are differences in pill refinement and weapon forging techniques, the most important thing is still the celestial fire. Without a celestial fire, it's impossible for you to become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman no matter how skilled you are. Lu Fenggu said. Brother Ling Tian, let's put aside the fact that a celestial fire is hard to come by. What's the highest grade of celestial pills and celestial weapons you can refine in the At realms with your alchemy and weapon crafting techniques? Lu Fenggu asked. Many people who had ascended to the At realms had high attainments in pill refinement and weapon crafting. Once they obtained a high-grade celestial fire, they would be able to refine mediocre celestial pills, mediocre celestial weapons, and even prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons. Naturally, there were very few people who were able to refine prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons in the mundane realms. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. I don't have a problem refining prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons. As for the method to refine supreme celestial pills and celestial weapons, I'll have to continue studying it. I don't think I need to refine it, I need to refine it, Duan Ling Tian said. He did not feel there was a need to conceal it. After all, without a celestial fire, he would still Ling Tian would celestial had Fenggu's Lu Feng's knowledge was a alalal alchemist. It was the speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener had the heart. He Fenggu heard done. Heard do as he Lu heard do as soon as he said s. He was he. He Duan was as was there Duan Ling Tian? For this reason, he was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. It should be noted that those who had just ascended to the At realms who were capable of refining prominent celestial pills and prominent celestial weapons were extremely rare even if they did not possess a celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian's cultivation innate talent could be said to be heaven-defying, and it had already shocked him greatly. He was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's alchemy and weapon crafting techniques. Unfortunately, without a celestial fire, it's impossible for me to study the method to refine supreme celestial pills and celestial weapons. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Brother Ling Tian. Lu Fenggu narrowed his eyes as his expression turned solemn. It was as though he had made up his mind. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu in confusion. He had also noticed Lu Fenggu's strange expression. After you've avenged me, I'll give you a clue about the celestial fire. I'll tell you where it is, and you can go and collect it. Moreover, the celestial fire might not be as simple as a primitive celestial fire. It might be a mediocre celestial fire. Lu Fenggu said solemnly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. You have a clue about the celestial fire? Moreover, it might be a mediocre celestial fire? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. He did not expect Lu Fenggu would have a clue about the celestial fire. Moreover, the celestial fire might be a mediocre celestial fire. After recovering from his surprise, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up like two dazzling stars in the night sky. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. I obtained this clue by accident before I left the county city of Nine Spectres County. I've been to the place where the celestial fire is hidden, but I didn't have the ability to obtain it. I think one would have to be a great overarching golden celestial to obtain the celestial fire. Although I didn't manage to obtain the celestial fire, I set up a few concealment formations at the place where the celestial fire is hidden. Unless one's a great overarching golden celestial or stronger uses their divine consciousness to search the area, it's impossible to find it. Lu Fenggu continued to say, at that time, when I discovered I didn't have the ability to obtain the celestial fire, I thought of telling Lord County Governor about it. However, my direct disciple was killed by Zhou Tong, the revered elder of the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed with rage when he reached the end of his sentence. I went to look for Lord County Governor and asked him for help. I had already planned to tell Lord County Governor about the celestial fire if he was willing to stand up for my direct disciple. However, for the sake of the bigger picture, Lord County Governor only said a few words to Zhou Tong. Naturally, I knew I had no choice but to do so even if I were Lord County Governor. After all, Zhou Tong was the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate. He was second only to Lord County Governor in Nine Spectres County. After that, I was forced to leave by Zhou Tong. Although I don't resent Lord County Governor, I didn't intend to tell him about the celestial fire.
I kept it in my heart and thought I'd obtain the celestial fire if I had the chance to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial.
Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he continued to speak.
For this reason, after I came to Bloody Spectre City, I searched for a lot of memory celestial talismans that were related to pill refinement and weapon forging. However, before I obtained the celestial fire, I didn't know how to refine pills or forge weapons. I could only understand some theories. Lu Fenggu could not help but smile bitterly as he continued to say, "At that time, I regretted not studying alchemy and equipment crafting when I was still in the mundane realm. Since you want the celestial fire, why are you telling me about the celestial fire now? Moreover, you promised that you'll tell me the location of the celestial fire if I help you take revenge?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "The reason I told you about the celestial fire is because," Lu Fenggu replied bluntly to Duan Lingtian's question. "First, it's because I don't know if I'll be able to become a great overarching golden celestial in the future. If I don't, I can only keep the secret to myself or let someone else take advantage of it. Second, it's because your pill refinement and weapon forging skills are not low. Moreover, your innate talent is heaven-defying. Your future is limitless. Giving you the celestial fire is a form of good karma between us. Perhaps, I'll be able to benefit more from this than if I were to obtain the celestial fire." Lu Fenggu's words were frank and straightforward, without any intention of hiding anything. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a gleam of wisdom flashed in his eyes at the right time. "City Governor, after hearing your words, I wish I could grow a pair of wings and fly to the County Governor's estate in Nine Spectres County to capture revered Elder Zhou Tong and bring him to you for you to deal with."
Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. The celestial fire was too tempting for him. With your current cultivation base, even if you're stronger than most golden celestials, you're still not strong enough to deal with Zhou Tong. For this reason, even if you go to the County Governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, you won't be able to avenge me in a short time. Lu Fenggu shook his head. "I know. However, the celestial fire is too tempting for me. Moreover, you said the celestial fire is likely to be a mediocre celestial fire." Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. If a person possessed a primitive celestial fire, it meant that he possessed the ability to deter almost all great overarching golden celestials. He would be able to make great overarching golden celestials hesitate to act against him. If a person possessed a mediocre celestial fire, they would be able to deter overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were stronger than great overarching golden celestials. If a mediocre celestial alchemist or celestial weapons craftsman decided to die together with an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, they would only have to detonate their mediocre celestial fire when they were within 1,000 meters of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial. An ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to resist the power of a mediocre celestial fire. On the other hand, a powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestial might be able to resist the power of a mediocre celestial alchemist, but they would still have to pay a heavy price. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the celestial fire was not a mediocre celestial alchemist. Not only could the celestial fire be used to refine celestial pills and celestial weapons, but it could also be used to intimidate great overarching golden celestials and overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Indeed, it's very likely to be a mediocre celestial fire. However, I'm not 100% certain. I just feel like it's very different from the primitive celestial fires I've heard about. It's not as simple as a primitive celestial fire, Lu Fenggu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's very different from a primitive celestial fire? Then, is it different from a prominent celestial fire or a supreme celestial fire? Duan Lingtian asked anxiously. Brother Lingtian, Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile. Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile on his face. I've only heard of primitive celestial fires. I haven't even heard of mediocre celestial fires, let alone prominent celestial fires and supreme celestial fires. If that's the case, does this mean the celestial fire might be a prominent celestial fire or a supreme celestial fire? Chapter 26-27. I don't think so. Lu Fenggu was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words.
With his strength at that time, He could not even get close to the celestial fire hidden in that place, let alone take it for himself. However, he did not expect the celestial fire to be so powerful. The celestial fire must be a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire. As far as Duanling Tian knew, only great overarching golden celestials and above could get close to some of the rarer primitive celestial fires and take them for themselves. Naturally, primitive celestial fires were rare. Ordinary golden immortals would be able to obtain an inferior-grade immortal fire with their bare hands after discovering it. The entire process was very simple. However, he did not know much about mediocre-grade celestial fires. However, in Duanling Tian's opinion, since it was a mediocre celestial fire, it was much more difficult to obtain than a primitive celestial fire. It was not surprising that only great overarching golden celestials were capable of obtaining it. For this reason, he told Duanling Tian, the celestial fire is a rare celestial fire. The celestial fire he discovered was most likely a mediocre-grade celestial fire. Of course, it was only a possibility. He was not 100% sure. After all, only great overarching golden celestials or stronger could take away primitive celestial fires. City Lord, now that I've said this, do you regret telling me about the immortal fire? Duanling Tian asked with a smile on his face. There's nothing to regret. Lu Fenggu shook his head. It's unlikely that the celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire. Even if it is, I might not be able to take it. After all, I might not even be able to become a great overarching golden celestial in the future. On this point, I am well aware of my own limitations. If it's a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire, even a great overarching golden celestial might not be able to take it, let alone me. Lu Fenggu could not help but laugh at himself when he reached the end of his sentence. It doesn't matter if the celestial fire is a primitive, mediocre, prominent, or supreme celestial fire. I'm very interested in it. Duanling Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed as a look of anticipation flashed through his eyes. He didn't hide his desire to obtain the immortal flame's core. With Brother Ling Tian's current strength, it's impossible for you to obtain the celestial fire even if you go to that place. Perhaps, you'll be able to obtain the celestial fire when you're strong enough to defeat Zhou Tong. Lu Fenggu said with a smile. In the end, the city lord is still anxious to take revenge. Duanling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu deeply before he asked, Governor, if I go to the county governor's estate and discover that Zhou Tong isn't someone who should be killed as you said, and our deal is voided, will you not tell me the location of the celestial fire? Don't worry. Lu Fenggu smiled confidently. The deal between us won't be voided. In his opinion, if Zhou Tong was not someone who deserved to be killed, then there were probably not many people in the world who deserved to be killed. After a short while, Lu Fenggu bade farewell and left. Duanling Tian returned to his room and continued to read the memory celestial talismans he had bought in Bloody Spectre City. Inscribing an immortal talisman is not as troublesome as refining pills and refining artifacts. One must first obtain a heavenly treasure like an immortal fire that can only be found by chance. As long as golden immortals and above are willing to spend some time studying it, they can inscribe immortal talismans on their own. For example, memory celestial talismans and ordinary floating image celestial talismans. As long as an ordinary golden immortal knows the runes of the corresponding celestial talismans, they can easily inscribe them. As for the mother-child floating image celestial talismans, although ordinary golden immortals can inscribe them, the materials required to inscribe them are too rare and precious. Soon after, Duanling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the celestial talismans in the Devata realms. Whether it's the memory celestial talismans or the floating image celestial talismans, they're only assist-type celestial talismans. As for the offensive, defensive, and movement celestial talismans, they can only be inscribed by great overarching golden immortals. The higher the grade of the celestial talismans, the more powerful they are. Moreover, some high-grade celestial talismans can be used to save one's life at a critical moment. Naturally, some powerful offensive celestial talismans can also be used to kill. For example, many young celestials with powerful backgrounds have powerful celestial talismans inscribed by their seniors to save their lives at a critical moment. After learning about the celestial talismans, Duanling Tian shifted his attention to the information recorded in the other memory celestial talismans. In the At realms, there's no distinction between Dao cultivators and martial cultivators. This is because some of the powerful celestial methods and divine abilities in the At realms can draw upon the heaven and earth energy to attack, unlike in the mundane realms. There's also the heavenly veins. Those who possess 81 or more heavenly veins are all extremely talented. Their cultivation speed is not something ordinary celestials can compare to. In the mundane realms, those who possess 81 or more heavenly veins are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. However, that's not the case in the At realms. In fact, some natives have 81 or more saint veins due to their good genes. Duan Lingtian was shocked. As expected of the At realms, to think that 81 heavenly veins is so common in the At realms. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. The number of heavenly veins affects one's cultivation speed and the speed at which one can mobilize one's celestial origin energy. Those with more heavenly veins have an advantage in both aspects. However, in the At realms, having more heavenly veins doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to surpass those who don't have as many heavenly veins. There are all kinds of fortuitous encounters in the At realms, and anything is possible. In fact, some heavenly emperors who rule over At realms don't even have 81 heavenly veins. Having more heavenly veins only means one has a higher starting point. Most of the time, one has to rely on oneself and fortuitous encounters in the future. After reading the information, Duan Lingtian put away the feeling of superiority he had since he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven because he possessed 99 heavenly veins. No wonder Senior Feng Qingyang was able to make a name for himself in the At realms in just 100,000 years, even though he only has 81 heavenly veins. He even became a heavenly emperor who rules over one of the 81 At realms, the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian was still in the mundane realm, he had heard that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang possessed 81 saint veins. The saint veins in the mundane realm he came from were the heavenly veins in the At realms. If it wasn't for me, I'm sure Senior Feng Qingyang would still be in the solitary destructive heaven, enjoying his position as the heavenly emperor. Now, he's trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the At realms. I don't even know if he's dead or alive. Furthermore, that place, even if a heavenly emperor goes in, it's close to certain death. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes as he thought about this. He clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled violently. If anything happens to Senior Feng Qingyang, Yun Qingyan, I'll tear you to pieces and burn your bones to ashes. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes that were filled with extreme hatred. When he opened his mouth to speak, he let out a hysterical roar that was close to gnashing his teeth. A month later, 3 figures shot out of Bloody Spectre City like 3 bolts of lightning and left the city. The leader of the trio was an old man dressed in a long gray robe. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, his movements exuded an otherworldly aura. The old man led the way. 2 young men followed closely behind him. Of these 2 young men, one wore purple clothes, and the other wore black clothes. Both of them were tall, had distinct facial features, and were handsome. Moreover, their faces revealed a bit of coldness, and it was as if they kept others 1,000 miles away. The trio was none other than Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu, and the special envoy from the county city of 9 Spectres County. The special envoy from the county governor's estate was the gray-clad old man who led the way. He had arrived early in the morning. After declining the city governor's invitation to stay a night in Bloody Spectre City, he led Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu out of Bloody Spectre City in the direction of the county city of 9 Spectres County. Qin Yu, I've read the memory immortal talisman that City Governor Lu gave me about you. Half a year ago, you were only a centurion of the Black Dragon Army under the command of Bloody Spectre City? Suddenly, the old man who was leading the way turned around and looked at Qin Yu who was beside Duan Lingtian. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. I've long heard that Bloody Spectre City has close to 10 golden immortals under the age of 100. I didn't expect that one of the 2 spots to go to the county governor's estate would be obtained by someone who was only a centurion of the Black Dragon Army half a year ago. How rare. You're not bad. Not bad at all. The old man praised Qin Yu as he reached the end of his sentence. Thank you for your praise, Special Envoy. Qin Yu's originally calm face slightly squeezed out a smile. The old man nodded at Qin Yu before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought to himself, since the city governor gave the special envoy a memory immortal talisman about Xianxia, he must have also given the special envoy a memory immortal talisman about me. I wonder, how did the city governor introduce me in the memory immortal talisman? Although he did not know how Lu Fenggu had introduced him in the memory immortal talisman, he knew Lu Fenggu would not harm him. After interacting with Lu Fenggu, he was certain Lu Fenggu was not a despicable person. Chapter 26-28. Duan Lingtian, City Governor Lu said in the Memory Celestial Talisman that you only joined the Black Dragon Army half a year ago. Moreover, as soon as you joined the Black Dragon Army, you killed a centurion who's a golden celestial with a single blow. Then, in a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City, you severed the arm of Yang Kongping, a Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army. Yang Kongping is one of the top 3 Chiliarchs in the Silverworm Army. He's an Orange Sun Golden Celestial. The old man leading the way in front, who was also the county governor's estate special envoy, glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. It's precisely because of this that City Governor Lu directly reserved a spot for you. It's clear that City Governor Lu thinks highly of you. It's all thanks to the city governor's kindness. Duan Lingtian replied humbly. You don't have to be humble. The old man smiled faintly. The fact that you're able to defeat an Orange Sun Golden Celestial, who's one of the top 3 Chiliarchs in the Silverworm Army when you're not even 100 years old shows that you're one of the strongest Golden Celestials in Bloody Spectre City. City Governor Lu has always been a steady person. You're worthy of being given a spot in the Black Dragon Army. When the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of approval in his eyes. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was very confident. Based on Duan Lingtian's battle results, he was certain Duan Lingtian was the strongest Golden Celestial in Bloody Spectre City. Even Qin Yu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was not a match for Duan Lingtian. Since the old man had only stayed in Bloody Spectre City for a short time, he had not heard the rumor that Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago. Of course, even if he had heard the rumor, he would not believe it, just like the majority of the people in Bloody Spectre City. What a joke! A heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven was capable of defeating Yang Kongping, who was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 Chiliarchs of the Silverworm Army? Although Duan Lingtian's soul was protected by the defective metal piece, and it was difficult for ordinary people to detect his age through his soul. However, in the Devata realms, powerhouses above the Golden Celestial realm could determine a person's age based on the aura of their flesh and blood. Because of this, the moment the old man saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian was indeed less than 100 years old. All of you only know that I'm the special envoy of the county governor's estate, but you don't know my name. My name is Xianxia, and I'm an inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate. The old man's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu as he unhurriedly introduced himself. An inner mansion elder. Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard the old man's words, but Qin Yu was shocked. He looked at the old man and said, Elder Xianxia? As far as I know, there are only 13 inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate of the 9 Spectres County. Each of the inner mansion elders is a violet sun golden celestial. After saying those words, Qin Yu once again looked to the old man with a gaze filled with respect. Although he knew the old man was the envoy of the county governor's estate, he did not know the old man was a violet sun golden celestial, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. A violet sun golden celestial was a peak golden celestial who was closest to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained calm from the beginning until the end. This was because Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had told him about the old man through voice transmission before he left Bloody Spectre City. For this reason, he knew the old man was an inner mansion elder. The old man was an inner elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Moreover, he was a violet sun golden celestial. It's a long journey from the county city of 9 Spectres County to the 9 cities of 9 Spectres County. It's inevitable that we'll encounter some robbers along the way. Among those robbers, there's no lack of violet sun golden celestials. Xianxia, an inner court elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, said, "For this reason, all of the people sent by the county governor's estate to the 9 cities in Nine Spectres County are inner court elders. This is to ensure your safety as much as possible." Yu nodded. Yu nodded. Elder Xianxia. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia and asked curiously, "Do you know why the county governor's estate is recruiting 2 golden celestials below the age of 100 like me and Yu from the 9 cities of Nine Spectres County?" "I'm not too sure about the details, but I heard it has something to do with King Qin's mansion," Xianxia replied. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Duan Lingtian knew he had asked for nothing. After all, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had already told him about this. Yu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had a peculiar glint in his eyes when Xianxia mentioned King Qin's mansion. Due to the glint in his eyes, neither Duan Lingtian nor Xianxia noticed it. "We were just talking about robbers. I didn't expect that someone would set their sights on us so quickly." Xianxia suddenly turned his head and his gaze fell on the sky in front of him. He seemed to have discovered something and said in a deep voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Yu's eyes shifted to the sky in front of them. However, he discovered that the clouds in front of him were a little different from the clouds in other parts of the sky. Almost immediately after Xianxia, Duan Lingtian and Yu looked at the sky in front of them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Behind the clouds in the sky in front of them, several figures dashed out and swooped down. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the 3 of them. "We've been discovered." As expected of a violet sun golden celestial. When Duan Lingtian's group of 3 was surrounded by more than 20 people, 2 old figures descended from the sky unhurriedly and appeared in the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Surprisingly, they were 2 old men. One of them was dressed in a black robe while the other was dressed in a white robe. The old man dressed in a black robe was skinny like a bamboo pole while the old man dressed in a white robe was fat like a ball. At this moment, both of them were looking at Xianxia. When Yu heard that Xianxia was truly worthy of being a purple sun golden immortal, his expression changed again. Naturally, he knew what this meant. It meant Xianxia was not afraid of a violet sun golden celestial. Even Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he heard the old man's words. He thought to himself, "Are we that lucky? We encountered a violet sun golden celestial so soon after we left Bloody Spectre City?" Since great overarching golden celestials did not bother to rob celestials in a small place like Nine Spectres County, Duan Lingtian did not think the 2 old men were great overarching golden celestials since they were not afraid of Xianxia. However, since they were not afraid of Xianxia, it meant there was a violet sun golden celestial among them. In fact, there might be more than one violet sun golden celestial among them. "How dare you show yourself after probing my cultivation base?" At the same time, Xianxia looked at the 2 old men and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, the 2 of you must be the famous raiders in Nine Spectres County, the black and white heroes." "That's right. You have good eyes." The white-robed old man narrowed his eyes, which were squeezed by the fat on his face. A harmless smile appeared on his face. "I've long heard that the black and white heroes are violet sun golden celestials. Moreover, they're very cunning and have 3 burrows. Our county governor's estate has sent people out many times with the intention of eliminating both of you, but it's difficult to track you down." A faint smile appeared on Xianxia's face when he heard the white-clad old man's words. "What a coincidence. It seems like I'm in luck." Although there was a smile on his face, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous glint. The county governor's estate. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the white-clad old man and the black-clad old man's expressions changed drastically. The expressions of the over 20 people surrounding Duan Lingtian's group of 3 changed drastically. Moreover, their bodies began to tremble violently due to the shock they received. The county governor's estate. It was one of the most powerful forces in the Nine Spectres County, and it could even be said to be the most powerful force in the county. Over the years, the county governor's estate had sent people to annihilate them many times. As a result, they did not dare to stay in one place for too long. They had only recently arrived in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. They did not expect to meet people from the county governor's estate here. Initially, they thought the violet sun golden celestial was a big fish. They did not expect him to be from the county governor's estate. "Sir, Are you really from the county governor's estate? The black-clad old man took a deep breath before he looked at Xianxia and said, as long as you can show us your identity token, not only will our organization not make things difficult for you, but we're also willing to give you 1,000 mediocre celestial stones as an apology. If they could confirm Xianxia was from the county governor's estate, they could not afford to offend him. Even if Xianxia was weaker than them, they did not dare to kill him. If Xianxia was killed, they would infuriate the county governor's estate. At that time, the county governor's estate might even send great overarching golden celestials to hunt them down. In the past, the county governor's estate could not find them because they did not send great overarching golden celestials. If a great overarching golden celestial were to make a move, unless they left 9 Spectres County, they would be in danger of being discovered. There's no need for that. Xianxia said indifferently, since the black and white heroes have shown up today, don't even think about leaving. The coldness in Xianxia's eyes intensified when he finished speaking. How boastful of you. The black-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he heard Xianxia's words. He said in a deep voice, Sir, there are 3 of you, and you're the only Violet Sun Golden Celestial. If we fight, you might not be a match for us. If you insist on going your own way, don't blame us for ignoring the county governor's estate and killing you. Chapter 26-29. 2 Violet Sun Golden Celestials? When Qianyu heard that the 2 old men before him, the black and white heroes, were both Purple Sun Golden Immortals, Qianyu's expression changed completely. Even Duan Lingtian had a grave expression on his face when he heard Xianxia's words. However, when he saw Xianxia's reaction, he realized Xianxia was not afraid at all. Xianxia did not seem to be afraid of the 2 old men even though they were both Violet Sun Golden Celestials. Based on his words, it was as though he was confident he could kill the 2 old men on his own. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression calmed down. It was not because of Xianxia's confidence, but it was because he was confident in his own strength. Violet Sun Golden Celestials would not be able to kill a Violet Sun Golden Celestial unless they mastered profound-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could easily deal with them without using the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Even if the Violet Sun Golden Celestials only mastered profound-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he could easily kill them if he used the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Naturally, he would not use the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, unless it was absolutely necessary. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword was his trump card. Unless he had no other choice, he would not reveal it easily. Is that so? Xianxia smiled faintly in the face of the black-robed old man's threat. However, the cold light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. He shouted sternly, "Let's go!" He said coldly, "Go ahead and try." Based on his words, he did not take the black-clad old man's threat seriously at all. "May I know who you are from the county governor's estate?" The white-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he saw Xianxia's domineering attitude. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Xianxia again. There were only 2 possibilities for Xianxia to be so unyielding even after learning their identities. The first possibility was that Xianxia was deliberately mystifying them. The second possibility was that Xianxia was not afraid of them at all. In fact, he was confident he could defeat both of them and kill them. Based on the current situation, the possibility of the first possibility was very slim. Remember, the person who's going to kill you is Xianxia from the county governor's estate of 9 Spectres County. As Xianxia's voice faded, his body suddenly shook again. A powerful and violent energy swept out from his body in a timely manner. Like a tornado, it brought him swiftly towards the black and white duo. Xianxia? The second strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in 9 Spectres County. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the expressions of the black and white duo changed completely. The white-robed old man couldn't help but cry out in alarm. His eyes were filled with fear. Xianxia. He was the inner mansion of the county governor mansion of county. In the entire 9 Spectres County, there was only one person below the great overarching golden celestial realm. The strongest celestial? When Duanling Tian and Qin Yu heard the white-robed old man's exclamation, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Because they did not expect the person who was escorting them to the county city of Nine Spectres County would be so powerful. The worried expression on Qin Yu's face disappeared instantly. With such a powerhouse by his side, what was there to be worried about? Lord Xianxia, if you're willing to spare our lives, we're willing to give you our life savings. When the white-robed old man and the black-robed old man saw Xianxia move, they repeatedly cried out as they retreated. Based on their words, they also wanted to use the lifetime savings of the black and white heroes in exchange for their lives. Humph! Xianxia snorted when he heard the white-clad old man's words. He said disdainfully, Lord County Governor has already ordered that whoever kills the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man will have to take everything from the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man. If I kill both of you, your life savings will be mine as well. Xianxia did not give the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man any chance of retreating. Big brother, since he's unwilling to let us live, let's fight it out with him. I'd like to see if he's worthy of being called the second strongest person in Nine Spectres County after a great overarching golden celestial. The black-clad old man's expression turned cold when he saw Xianxia was not giving them any chance of retreating. All right. At this time, the white-robed old man also knew that he had no other choice. The pair of small eyes behind the fat squinted, and a cold and sharp light flashed through them. Whoosh! Following that, he unleashed his celestial origin energy that he had been accumulating for a long time. All of you, make your move and kill those two brats. Even if we're going to die in Xianxia's hands, we must kill the two brats by his side. The black-clad old man did not forget to order his subordinates as his celestial origin energy surged. Xianxia did not expect the black-clad old man to give such an order. His expression changed immediately. Although he was confident he could kill the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man, it would still take him some time. If the subordinates of the black and white heroes really disregarded their own lives and attacked Duanling Tian and Qin Yu, whom he was escorting this time, Duanling Tian and Qin Yu would definitely die. As far as he knew, among the subordinates of the black and white heroes, the weakest was a crimson sun golden celestial while the strongest was a yellow sun golden celestial. Boom! With a boom, Xianxia suddenly came to a halt as he drew closer and closer to the black and white heroes. His vast power slammed into the air, causing a deafening explosion. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared coldly at the 20 or so subordinates of the black and white heroes. He was prepared to kill these 20 or so people first before dealing with the black and white heroes. The expressions of the 20 or so people who were targeted by Xianxia all changed greatly. Haha! Xianxia, it seems that you care a lot about these two brats. When the black-robed old man saw Xianxia's action, he laughed and rushed out with the white-robed old man. They tacitly blocked Xianxia's path. At the same time, they didn't forget to give orders to the group of people under them. Kill them. Don't worry about Xianxia. Xianxia became anxious when he heard the black-robed old man's order. His eyes flashed coldly. My target today is the black and white heroes. As long as you stay where you are and don't act rashly, I'll spare your lives. For the sake of Duanling Tian and Qin Yu's safety, Xianxia made a compromise with the group of people surrounding the two Duanling Tian and Qin Yu. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the eyes of the people surrounding the two Duanling Tian brightened. Don't believe his nonsense. The black-robed old man seemed to have noticed his subordinate's hesitation. He said coldly, all of you quickly kill those two brats and scatter. Big brother and I will do our best to stop Xianxia so that all of you have enough time to escape. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he heard the black-robed old man's words. Kill! Kill them! The moment the black-robed old man's words left his mouth, the 20 over people surrounding Duanling Tian no longer hesitated and instantly made their move. Waves of vast and majestic energy swept toward Duanling Tian. They trusted the black-robed old man more than Xianxia. You're seeking death. When Xianxia realized it was too late for him to compromise with the black and white heroes, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a loud shout, the celestial origin energy in his body surged out like a tornado and swept toward the black and white heroes who were blocking his path. Xianxia, this is your own choice. Even if they die, It's your fault. The black-robed old man said with a ruthless expression on his face as he charged toward Xianxia. As for the white-robed old man, he joined the black-robed old man in charging toward Xianxia when he realized there was no way out for him. On the other side, they're all golden celestials? Although Duanling Tian was surprised by their strength, he was not as terrified as Qinyu when faced with the attacks from more than 20 people. You're seeking death. Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a fountain through his 99 heavenly veins. It turned into tens of thousands of sword rays that emitted the sound of sword whistling in the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dazzling sword lights were like dazzling suns when looked at from afar. They were dazzling to the extreme and dazzling to the extreme. Elementary devouring tactic. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Duanling Tian took out a celestial sword. It was the primitive celestial weapon he had obtained after coming to the spirit overarching heaven. To him, it was already an honor to be able to make him attack the group of people in front of him like this. These people were not worthy of him using the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Without using the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duanling Tian unleashed the sword formation. The 13 golden celestials did not even have time to react before they were killed by Duanling Tian. Blood splattered from the sky as though it was raining blood. While Duanling Tian was killing the 13 golden celestial raiders, Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Qinyu, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, was severely injured by the remaining 11 golden celestials. The follow-up attacks of the 11 golden immortal raiders rained down on him like a downpour. Am I going to die here today? Qinyu's expression was one of despair. His eyes were filled with reluctance. He still had too many things he wanted to do. Whoosh! 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 Just when Qinyu was in despair, at the critical moment, a series of ear-piercing sword whistles entered his ears from afar. Immediately after, he saw a sword flash across the sky before his eyes. Boom! 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 Chapter 26:30. In Qinyu's eyes, the sword ray that streaked across the sky before his eyes was like a ray of light that lit up the darkness and pulled him out from the abyss of darkness. Duanling Tian? When he realized it was Duanling Tian who had made the move, he was shocked to see the sword ray. The sword ray that had blocked the attacks of the 11 golden celestials continued to surge forward and shrouded the 11 golden celestials who were charging at him. It was as though a dam had been breached, drowning all of them. No! No. Unlike the dozen or so bandits who were killed by Duanling Tian in such a domineering manner, this group of bandits only regained their senses after a while. Faced with Duanling Tian's unstoppable sword formation, they could not help but scream in agony. After that, only a rain of blood could be seen falling from the sky. Whoosh! Duanling Tian waved his hand, and waves of invisible energy swept out and collected the spatial rings of the 20 over people he had just killed that were shrouded in the bloody mist. All of these could be considered as his spoils of war. How's this possible? Damn it! How can this purple-clad young man be so strong? The black and white heroes, who were retreating under Zhang Qiu's attacks, also discovered that their subordinates had all been killed. For a moment, they took the time to glance at the purple figure not far away, and their eyes simultaneously revealed waves of shock. However, after their shock, they hurriedly recovered from their shock and focused on dealing with Zhang Qiu's attacks, not daring to be distracted again. Thank you, Duanling Tian. Qinyu looked at Duanling Tian, and besides the shock in his eyes, he said with a serious expression, I, Qinyu, owe you a life. It's nothing. Don't mention it. Duanling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Qinyu's words. If it was someone else, I would have saved them too. I know. Qinyu nodded. However, his gaze was as firm as before. However, this does not affect the fact that I, Qinyu, owe you a life. Facing the stubborn Qinyu, Duanling Tian shrugged his shoulders somewhat helplessly, but did not say anything more. However, even though he appeared to be helpless, in his heart, he rather admired Qinyu's stubbornness. At the very least, it can be seen that this Qinyu was a person who knew how to be grateful. Elder Xianxia sighed. Should be coming to a conclusion soon. A moment later, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed in the distance. Under Xianxia's relentless barrage of attacks, the black and white heroes were forced to retreat again and again, and it seemed that they would not be able to hold on for much longer. About 15 minutes later. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two loud sounds, Xianxia had found a flaw in the black and white heroes. He broke through their defenses in one fell swoop and sent the two of them flying, heavily injuring them. PFFF. Wah! The black and white heroes, who were heavily injured and sent flying, each spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their sorry figures shot out like arrows from a bow, and they barely managed to stop after a while. Big brother, let's use soul attacks to kill that purple-clothed brat. Seeing Xianxia chasing after them, the eyes of the black-robed old man, who knew that he would die, suddenly turned cold. He immediately transmitted his voice to the white-robed old man beside him and said in a determined tone, "Okay." The white-robed old man also had the will to die, so he cooperated with the black-robed old man and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was not far away. Duan Lingtian, who was being stared at by the black and white heroes, could not help but be startled for a moment. When he saw the cruel sneers on the black and white heroes' faces, he felt his hair stand on end for a moment, and an ominous premonition faintly rose in his heart. Not good. Wang Qiu, who was chasing after the black and white heroes, saw that the black and white heroes ignored his attacks and looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. In a moment, he realized what the black and white heroes wanted to do, and his expression changed greatly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost as soon as Zhang Qiu's expression changed drastically, the black and white heroes' eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, a dark gray flowing light shot out from between their eyebrows in a very crude and simple direction toward Duan Lingtian. It was the soul attack that they had cast. Whoosh! Although Duan Lingtian had disappeared from his original spot in a flash, the two dark gray flowing lights were still firmly locked onto him. It was as though they would not stop until they entered his body. Moreover, the speed of the two dark gray flowing lights was so fast that it was even faster than the speed at which Duan Lingtian had fled. Duan Lingtian had flashed a few times, but they were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. The two dark flowing lights were about to enter Duan Lingtian's body. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, another dark gray flowing light shot out. This time, Zhang Qiu had cast a soul attack in an attempt to block the soul attack from the black and white heroes. However, like the black and white heroes, he was not good at soul attacks. Therefore, his soul attack could only block one of the soul attacks from the black and white heroes. Whoosh! The remaining soul attack, the dark gray flowing light, directly entered Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian. Wang Qiu's expression changed drastically. The black and white heroes smiled cruelly. When Qin Yu saw the cruel smiles on the black and white heroes' faces, he seemed to have realized something. His expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian. Just when they thought Duan Lingtian was about to collapse from the soul attack from the Purple Sun Golden Celestial. The soul attack from a Purple Sun Golden Celestial is indeed fast. Unfortunately, soul attacks of your level are not enough to break through the protection of my soul defense celestial weapon. Not only did Duan Lingtian not fall, but he even glanced at the black and white duo indifferently as he spoke unhurriedly. With the mysterious defective metal piece, he was, naturally, not afraid of the soul attack from the black and white heroes. Earlier, he had moved to dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes because he wanted to see if he could dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes. However, he discovered something else. Unless he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, to help him escape, he would not be able to dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes. Soul defense celestial weapon? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the black and white heroes' expressions changed drastically. They were so angry that they threw up another mouthful of blood. Their faces turned even paler. They did not expect this. They did not expect the purple-clad young man next to Zhang Qiu would possess a soul defense celestial weapon. Moreover, the soul defense celestial weapon that could withstand the soul attack from golden celestials was at least a mediocre celestial weapon. Whoosh! 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 Along with the waves of solidified wind blades that were swept up by the tornado, the black and white heroes finally died in Zhang Qiu's hands. Only 2 storage rings were left, and they were pulled into Xianxia's hand by an invisible force that extended out with a raise of his hand. Phew! Qinyu heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed.
Elder Xianxia.
At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the 20 spatial rings that he had collected earlier. He used an invisible force to pull them toward Xianxia.
These are your spoils of war. Keep them for yourself.
Xianxia said with a faint smile as he pushed the 20 spatial rings back to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Xianxia's gaze toward Duan Lingtian was completely different. In the past, although he knew Duan Lingtian was not weak, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had killed more than 20 subordinates of the Black and White heroes. The strongest subordinate of the Black and White heroes was a Yellow Sun Golden Celestial. Even the weakest subordinate was a Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial. Duan Lingtian had killed more than 20 Golden Celestials in one go. Even if the Golden Celestials were caught off guard, it was not something an ordinary Golden Celestial could do. At the very least, one had to be a powerful Blue Sun Golden Celestial to be able to do this. A Blue Sun Golden Celestial who's not even 100 years old. He's definitely the strongest among the 18 people selected from the 9 cities in 9 Spectres County. Even the 12 golden immortals under the age of 100 that our county governor's mansion picked from 9 Spectres County can't compare to him.
Xianxia thought to himself. Thank you, Elder Xianxia.
When Duan Lingtian saw Xianxia pushing the spatial rings back to him, he quickly put them away and thanked Xianxia. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I thought both of you were going to die at the hands of the Black and White heroes. If that's the case, I won't be able to explain myself to Lord County Governor, even if I return to the County Governor's estate. Xianxia sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. No matter what, this time, I owe you a favor.
Xianxia said. You're too kind, Elder Xianxia.
Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I only did what I did to save my own life. I'm afraid I can't accept your favor, Elder Xianxia. If I say you can accept it, then you can accept it. There's no need for you to decline. Xianxia waved his hand, signaling Duan Lingtian to stop declining. Then he shook his head and said, I really don't understand. Everyone wants me to owe them a favor. But when it comes to you, you actually want to tactfully reject my favor. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, but he did not say anything else. What else could he say at this moment? No matter what, Xianxia wanting to owe him a favor was something that would only benefit him. It could be said that he was taking advantage of the situation. With your innate talent and strength, you'll definitely receive the best treatment in our county governor's mansion. When we arrive at the county governor's mansion, I'll personally look for the county governor and recommend you. I'll do my best to provide you with the best cultivation environment and resources. Xianxia said to Duan Lingtian.
Thank you, Elder Xianxia.
Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Xianxia's words.
He thanked Xianxia sincerely.
This was what he lacked the most at this moment. Chapter 26:31. Duan Lingtian and Qinyu continued to follow Xianxia as they made their way to the county city of 9 Spectres County. In the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. Young Master. In just a blink of an eye, a travel-worn figure appeared in front of Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan, and bowed respectfully. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the person had a dark expression on his face.
The person's expression was unsightly.
If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the person who bowed respectfully to Yun Qingyan as Yun Yi was the person who had almost killed him in the Yanhuang realm. His strength was comparable to a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Yun Yi had been ordered by Yun Qingyan to kill Duan Lingtian. However, he had failed due to Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, and had fled to the Divine Offering Land from Yanhuang realm.
What's wrong? Is there a problem?
Yun Qingyan frowned when he saw Yun Ye's expression. He knew Yun Yi would not have reacted in such a manner if nothing had happened. Young master, I heard from the Xia clan that Miss Ning Shui has gone to the realm battlefield without telling the clan leader of the Xia clan.
Yun Yi said in a deep voice.
What? As soon as Yun Yi finished speaking, Yun Qingyan's expression changed drastically. When he looked at Yun Yi again, his eyes gleamed coldly as he asked, Are you sure the news you heard is true? I've confirmed it with a few members of the Xia clan, and it's true. Yunyi smiled wryly. However, the clan leader of the Xia clan is in the realm battlefield as well. I'm afraid he doesn't know Miss Ning Shui has entered the realm battlefield. After all, the realm battlefield is huge, and there are many entrances. Even if Miss Ning Shui has entered, he wouldn't know. She hasn't recovered her cultivation base, right? With her current strength, even if the weak cultivators in the realm battlefield gather, she'll still die. Why would she enter the realm battlefield for no reason? Yun Qingyan said with a dark expression. Lady Ning Shui is the first lady of the Xia clan, and her status is precious. With her current strength, I'm afraid she only has one reason for going to the planar battlefield. She wants to recover the strength she had in her previous life as soon as possible, or even increase her strength further. Yun Yi speculated. Yun Qingyan's expression darkened when he heard Yun Ye's words. Naturally, he knew Yun Ye's guess was most likely correct. The reason why Xia Ning Shui went to the planar battlefield and risked her life was most likely because she wanted to increase her strength as quickly as possible. She wanted to have enough strength 1,000 years later to break the engagement between her and him. For the sake of not marrying me, for the sake of that man, you were actually willing to risk your life and enter the planar battlefield. I'm Yun Qingyan. Do you really look down on me? Yun Qingyan gritted his teeth and growled. What the hell? After 1,000 years, the passage between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will open again. At that time, I'll personally go to the Devata realms and find Duan Ling Tian. I'll tear him into pieces and burn his bones into ashes so you can give up. Yun Qingyan roared as his eyes gleamed with a sharp light that was as sharp as a blade. In the surroundings of these fierce lights, it was as if the flames of hatred were burning. It was like a prairie fire that could burn everything. In the Xia clan. Third brother, did you send Ning Shui to the realm battlefield? A tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a face full of curly whiskers asked in a deep voice as he hastily approached Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, who was dressed sloppily. He looked like a furious lion as he glared at Xianxia and asked in a deep voice. Second brother, what did you say? I don't understand. In the face of the middle-aged man's questioning, Xianxia merely glanced at him indifferently before he continued to water the flowers. If it weren't for you, no one in the clan would dare to send her to the realm battlefield. With her current strength, it's impossible for her to enter the realm battlefield alone. The middle-aged man was none other than Xia Tai, the second master of the Xia clan. His expression darkened as he spoke. Second brother, there are some things you shouldn't say without evidence. Even if Big Brother is here today, I still don't understand what you're saying, Xianxia said indifferently. Xianxia said indifferently. He didn't seem to like his second brother at all. Xianxia. Xia Tai glared at Xianxia as he said coldly, I know you hate me and my elder brother for what happened back then. However, I'm asking you about Ning Shui now. There's no need for you to bring your emotions into this, right? Moreover, I ask myself back then, what Big Brother and I did was for your own good. If that woman didn't die, you would have died. Big Brother and I only did that to protect you. Xia Tai's voice darkened as he spoke. Protect me? Xianxia raised his head abruptly, revealing his face underneath his messy hair. He sneered as he said, In my opinion, you're only protecting the Xia clan, right? I've already said that I'm willing to leave the Xia clan for her. I won't implicate the Xia clan. However, what did you do? You purposely sent me away and allowed them to take her away and kill her. You should know why I'm still alive. If it wasn't for my desire to avenge her, I wouldn't have survived until now. The mocking expression on Xiaojia's face deepened as he spoke. All right, let's not talk about what happened back then. I'm here to tell you that you're too rash. What kind of place is the realm battlefield? With Ning Shui's current strength, she'll definitely die if she goes there. Xia Tai said in a deep voice, If anything happens to her, you'll be the one who indirectly caused her death. Don't you love her a lot? Why are you so foolish to send her there? As he spoke, the anger that had dissipated from Xia Tai's face resurfaced once again. I'm foolish? Xiajie sneered. Both of us know that Big Brother is the most foolish one. Shui has already found a home in this life and even gave birth to a daughter. However, Big Brother still wants her to marry that brat from the Yun clan. Is the clan's interest really more important than his daughter's happiness? Xianxia asked coldly as he looked at Xia Tai. That's right. I was the one who sent Shui to the realm battlefield. My happiness has been destroyed by you and the Xia clan. I don't want my niece's happiness to be destroyed by you and the Xia clan as well. When Xianxia spoke again, he admitted that he was the one who sent Xianing Shui to the realm battlefield. Moreover, I promised Shui. If anything happens to her in the planar battlefield, 1,000 years later, I will safely send her daughter and her friends back to the mundane plane. Xianxia continued to speak in a resolute and decisive tone. After he finished speaking, he disappeared from Xia Tai's sight in a flash. If you and Big Brother want to stop me from fulfilling Shui-er's final wish at that time, it'll be the time for us brothers to fall out. You can keep them here, but you'll have to kill me and step over my dead body. Although Xianxia had left, he still left a message for Xia Tai. Upon hearing this, Xia Tai was so angry that his body trembled violently. His bearded face was slightly distorted. It took him a long time to calm down. At the same time, a deep sense of helplessness appeared in his gong-sized eyes. If Big Brother finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll fly into a rage again, right? Xia Tai shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what had happened between the Yun clan and the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. At this moment, he was following Xianxia with Qin Yu as they made their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County. There's not even a single pill. While Duan Ling Tian was going through the spatial rings of the Golden Celestial Bandits, he discovered that there was not a single pill in the spatial rings. There wasn't even a single pill in the looters' storage rings. It seems like the bottle of primitive spirit accumulating pills that the city governor gave me is really precious. This made the bottle of pills that Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had given to Duan Ling Tian seem even more precious now. However, although there are no pills in their spatial rings, there are many celestial stones. There are over 100 high-grade celestial stones. As for medium-grade celestial stones, there are even more. As for low-grade celestial stones, there are countless of them. There are also some celestial weapons. There were at least 1 or 2 celestial weapons in each of the spatial rings. The original owners of these spatial rings, the bandits, were killed in just a blink of an eye. They did not even have the time to take out their celestial weapons before they were killed by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, are you really an ascender who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago like the Silverworm army said? A voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. The person who sent the voice transmission was none other than Qin Yu. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Qin Yu's voice transmission. Then, he turned to look at Qin Yu and asked, "Do you believe me?" "I'm not sure if I should believe the Silverworm army's words. However, I believe you," Qin Yu replied. His words were very clear. As long as Duan Ling Tian said that he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago, Qin Yu would believe him. If Duan Ling Tian denied it, Qin Yu would also believe him. Is this important? When Duan Ling Tian replied to Qin Yu through voice transmission, he took a deep look at Qin Yu and asked. It was not that he wanted to hide it. If it was before, he would not feel that there was anything to hide. However, after coming in contact with the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Qin Yu knew that there was no need to hide it. If this matter were to spread, it would only bring harm to him. In Bloody Spectre City, there was almost no one who could threaten him. Chapter 2632. Is this important? Qin Yu was taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian intently as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Following that, Qin Yu smiled faintly before he replied to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. It's not important. Qin Yu's reply ended the conversation. This Qin Yu is not a simple person. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw the strange light in Qin Yu's eyes, he knew Qin Yu was right. Qin Yu was certain Duan Ling Tian had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian must have guessed the reason Qin Yu was so strong. Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian did not encounter any bandits on their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County after encountering the black and white heroes. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. With the presence of Xianxia, a violet sun golden celestial, the bandits with weaker cultivation bases did not dare to provoke him when they sensed his cultivation base from afar. Even a bandit organization with a violet sun golden celestial would not dare to take the risk. Only the black and white heroes, who were led by 2 violet sun golden immortals, would act rashly when they discovered that there was only one violet sun golden immortal among the passers-by in order to reap the greatest benefits. Unfortunately, the black and white heroes met their match this time and were completely annihilated. 3 months later. The county city of Nine Spectres County is just up ahead. Suddenly, Zhang Qiu's voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted when he heard this. We've arrived at the county city of Nine Spectres County? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and looked in front of him. What entered his eyes was an incomparably vast plain. His field of vision suddenly opened up. On this vast plain, a small black dot was constantly growing larger before his eyes. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a huge beast that was crawling on the vast land. This is the county city of Nine Spectres County? At the same time, the outline of the county city of Nine Spectres County appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. This was a huge city that was 10 times the size of Bloody Spectre City. Not only was it visually stunning, but one could also feel the majestic aura of this huge city even when standing in front of it. The gigantic city was grand and majestic, allowing carriages and horses to flow into it like a dragon. It was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu followed behind Zhang Qiu as they flew through the air above the Nine Spectres County. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the Nine Spectres County. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also realized that the number of people around him had increased. Many people were shuttling back and forth above the county city in a hurry. Only a few of them were talking to the people around them. Very few of them were hovering in the air. 3 months. I didn't expect it to take so long to travel from Bloody Spectre City to Nine Spectres County. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. Of course, he also knew that the reason why he spent 3 months was mostly because Zhang Qiu was taking care of his and Qin Yu's speed. As for him, he also had to take care of Qin Yu's speed. His speed was completely based on Qin Yu's speed. If I travel at full speed, even if I don't use the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, I'll only need half a month to travel from Bloody Spectre City to Nine Spectres County's capital. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. This must be your first time in the county city, right? Zhang Qiu turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu after they entered the city. Seeing that the two of them nodded, Zhang Qiu began to introduce the county city of Nine Spectres County to Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu. Before they arrived at the county governor's mansion, Zhang Qiu also introduced Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu to the county city of Nine Spectres County. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, the county governor's mansion was the most powerful family. However, there were many clans and forces under the county governor's mansion. These family clans were affiliated with the county governor's office and managed almost all of the properties in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Every month, they had to pay half of their profits to the county governor's office, which was equivalent to paying taxes to the county governor's office. Among these clans and forces, the 5 great clans are the strongest. My Zhang clan is also one of the 5 great clans. A hint of pride appeared on Zhang Qiu's face when he spoke up to this point. Although Zhang Qiu had helped the Zhang clan a lot, the Zhang clan had not been able to make it this far. However, if the Zhang clan did not live up to expectations, they would not have been able to make it this far even with Zhang Qiu's help. For example, in the county governor's mansion, there was an inner mansion elder who was widely acknowledged as the strongest great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. Even with the help of the inner mansion elder, the clan of the inner mansion elder was still useless. That was because the family members behind that inner mansion elder were all worthless people who couldn't hold up the wall. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, the strength of a clan depended on many factors. It was not as simple as having a strong fist. No matter how strong one's fist was, could it be stronger than the county governor's mansion? We've arrived at the county governor's mansion. Soon after, under Zhang Qiu's lead, Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu arrived at the eastern side of the county city of Nine Spectres County. They arrived at an inner city that resembled a palace. It was magnificent with golden tiles and red bricks. This is the county governor's mansion? Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu could not help but fall into a daze as they looked at the inner city that occupied more than half of the county city's eastern city. The inner city alone was twice the size of Bloody Spectre City. There's a rule in the county governor's mansion. Those below the level of Great Overarching Golden Celestial are not allowed to enter or leave the mansion without permission. Otherwise, they'll be punished severely. Xianxia did not forget to remind Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu when they arrived near the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Duan Ling Tian looked over when he heard Xianxia's words. Sure enough, he saw many people. Although there were many people entering and exiting the county governor's mansion, they were all obediently moving through the entrance. Not a single person dared to cross the walls of the county governor's mansion. It was as though there was a taboo on the walls that could not be crossed. Elder Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu followed behind Xianxia. When they arrived at the entrance of the county governor's estate, 2 rows of golden-armored soldiers stood on both sides of the entrance and bowed respectfully at Xianxia. Elder Xianxia. It was not only the soldiers guarding the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Even the people entering and exiting the county governor's mansion greeted Xianxia respectfully. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. After all, Xianxia was an inner court elder of the county governor's mansion. Apart from that, Xianxia was the second most powerful person in 9 Spectres County below Great Overarching Golden Celestials. In other words, if the strongest person in 9 Spectres County below Great Overarching Golden Celestials was in the county governor's mansion, then Xianxia would be the 4th most powerful person in the county governor's mansion after the 2 Great Overarching Golden Celestials and a Peak Golden Celestial. How many people in the county governor's mansion would dare to disrespect such a person? Have the other inner court elders returned? Xianxia asked one of the soldiers in golden armor, who was guarding the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Reporting to Elder Xianxia, before you, the other 8 inner mansion elders have already returned. The golden-armored soldier quickly replied. It seems like Bloody Spectre City is the furthest away from the county city of 9 Spectres County. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out when he heard the golden-armored soldier's words. Naturally, he knew the other inner court elders Xianxia was asking about were the ones who had gone to the other 8 cities in 9 Spectres County. All right. Xianxia nodded at the golden-armored soldier and strode into the prefectural governor's residence. Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu followed behind Xianxia without being stopped. Are they the people Elder Xianxia went to pick up this time? Which city did Elder Xianxia go to pick up the people in 9 Spectres County this time? I think I heard someone mention it before. However, I forgot about it. I think Elder Xianxia went to Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City? Is that the city that Lord Lu Fenggu is in charge of? That's the city. It's also the city furthest away from the county city. I really don't know why Lord Lu Fenggu left the county governor's mansion and went to such a faraway city to be the city governor. I heard there's more to this matter than meets the eye. When Duan Ling Tian crossed the main entrance of the county governor's estate and entered the county governor's estate, he could only hear whispers behind him. Humph! When Xianxia snorted coldly, the people behind him shuddered like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. Then they stopped talking and did not dare to speak anymore. It seems, the city governor was a famous person in the county governor's mansion in the past. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who remember him. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Elder Xianxia, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, used to stay in the county governor's mansion? Qin Yu asked in surprise. Clearly, he did not know about this matter beforehand. Yes. Faced with Qin Yu's question, Xianxia nodded. In the past, City Master Lu was an outstanding strategist beside Lord County Governor. However, because of some matters, he left the county governor's mansion and went to the Bloody Spectre City. What matters? Qin Yu was curious. He could not understand why the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu, was willing to leave the county governor's mansion and go to Bloody Spectre City. One must know that compared to the flourishing county city of 9 Spectres County, Bloody Spectre City was a desolate place. It's not convenient for me to tell you the details. Xianxia shook his head. Then, he seemed to have recalled something. He suddenly turned around and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, if
I'm saying if. If a consecrated by the name of Zhou Tong wants to take you as his disciple, you must not refuse. Chapter 26:33. When Xianxia thought about how Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had left the county governor's estate, he sighed inwardly. He did not want Duanling Tian, a young genius from Bloody Spectre City, to repeat the mistake of Lu Fenggu's direct disciple. For this reason, Xianxia reminded Duanling Tian. Zhou Tong. Before Duanling Tian could respond to Lu Fenggu's words, Qin Yu, who was standing at the side, could not help but exclaim in a low voice, "What's the matter?" He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Elder Xianxia, is this revered Elder Zhou Tong the other great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectre City?" As one of the only two great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County, Zhou Tong's reputation was widespread. Almost everyone in Nine Spectres County knew about him. Therefore, Qin Yu knew about him as well. As a great overarching golden celestial, Zhou Tong was rather well known even in the various counties under King Qin's mansion. That's him. Xianxia nodded as he looked at Duanling Tian and said, "Revered Elder Zhou Tong is one of the only two great overarching golden celestials in the county governor's estate. His strength is second only to the county governor. Apart from that, he's also the #1 revered elder in the county governor's estate. His status is second only to the county governor." Xianxia spoke as though he was afraid Duanling Tian did not know who Zhou Tong was. "Elder Xianxia, I already have a master." Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Xianxia's words. He could not help but recall the story Lu Fenggu had told him previously. After a while, he regained his senses and replied calmly, "I won't accept a master. I won't acknowledge a second master in my life." Duanling Tian said. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing, and there was no joy or sorrow in his words. He was not trying to find an excuse when he said all that. Instead, it was the truth. In his heart, he had long recognized a master. It was the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, whom he had never met but had taught him the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. Although Feng Qingyang was currently trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, nobody knew if he was still alive. However, even if Feng Qingyang really died in the Azura Hell, he, Duanling Tian, would still regard him as his master, and only him as his master. Shua! Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. "Duanling Tian, do you know why City Governor Lu left the county governor's estate and went to Bloody Spectre City?" Before Duanling Tian could reply, Xianxia told Duanling Tian everything that had happened to Lu Fenggu in the county governor's estate. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian realized that Lu Fenggu's story was not true. The story that Lu Fenggu had told him was not a fictional story. It had actually happened to Lu Fenggu. "It seems like I can't get rid of the deal with the city governor," Duanling Tian thought to himself after he heard Xianxia's words. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, he still felt a little uneasy when he heard Xianxia's words. "If I don't agree, will Zhou Tong kill me like how he killed City Governor Lu's direct disciple?" Duanling Tian asked through voice transmission as he looked at Xianxia. "Forget it. I'll ask the city governor to do me a favor and spare your life." Xianxia seemed to have sensed Duanling Tian's determination. He knew it was useless to try to persuade Duanling Tian. He did not continue to persuade Duanling Tian. "Just take this as me returning the favor I owe you. Elder Xianxia." Duanling Tian frowned and asked through voice transmission, "Didn't you say we came to the county governor's estate because of King Qin's mansion? If it's the Duke of Qin's manor that wants us, would revered Elder Zhou Tong dare to kill me for his own selfish desires?" In Duanling Tian's opinion, King Qin's mansion was in the county governor's estate. Since the county governor's estate had gathered a group of golden celestials below the age of 100 for King Qin's mansion, King Qin's mansion was bound to be the county governor's estate. This meant King Qin's mansion was in danger. These golden celestials were directly related to King Qin's mansion. Under such circumstances, would Zhou Tong, a mere revered elder of the county governor's estate, dare to kill these golden celestials?
If King Qin's mansion finds out about you and values you, revered elder Zhou Tong won't dare to kill you, Xianxia said through voice transmission. However, the problem is, no matter how outstanding you are, King Qin's mansion doesn't care about you. Under such circumstances, even if revered elder Zhou Tong kills you, it'll only be an internal matter of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Perhaps, Lord County Governor knows you're outstanding. However, if you're killed by revered elder Zhou Tong, he'll only keep it a secret to protect revered elder Zhou Tong. After all, revered elder Zhou Tong will definitely infuriate King Qin's mansion. After saying so much, I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Xianxia asked in return. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. His expression instantly turned solemn. At the same time, he felt a sense of danger. Xianxia's words were nothing more than telling him one thing. Before Duan Ling Tian entered King Qin's mansion sites, even if Zhou Tong killed him, the county governor of 9 Spectres County would do everything in his power to protect Zhou Tong. After all, few people could replace Zhou Tong's value in the eyes of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. It seems like I'll have to hurry up and raise my strength. That way, I'll be able to defeat Zhou Tong and bring him back to Bloody Spectre City for the city governor to deal with. After the city governor deals with him, he'll tell me where the celestial fire is. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian became even more eager to become stronger. He wished he had the strength to defeat Zhou Tong as soon as possible. Elder Xianxia, where will we stay? Qin Yu asked. I don't know for now. I'll bring you to a place to settle you down for now. After that, I'll report to Lord County Governor about the black and white heroes. Qin Yu nodded. Soon after, Xianxia brought Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu to his residence. Both of you can stay here for now. If you need anything, just tell the servants. I'll go see Lord County Governor now. Xianxia said before he left. He left Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu in his residence. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is so dense. Sitting in the large courtyard of Xianxia's residence, Qin Yu narrows his eyes and says in a somewhat intoxicated manner while feeling the rich holy energy. As expected of the second strongest person in 9 Spectres County below a great overarching golden celestial, the cultivation environment here is even better than the city governor's cultivation room. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. Although he could sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy in Xianxia's residence was the densest, the cultivation environment here was much better. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in Xianxia's residence was much denser than the city governor's cultivation room. In other words, in terms of cultivation environment, Xianxia's residence was much better than the heaven and earth spiritual qi in Bloody Spectre City. After a while, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and discovered that Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged. At some point, Qin Yu had already sat down with his legs crossed and was immersed in his practice. One could vaguely see that streams of almost mist-like holy energy of the universe were fusing into Qin Yu's body at an extremely fast speed, as if they would never stop. That's true. Compared to me, I'm sure Qin Yu is more shocked by the cultivation environment here. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After all, he had cultivated in the city governor's cultivation room in Bloody Spectre City before. As far as Qin Yu was concerned, the best training environment he had ever come into contact with was perhaps the valley where the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the Kiliarch's tent resided. After arriving here, it was also normal for Qin Yu to feel a greater contrast than him. Phew! Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief before he sat cross-legged on the ground. He held a prominent celestial stone in his hand and began to cultivate. He did not consume the low-grade celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. This was because he had not fully digested the spirit-nourishing pill in his body. Therefore, there was no need for him to consume another spirit-nourishing pill for the time being. However, after 9 months, I'm only left with 2 primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. 3 months ago, when he left Bloody Spectre City, he only had 4 spirit-nourishing pills left. During the 3 months on the road, he cultivated as he hurried along, and consumed 2 more spirit-nourishing pills. When I return, I'll have to think of a way to obtain more spirit-nourishing pills. Without the spirit-nourishing pills, my cultivation speed will slow down a lot. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he no longer thought about it and immersed himself in his cultivation. As he cultivated, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have lost track of time.
after an unknown amount of time. It felt as though he had only cultivated for a few hours. It also felt as though he had cultivated for several days and nights. It was only when Xianxia's voice sounded in his ears that he was awakened. "You two are pretty lucky." Xianxia returned and woke Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu up. He said with a smile, "Some time ago, Lord City Governor personally brought some elders and revered elders of the inner mansion to prepare a place for you two to cultivate. Among all the places you cultivate, it has the best cultivation environment. The heaven and earth spirit energy there is not inferior to the places where Lord County Governor and revered Elder Zhou Tong cultivate. You should know that in the County Governor's Mansion and the entire 9 Spectres County, the places where Lord County Governor and revered Elder Zhou Tong cultivate have the best cultivation environment." A hint of envy could be seen in Zhang Qiu's eyes when he finished speaking. Although the cultivation environment here was not bad, it was still not good. However, compared to the cultivation grounds of the County Governor of 9 Spectres County and revered Elder Zhou Tong, it was not worth mentioning at all. Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Qiu's words. "Among all the places we cultivate, the place with the best cultivation environment?" Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, heard some clues from Zhang Qiu's words. Chapter 26-34. Under Zhang Qiu's lead, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu left Zhang Qiu's residence and made their way to the west of the county governor's mansion. After traveling for a while, they finally arrived at a huge stone platform on the west side of the county governor's mansion. The huge stone platform was located on a vast open space. They could vaguely see many people sparring on the open space. Moreover, when they sensed the aura of their flesh and blood, they discovered something in common. They were all younger than 100 years old. These people are the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the other 8 cities in 9 Spectres County, and the outstanding Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the county city of 9 Spectres County. Like all of you, the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 were chosen from their respective cities. Similarly, the Golden Celestials were selected by the county governor's mansion. Zhang Qiu explained to Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. Upon hearing Zhang Qiu's explanation, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu instinctively looked around the huge stone platform. They discovered there were 12 people in total. All of them had the appearance of young men. Their auras of flesh and blood were majestic and powerful. When Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu looked at the 12 people, they noticed the 8 people who were sparring with each other. The other 4 people who were watching the battle turned to look at them when they saw Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu looking at them. Follow the stairs at the center of the stone platform, and you'll arrive at the cultivation place in the county governor's mansion. When Zhang Qiu's voice rang in the air, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu shifted their gazes from the people around the stone platform to where Zhang Qiu was looking. They saw a huge pit in the middle of the huge stone platform. Naturally, this pit was not dug out. It was deliberately made when the stone platform was being built. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu followed Zhang Qiu and landed in front of a flight of stairs at the center of the stone platform. The stairs led to the huge pit on the stone platform. They could clearly see the situation inside the pit. The staircase continued to descend, and at the side of the staircase, there was a stone room. The stone rooms were equipped with stone doors. Looking down, there were more than 20 stone rooms. Moreover, these stone rooms were separated by 30 flights of stairs. There are a total of 900 steps on this flight of stairs. If you go down 30 steps, you'll reach the first stone chamber, which is the place with the worst cultivation environment. 30 more steps down, the second stone chamber has a better environment for cultivation. At the same time, Zhang Qiu introduced it to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Just down this path to the side of the 900 steps, there are a total of 30 stone chambers. The stone chamber at the deepest part has the best cultivation environment. It's comparable to the cultivation grounds of Lord County Governor and Reverend Zhou Tong. The cultivation environment of the penultimate stone room is similar to the cultivation environment of my room. As for the cultivation environment in the third last stone room, it is similar to the cultivation environment in my courtyard. At this point, Zhang Qiu paused for a moment before continuing. Lord County Governor has named this place the Hidden Dragon Abyss. It's a place that he and many other inner court elders and reverends specially created for you to cultivate.
At the same time, it's also a place to train you. If you want to obtain the best cultivation environment here, you can only rely on yourself. In the Hidden Dragon Abyss, anyone can use their own strength to seize a stone chamber. Just like the stone room with the best cultivation environment in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss, as long as you can defeat its current owner, you can take over the magpie's nest and take it for yourself. Following Xianxia's explanation, Duanling Tian also understood the rules of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. The deeper one went into the stone chambers in the Hidden Dragon Abyss, the better the cultivation environment was. Here, no matter who it was, they could seize a stone chamber with a better cultivation environment from someone else by force. However, there were also rules when it came to challenging someone and snatching their stone chamber from them. The challenger could only defeat the person being challenged and could not intentionally injure the person being challenged. On the other hand, the person being challenged could injure the challenger as long as the challenger was not killed or crippled. The rules were set up to prevent people from challenging the stone chambers with malicious intent. In other words, if one did not have the strength to challenge the owner of the stone chamber, the person being challenged could easily injure the person being challenged as long as the person was not killed or crippled. The stone chamber in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. As long as I can occupy the stone chamber for a month, I'll be able to obtain 3 primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this from Xianxia. After all, he did not have many spirit-nourishing pills left in his storage. If he could obtain 3 spirit-nourishing pills a month from the stone chamber in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss, it would be great news for him. Whoosh! With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian did not even bother to bid farewell to Xianxia and Qinyu before he flew toward the stone chamber in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. This brat is really... I haven't finished speaking yet. Xianxia could guess Duanling Tian's intention when he saw Duanling Tian rushing into the Hidden Dragon Abyss. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Qinyu, it seems like you're not in the mood to listen to me anymore. You'll know what I'm going to say next after staying in the Hidden Dragon Abyss for half a month. Therefore, I won't say anything else. Xianxia flew into the air and left the Hidden Dragon Abyss after he spoke to Qinyu. When Duanling Tian dove into the Hidden Dragon Abyss, Qinyu's eyes followed him into the Hidden Dragon Abyss. It was only because Xianxia was present that he did not abandon Xianxia and follow Duanling Tian. Now that Xianxia had left, he could not wait to enter the Hidden Dragon Abyss again. He followed Duanling Tian all the way to the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. The Hidden Dragon Abyss is going to be lively today, Xianxia thought to himself after they left the Hidden Dragon Abyss. He was well aware of Duanling Tian's strength. Because of this, he did not doubt that Duanling Tian would be able to obtain the stone chamber in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. In his opinion, the stone chamber seemed to have been specially made for Duanling Tian. Because he had already guessed the result, he had no interest in following Duanling Tian into the Hidden Dragon Abyss. The Hidden Dragon Abyss. Who is he? I've never seen him before. He looks like a stranger. Duanling Tian dove all the way to the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. Naturally, he attracted the attention of several young men who had just walked out of the stone chambers. Their eyes fell on Duanling Tian as they watched Duanling Tian reach the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. In front of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss, Duanling Tian stared indifferently at the stone door in front of him. Immediately after, he raised his hand and a strong wind slapped the stone door, making a loud bang. Duanling Tian, want this stone chamber. Duanling Tian spoke unhurriedly. Although his voice was not loud and his tone was calm, it was filled with an unquestionable tone. His words were filled with strong confidence. Whoosh! At the same time, Qinyu followed Duanling Tian to the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss. He wants to challenge the master of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss? Heavens! Where did he get his courage from? Although the master of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the Hidden Dragon Abyss is not even 100 years old like us, his cultivation base is already at the Yellow Sun Golden Celestial stage. He's far stronger than us. He's a stranger. I think he just arrived today. As far as I know, the only person who's missing is someone from Bloody Spectre City. Is he from Bloody Spectre City? Apart from the young men who had just walked out of the stone chamber, there were a few young men who had heard Duanling Tian's voice and the commotion outside. All of them turned their attention to Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of people who had noticed the commotion began to descend from the sky. They appeared near Qin Yu and watched the development of the situation with Qin Yu. There's an unfamiliar face here. At the same time, someone noticed Qin Yu's unfamiliar face. That person should be with a purple-clad young man. Up until now, I haven't seen the two people from Bloody Spectre City who haven't arrived yet. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the two people from Bloody Spectre City. A young man said. His words were also acknowledged by the others. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind whistling could be heard again. Outside of the hidden dragon abyss, 12 figures had arrived together. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the hidden dragon abyss. When they arrived at the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, all of them looked at Duan Lingtian. This purple-clad young man. Isn't he the person who came with Elder Xianxia earlier? Elder Xianxia seems to be in charge of the two golden immortals from Bloody Spectre City. It seems like this purple-clad young man should be one of the two people from Bloody Spectre City who haven't arrived yet. I remember. He had a companion with him earlier? Isn't he right there? Soon, several of the 12 people who had just entered the hidden dragon abyss all looked at Qin Yu, who was standing to one side. They recognized that Qin Yu was the one who had followed the purple-clothed youth into the hidden dragon abyss. Just as Qin Yu was being stared at by many people. Boom! Rumble! Following the rumbling sound, Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of the stone room in the deepest part of the hidden dragon abyss, slowly opened the stone door. You want to challenge me to seize this stone room? When the stone door was halfway opened, a cold voice that was neither happy nor angry came from behind the stone door. When the stone door was fully opened, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was an average-looking young man with a medium build. He looked like an ordinary person. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Chapter 26:35. Zhou Fei is here. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. This brat who just came from Bloody Spectre City wants to challenge Zhou Fei and occupy the best cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss. I think his name is Duan Lingtian or something. His name is quite arrogant. Not only is his name arrogant, but he's arrogant as well. He wants to challenge the owner of the best cultivation room as soon as he arrived in the latent dragon abyss. Does he really think it's that easy to obtain the best cultivation room? Humph. If it's that easy, I would have made a move long ago. How badly do you think Zhou Fei will injure him? Not only did the group of young men mention the name of the current owner of the cultivation room in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, but they also thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to obtain Zhou Fei's cultivation room. Zhou Fei is a yellow sun golden celestial. He's also the godson of Lord Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. He's always the center of attention in the county governor's estate. I heard revered elder Zhou Tong took a liking to Zhou Fei because of his high innate talent. He took Zhou Fei as his direct disciple and adopted Zhou Fei as his godson. Zhou Fei, who was not originally called Zhou Fei, changed his name to Zhou Fei. Rumor has it that Zhou Fei betrayed his former master and joined revered elder Zhou Tong. I heard about that as well. Zhou Fei's former master was so infuriated by Zhou Fei's betrayal that he vomited 3 liters of blood before he was killed by revered elder Zhou Tong. Shh! Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? More whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized who the young man standing in front of him was. Zhou Tong's godson? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he studied the young man named Zhou Fei from head to toe. He discovered that Zhou Fei's expression was rather strange. This Zhou Fei, even when he heard whispers about how he had betrayed his master and turned to Zhou Tong's side, and how his master had been killed by Zhou Tong, he still had a calm expression. It was as if he didn't take it seriously at all. This made him increasingly feel that he could not figure out Zhou Fei. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who had been staring at Zhou Fei, had a thought. Haha. I almost thought that he didn't care. In an instant, Duan Lingtian clearly caught the flash of anger in Zhou Fei's eyes. Whoosh! Just as Duan Ling Tian caught the flash of anger in Zhou Fei's eyes, Zhou Fei moved. However, it didn't come towards him. Instead, it rose into the air and landed in the middle of the group of young men who were watching. His gaze was locked onto one person. This person seems to be the one who betrayed Zhou Fei's previous master and joined Zhou Tong's side. Duan Ling Tian recognized the young man that Zhou Tong was staring at. A fine bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. I don't think that was betrayal. Zhou Fei suddenly spoke. His voice was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. The young man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. Zhou Fei, I was just speaking casually. Since you've said it, you'll have to pay the price. Zhou Fei's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and formed a saber with his palm. Bas! In the next instant, Zhou Fei raised his hand, and the saber in his hand shone brightly. It whistled as the saber made an ear-piercing sound. Spurt! Ah! The sound of something being severed rang in the air, accompanied by a shrill cry. The latent dragon abyss had quietened down. The expressions of the other young men changed drastically. They looked at Zhou Fei with fear in their eyes. How ruthless! Just because he spoke the truth, he cut off his arm. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. The young man's arm had been severed by Zhou Fei's palm blade. However, due to the hidden dragon abyss's rule of not crippling people, Zhou Fei did not dare to destroy the young man's severed arm. Instead, he allowed the young man's other hand to reach out with lightning speed and catch the severed arm. Even if this arm is reattached, it will require a very long period of recuperation before it can fully recover. During this period of time, in order to prevent any problems from occurring during the recovery process, I will have to spend a lot of effort to keep an eye on it, and it will inevitably delay my cultivation. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of this. If it wasn't for the rule in the latent dragon abyss, you would have been dead by now. Zhou Fei glanced coldly at the young man whose arm was severed by him. The young man was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head. He did not dare to look at Zhou Fei in the eye for fear of angering him again. How ruthless! We can't afford to offend Zhou Fei. At the same time, whether it was the group of onlookers in the hidden dragon abyss or those who had just heard the commotion and came out of the other stone rooms, they all looked at Zhou Fei with fear in their eyes. You're Duan Ling Tian, right? Zhou Fei's eyes quickly shifted to Duan Ling Tian. He looked down at Duan Ling Tian and said indifferently, "Cut off one of your arms. Then, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. If that's the case, I'll pretend you didn't challenge me. If you're unwilling, I'll cut off all 4 of your limbs when I defeat you. I'll make you suffer unbearable pain." Zhou Fei's eyes glinted coldly when he finished speaking. As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, everyone in the latent dragon abyss shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. It seems like Zhou Fei is really angry. I wonder if this brat from Bloody Spectre City knows what's good for him. If he knows what's good for him, he'll only need to cut off one of his arms to recover quickly. However, if all 4 of his limbs are cut off, even if Zhou Fei doesn't cut them off, it'll be difficult for him to recover completely. Most importantly, cutting off an arm and cutting off all 4 of your limbs are 2 completely different things. After losing an arm, the main focus was on a few things so that it could heal perfectly and return to how it was before it was broken. However, if you cut off all 4 of your limbs, it'll be difficult to heal all 4 of your limbs. That's right. It's much harder to heal all 4 of your limbs than it is to heal an arm. The spectators in the latent dragon abyss were curious about Duan Lingtian's decision. There was only one person who had a determined expression on his face. He had already guessed what Duan Lingtian would do. This person was none other than Qin Yu, a yellow sun golden celestial who's below the age of 100. He's truly amazing. Unfortunately, he met a monster like Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu thought to himself. This brat from Bloody Spectre City called Duan Ling Tian. After witnessing Zhou Fei's strength, he'll probably admit defeat, right? As long as he's smart, he'll definitely choose to cut off one of his arms, kowtow and beg for forgiveness. From the looks of it, he should be a smart person. In the latent dragon abyss, many of the spectators felt that Duan Ling Tian would choose to cut off one of his arms instead of continuing to fight with Zhou Fei for the best cultivation environment in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss. Everyone in the latent dragon abyss, including Zhou Fei, looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth. Idiot! Under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at Zhou Fei and spat out 2 words at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Even Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to respond so strongly to Zhou Fei's provocation. No matter what, Zhou Fei was the adopted son of the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Tong. Was Duan Lingtian not afraid of offending revered elder Zhou Tong by doing this? You dare to call me an idiot? Zhou Fei's breathing quickened when he regained his senses. He was so angry that his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as though he wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. Do it! Duan Lingtian frowned impatiently when he heard Zhou Fei's question. He glanced at the cultivation stone room in front of him and said, "Hurry up! Hurry up! I'm in a hurry to go in and cultivate." As he spoke, it was as if he had already taken the stone room in front of him as his own. Hiss, 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 hiss. At the same time, the others also regained their senses and gasped in unison. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. This brat from bloody Spectre City. Is he crazy? Although Zhou Fei is revered elder Zhou Tong's adopted son, revered elder Zhou Tong wouldn't have taken him in if it wasn't for his high innate talent. He's only able to occupy the best cultivation stone room in the latent dragon abyss because of his own strength. It has nothing to do with revered elder Zhou Tong. This brat from bloody Spectre City must have heard what we said about Zhou Fei being a yellow sun golden celestial. However, he acted as though he didn't hear us. Does he think he can defeat a yellow sun golden celestial? If he's from King Qin's mansion, he might be able to defeat Zhou Fei. However, he's from bloody Spectre City. The cultivation environment and resources in bloody Spectre City are far inferior to the county city of 9 Spectres County. At this moment, most people thought Duan Lingtian was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Apart from Qin Yu, no one thought Duan Lingtian was a match for Zhou Fei. What a boastful statement. Brat, since you're in a hurry to have your limbs crippled, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhou Fei's celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a raging inferno as it soared into the sky. It seemed as though the temperature in the latent dragon abyss had risen a few degrees. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the flames on Zhou Fei's body exploded. Then he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Bas, 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 bas. Chapter 26:36. Wang, 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 wang. The saber ray that covered the sky and earth swept out along with Zhou Fei toward Duan Lingtian. Dense saber lights bloomed, and some of them sputtered out and landed on the stone walls of the latent dragon abyss, leaving clear saber marks on them. The bricks used to build the latent dragon abyss were all very special. Otherwise, Zhou Fei's saber rays, which were formed from his celestial origin energy and combined with his celestial technique and divine ability, would not have only left some saber marks on the walls. However, it was rare for Zhou Fei to leave a saber mark on the walls. It should be noted that the latent dragon abyss was made of extremely hard stones. Even a scarlet sun golden celestial would not be able to leave a mark on the walls. And now, the aftershock of Zhou Fei's saber light had left a clear mark on it. From this, one could see how powerful Zhou Fei's attack was. Zhou Fei had yet to use his celestial weapon. How powerful! As expected of a yellow sun golden celestial. When Zhou Fei charged toward Duan Lingtian, the spectators in the latent dragon abyss held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. At this moment, in their eyes, the saber rays that shone from Zhou Fei's body were like miniature suns that shot out toward Duan Lingtian. It seemed like they were about to engulf Duan Lingtian. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian was about to be crippled by Zhou Fei, Qin Yu heard Zhou Fei's voice. Is that all you've got? Duan Lingtian's calm voice rang in everyone's ears in the latent dragon abyss. Although his voice was not loud, the content of his voice reverberated like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The group of people in the hidden dragon abyss, including Zhou Fei, did not have time to react. In the blink of an eye, dense sword cries resounded throughout the entire hidden dragon abyss. Duan Lingtian has made his move. Qin Yu knew that Duan Lingtian had made a move when he saw the numerous sword rays that were enveloped by the boundless and peerless saber rays that covered the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost as soon as Qin Yu finished his thought, the sword rays suddenly burst into a dazzling light that enveloped the entire latent dragon abyss. It was so dazzling that the group of people in the latent dragon abyss subconsciously squinted their eyes. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the latent dragon abyss. When they subconsciously opened their squinted eyes, they were shocked to see that there was no one around. At some point in time, the blade glow that had been released from Zhou Fei's body had been completely extinguished. Zhou Fei's attack. All that was left was a streak of sword light. Like gangrene attached to the bone, it rushed toward Zhou Fei. Boom, 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 boom. During this process, the hidden dragon abyss was filled with deafening sounds of air exploding. Along with this, the rolling waves of air turned into a strong wind that slapped the bodies of the group of people in the hidden dragon abyss, causing their robes to flutter. Some of the people with weaker cultivation bases felt their vital energy and blood tumbling in their bodies from the impact. They took a few steps back. My godfather is Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. If you hurt me, not only will you be violating the rules of the latent dragon abyss, but you'll also be offending my godfather. Zhou Fei's terrified voice rang in the air. He did not hesitate to threaten Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he was no longer as high-spirited as before. Facing the myriad of sword lights that were sweeping towards him, panic rose in his eyes. He wanted to escape, but he realized that he was completely locked on by the myriad of sword lights. Even if he tried to flee, it would be difficult for him to escape from the saber rays. Horses can slip up, and people can slip up. It's only human nature, Duan Lingtian said calmly in the face of Zhou Fei's threat. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the saber rays shone brightly again before it suddenly accelerated and swept toward Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei hastily mobilized his celestial origin energy and severed his legs and arms. After severing Zhou Fei's limbs, Duan Lingtian stopped in time and did not destroy them. Ah! Zhou Fei's shrill cry rang in the latent dragon abyss, causing the people in the latent dragon abyss to feel chills running down their spines. It was as though a coward had heard the cries of ghosts and wolves. Zhou Fei's blood-curdling screams lasted for a few breaths of time before it finally stopped. After the blood-curdling screams came to a stop, one could vaguely see that Zhou Fei was sweating profusely. His eyes were bloodshot as though he had just gone through an extreme punishment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others, 4 waves of celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Fei's body. However, he did not attack Duan Lingtian. Instead, his celestial origin energy transformed into 4 hands that grabbed Zhou Fei's severed arms and legs and brought them back to his body. Zhou Fei's face, which was as pale as a sheet of paper, finally recovered a little after being reattached. Duan Lingtian, you're the challenger, and yet, you've severely injured and crippled me. You've completely disregarded the rules set by Lord County Governor. I, Zhou Fei, won't let this matter rest. Zhou Fei's eyes flashed coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. If you don't want your limbs to be severed again, hand over the door talisman. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Fei indifferently. Whoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand and threw a jade slip to Duan Lingtian. Then, he glared at Duan Lingtian before he left the latent dragon abyss under the watchful eyes of the others. Earlier when he made his move, he did not use any celestial weapons. Even so, he was still overwhelmed by Duan Lingtian's attack. Moreover, he had seen the entire process clearly. Duan Lingtian did not use any celestial weapons. Naturally, he did not think Duan Lingtian did not have any celestial weapons. Under such circumstances, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he did not continue to attack after his first attack was defeated. This was because he could sense the gap between him and Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the gap was not small at all. Qin Yu, I'll be going in first. After receiving Zhou Fei's door talisman, Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at Qin Yu. Then, he infused his soul energy into the door talisman that Zhou Fei had removed from him so that the door talisman would recognize him as its master. This way, the formation in the stone room would no longer reject him and he would be able to enter and leave freely. Inside the hidden dragon abyss, every stone room had some sort of array formation in addition to the stone doors. Only after obtaining the door talisman that corresponded to the stone room would one be able to enter the stone room to cultivate. After greeting Qin Yu, Duan Lingtian entered the stone room. The group of people in the latent dragon abyss looked at each other. No one spoke for a long time. In the end, it was a young man in blue who broke the silence in the latent dragon abyss. Heavens! This is too exaggerated. That young expert from Bloody Spectre City defeated Zhou Fei in a single move and even crippled his limbs. Indeed. Zhou Fei's strength is on a completely different level compared to him. Just now, he defeated Zhou Fei effortlessly. I wonder what his cultivation base is. I don't think he's as simple as a green sun golden celestial. After all, even Zhou Fei, a yellow sun golden celestial, was defeated by him in a single move. That young expert from Bloody Spectre City seems to be called Duan Lingtian. I've never heard of such a person in Bloody Spectre City before. More and more people regained their senses and exclaimed in shock. As far as they were concerned, the scenes that had occurred earlier were simply like a fantasy story. Zhou Fei, who was almost invincible among them, had been defeated by a young expert from Bloody Spectre City in just a single move. Perhaps, even the group of people in the latent dragon abyss did not realize this. They no longer addressed Duan Lingtian as a young expert from Bloody Spectre City. Brother, you're also from Bloody Spectre City, right? Soon after, someone looked at Qin Yu and asked enthusiastically. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. I saw that young expert from Bloody Spectre City took the initiative to greet you. Are you familiar with him? That person asked again. Not really. We're just from the same place, so we can talk a bit. Qin Yu said. Then do you know what his cultivation base is? Green sun golden celestial? Blue sun golden celestial? If he's a blue sun golden celestial, then he'll be the first blue sun golden celestial to appear in 9 Spectres County in the past 1,000 years. Another person could not help but ask Qin Yu. As he spoke, he exclaimed in shock. I'm not too sure either. Qin Yu shook his head. Of course, although he did not say it out loud, he knew very well in his heart. Duan Lingtian was most likely not even a scarlet sun golden celestial, much less a green sun golden celestial or a blue sun golden celestial. Duan Lingtian's immortal techniques and divine abilities are very likely to be heaven-level immortal techniques and divine abilities. Qin Yu thought to himself. It was no wonder Qin Yu thought so. If Duan Lingtian was a heavenly celestial who had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago, he would only be so powerful if he had mastered heaven-level immortal techniques and divine abilities. Even if he's a blue sun golden celestial, I'm afraid he's in trouble this time. Not only did he ignore the rules set by Lord County Governor, but he even severed Zhou Fei's limbs and offended revered Elder Zhou Tong. In other words, he's offended 2 of the strongest people in the county governor's estate. The county governor's side is still manageable. Even if he breaks the rules of the latent dragon abyss, the county governor might not punish him severely due to his talent. However, if revered Elder Zhou Tong fanned the flames, it'll be a different story. Chapter 26-37. Although Qin Yu and Duan Lingtian did not have much interaction when they were still in Bloody Spectre City, they were not familiar with each other. However, Duan Lingtian had saved his life on their way to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Therefore, he felt he owed Duan Lingtian his life. At the same time, he also regarded Duan Lingtian as his friend. Now that Qin Yu heard the words of the people around him, he could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian's safety. Logically speaking, with Duan Lingtian's intelligence, he should have realized this as well. However, after some thought, Qin Yu realized another problem. He felt that Duan Lingtian would not have thought of the trouble he would face after crippling Zhou Fei. But if he had realized this, why did he cripple Zhou Fei earlier? Not only did he violate the rules set by the county governor for the latent dragon abyss, but he also became enemies with the first reverend of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Tong. It was an unwise move. Qianyu could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He could not understand what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Looks like our latent dragon abyss is going to be lively. Duan Lingtian from Bloody Spectre City has revived our latent dragon abyss. I wonder when Reverend Zhou Tong will come to find trouble with Duan Lingtian to avenge his adopted son. With Reverend Zhou Tong's status and position in the county governor's mansion, I don't think he needs to come personally to find trouble with Duan Lingtian. All he needs to do is inform the county governor, and the county governor will not let Duan Lingtian off so easily.
I think so too.
Qianyu heard the whispers of the people around him. After a while, the people who had gathered around Duan Lingtian's cultivation stone room in the depths of the latent dragon abyss began to disperse. As for Qianyu, he chose the cultivation stone room at the highest point of the latent dragon abyss. Although he also wanted to cultivate in a stone room with a better environment, he didn't want to. However, he was not in a hurry. He only wanted to figure out the background of the others first. Then, if he was confident, he would issue a challenge and seize the stone room with a better cultivation environment. After all, he was not Duan Lingtian, who was more powerful than all the golden celestials below the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County.
Whoosh!
With a raise of his hand, Qianyu removed the door talisman at the entrance of the stone room. After making it recognize him as its master, Qianyu also prepared to enter the stone room to practice and make the best use of his time to improve his power. Even though the cultivation environment in this stone room was the worst in the latent dragon abyss, it was still a very good place to cultivate. However, compared to the location of the Black Dragon Army's Kiliarka's tent in Bloody Spectre City, it was not much different. I hope Duan Lingtian has a way to deal with the upcoming trouble. Before starting to practice, Qianyu thought about the troubles Duan Lingtian would soon face and could not help worrying about Duan Lingtian. But he also knew that it was useless for him to worry. With his current strength, there was nothing he could do to help Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for the fact that I think it would be a piece of cake for me to help Duan Lingtian. In fact, all I have to do is say a few words. Suddenly, Qianyu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression darkened slightly. I hope that Zhou Tong and the county governor of Nine Spectres County don't cross the line. Otherwise, I'll make sure they die a horrible death. Qianyu's eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself. In that instant, a majestic aura was emitted from his body. It was as if he had transformed into a supreme emperor, looking down on all living beings. After a short moment, Qianyu slightly caught his breath and calmed his heart. Then he started to train. In the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, in the stone room with the best cultivation environment. What rich heaven and earth spiritual energy! As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the cultivation stone room, he was shocked by the dense heaven and earth spirit energy that enveloped him. He only regained his senses after a long time, and his face was filled with surprise. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here. It's several times richer than the heaven and earth spiritual energy in Elder Xianxia's courtyard. As expected of a place that's comparable to the county governor of Nine Spectres County, this is indeed a good place to cultivate. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the stone bed in the stone room and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes shone brightly. This stone room will be Duan Lingtian's permanent cultivation place in Nine Spectres County. No one will be able to take it away from me. A good cultivation environment had a direct impact on one's cultivation progress. In the entire Nine Spectres County, the place with the best cultivation environment was none other than the county governor's cultivation place. Now that Duan Lingtian had a cultivation place that was comparable to the cultivation place of the county governor of Nine Spectres County, it was only natural that he did not want to move. He wanted to cultivate in this place as long as he was in Nine Spectres County. It won't take long for me to break through and become a golden celestial if I cultivate in this place. After experiencing the cultivation environment in the stone chamber, Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to make a breakthrough soon if he continued to cultivate in the stone chamber. Moreover, he would be able to break through to the golden celestial stage. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian took out a prominent celestial stone and closed his eyes to cultivate. The secret of crystal clearance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. If someone was standing at the side, they would be able to clearly see the scene. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the air around Duan Tian merged with the heaven and earth spirit energy from the prominent celestial stone in his hand, and shrouded him before it entered his body through his pores. After the heaven and earth spirit energy entered Duan Tian's body, it followed the circulation route of the yellow-grade celestial method, the crystal clearance technique, through his 99 heavenly veins before it carried the remaining medicinal efficacy of the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-hardening pill, through his body. Duan Tian's cultivation base was constantly changing. Outside the stone room, in the latent dragon abyss, it was calm. However, many people in the latent dragon abyss knew this was only the calm before the storm. Although the prefectural governor's manor occupied a large area, the slightest movement in any part of the prefectural governor's manor would usually spread throughout the entire prefectural governor's manor in a short period of time. Hey! Did you hear about what happened in the latent dragon abyss today? Yes. It said that one of the 2 golden celestials under the age of 100 that Elder Xianxia brought back from Bloody Spectre City crippled Zhou Fei, revered Elder Zhou Tong's adopted son, Zhou Fei, as soon as he arrived in the latent dragon abyss. Although his limbs can be reattached, there will be repercussions. That's right, that's it. I didn't expect such a golden celestial would appear in the remote Bloody Spectre City. Zhou Fei is a yellow sun golden celestial. Before today, I've never heard of a golden celestial under the age of 100 who's as strong as him. Perhaps this is what they mean by, there's always someone better than you. You're right. Duan Tian, the golden celestial from Bloody Spectre City who's not even 100 years old, is destined to become famous. I'm afraid the news has already spread out of the county governor's estate. It won't be long before the entire county governor's estate hears about this. At that time, Duan Tian will become famous in the county governor's estate. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's estate. That brat really knows how to cause trouble. Xianxia, the inner mansion's elder, who had brought Duan Tian and Jianghu here from Bloody Spectre City, had also heard the news. Xianxia was stunned for a long time before he smiled wryly. It's one thing for Duan Tian to obtain the best cultivation environment in the latent dragon abyss, but why did he have to sever Zhou Fei's limbs? This is against the rules set by the county governor in the latent dragon abyss. Moreover, he even offended revered elder Zhou Tong. Brat! Even I can't do anything about the trouble you've caused this time. You're on your own now. Xianxia muttered to himself. Xianxia muttered to himself before letting out a long sigh. Although he had a good impression of Duan Tian and was willing to help Duan Tian was still in trouble. However, this time, the trouble Duan Tian had caused was not something he could help even if he wanted to. There was nothing he could do. Outside the residence of the first revered elder, Zhou Tong, in the county governor's estate. What did you say? Did foster father go on a long journey half a month ago? Zhou Fei, who had just found a place to properly treat his injuries, hurried over to look for Zhou Tong. When he heard that Zhou Tong had left the county governor's estate half a month ago and went on a long journey, his expression turned grave immediately. Godfather left. How could I not know about this? Zhou Fei asked in a deep voice. Young Master Fei, Lord Consecrator has gone on a long journey this time and his whereabouts are a secret. Even the county governor doesn't know about it. If you didn't listen to my advice today and insisted on barging in, I wouldn't dare to tell you about this so easily. Lord Revered Elder said that no one is allowed to know about his departure. The servant in Zhou Tong's residence smiled wryly. Since Godfather isn't here, I'll go look for Lord County Governor. Duan Tian dared to violate the rules set by Lord County Governor in the latent dragon abyss. Lord County Governor definitely won't let him off. Zhou Fei did not have time to think about why his godfather had left so secretly. He was completely consumed by anger at this moment. After he left Zhou Tong's residence, he went to look for the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Lord County Governor, you must seek justice for me. In the main hall of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Fei, who had been waiting for a while, stepped forward and knelt in front of the county governor after the few elders who had reported to the county governor of 9 Spectres County left. Chapter 2638. Get up and speak. Jianghu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, said as he glanced at Zhou Fei, who was kneeling on the ground. As the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he had long heard about the incident in the latent dragon abyss. He had expected someone to come looking for him. However, he thought the person who would come looking for him would be Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. He did not expect Zhou Fei to come looking for him. He had expected Zhou Fei to come looking for him. When revered elder Zhou Tong heard about the young powerhouse from Bloody Spectre City, Duanling Tian, breaking Zhou Fei's limbs, the first thing he did was to look for Duanling Tian in the latent dragon abyss. If Duanling Tian was willing to become his direct disciple, he would not hold it against Duanling Tian for crippling his foster son, Zhou Fei. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was much more valuable than his foster son. After all, Duanling Tian was younger than 100 years old, just like his foster son. However, Duanling Tian was able to defeat his foster son with just a blow. Such a young expert would only surpass his adopted son in the future, and would not be inferior to him. However, according to Xianxia, the inner elder of the county governor's estate, it was impossible for Duanling Tian from Bloody Spectre City to become Zhou Tong's direct disciple. Under such circumstances, Zhou Tong would definitely come looking for Duanling Tian and ask him to punish Duanling Tian for breaking the rules he had set in the latent dragon abyss. However, he did not expect Zhou Fei to come looking for him. Lord County Governor. Zhou Fei lowered his head and said angrily, Lord County Governor, that Duanling Tian from Bloody Spectre City is really out of control. He knows you've set a rule in the latent dragon abyss that a challenger is not allowed to injure a challenger. However, he still broke my limbs and severely injured me. It's obvious he doesn't respect you, Lord County Governor. Zhou Fei continued to fan the flames of anger in Jianghu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, as the county governor of Nine Spectres County, how could Jianghu not know what he was thinking? Where's Zhou Tong? Why didn't she come with you? Jianghu asked. Foster father, he. As soon as Zhou Fei opened his mouth, he wanted to say that his foster father Zhou Tong had gone somewhere far away. However, just as he was about to blurt out those words, he calmed down and tried to salvage the situation by saying, Foster father is currently in closed-door training. I did not disturb him. At this critical moment, he recalled that his foster father had left secretly. Even the county governor of the Nine Spectres County did not know about it. Since Duanling Tian was one of the two great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County, and his foster father was a revered elder of the county governor's estate, he should inform the county governor before he left. However, his foster father did not inform him this time. It was obvious that his foster father did not want the county governor to know that he was going out this time. Since his foster father did not want the county governor to know, he did not dare to speak carelessly. I see. Jianghu nodded and continued, Give me a few days. After a few days, I will give you, the latent dragon abyss, and the entire prefectural governor's manor a satisfactory answer. Yes. Hearing Jianghu's words, Zhou Fei had an idea in his heart. In his opinion, even though his cultivation and talent were not as good as Duanling Tian's, he was still able to defeat Duanling Tian. However, he was the adopted son of the first revered elder in the county governor's estate. Moreover, his adoptive father was one of the only two great overarching golden celestials in the county governor's estate. For the sake of his foster father, the prefectural governor would definitely side with him and not that Duanling Tian. After all, in the eyes of the prefectural governor, his foster father was much more valuable than Duanling Tian. Lord County Governor, I'll take my leave first. After Zhou Fei had an idea of what was going on, he bowed and left. When Zhou Fei left, Jianghu's thoughts were similar to Zhou Fei's. However, if he wanted to punish Duanling Tian, he would have to investigate the matter thoroughly. For this reason, he quickly sent someone to the latent dragon abyss to investigate. 2 days later, a distinguished guest arrived at the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. This guest was the special envoy from King Qin's mansion. He was here on King Qin's orders to deliver a message to Jianghu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Lord Envoy. In the main hall of the county governor's estate, Jianghu greeted the special envoy from King Qin's mansion respectfully. Although the special envoy from King Qin's mansion was also a great overarching golden celestial like him, his strength was not something Tianji could compare to. Moreover, the special envoy from King Qin's mansion represented King Qin. For this reason, Tianji did not dare to be negligent. The special envoy from King Qin's mansion was an old man dressed in a white robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His body emitted an otherworldly aura. He looked like an otherworldly elite. County Governor Tian. The white-robed old man looked at Tianji and smiled faintly as he said, "Speaking of which, it has been a few decades since we last met. How have you been all these years?" "Thank you for your concern, Special Envoy. I've always been good." "I've been all right," Tianji replied with a smile. "I'm here on King Qin's orders to deliver a message to you, County Governor Tian." The white-robed old man did not beat around the bush as he said, 3 years later, County Governor Tian will gather 30 golden celestials below the age of 116 counties. King Qin will hold a martial competition of the 16 counties when they gather in King Qin's mansion. Apart from the generous rewards for the top 10, the counties behind these 10 people will also receive generous rewards. The county behind the young powerhouse who wins the first place will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. The county behind the young powerhouse who wins the second place will receive 2 mediocre celestial pills, and the county behind the young powerhouse who wins the third place will receive 1 mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. When the white-robed old man reached the end of his sentence, a hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as he said, "County Governor Tian, I believe I don't have to explain the effects of the mediocre celestial pill, right?" Gasp. Tianji, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, inhaled sharply when he heard the white-robed old man's words. His eyes shone with excitement. Naturally, he knew the effects of the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Although the great overarching pill was only a mediocre celestial pill, it could be considered as one of the best mediocre celestial pills. Due to the rarity and uniqueness of the ingredients, the great overarching pill was more valuable than some prominent celestial pills even though it was only a mediocre celestial pill. The most important effect of the great overarching pill was to improve the cultivation base of a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, if a peak golden celestial consumed a great overarching pill, he would definitely be able to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. A great overarching pill was equivalent to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. With my current cultivation base, as long as I consume 2 great overarching pills, I'll be able to break through the bottleneck that has been holding me back for hundreds of years and break through to the next level. In other words, as long as the 30 golden celestials below the age of 100 from 9 Spectres County are able to rank in the top 2 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, they'll be able to obtain 2 great overarching pills and help me break through to the next level. If someone from 9 Spectres County is able to rank first in the martial competition of the 16 counties, not only will it help me break through to the next level, but it'll also allow 9 Spectres County to have another great overarching golden celestial. Tianji's breathing quickened when he thought about this. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows. He was extremely excited. "I heard that there's a young powerhouse below the age of 100 in 9 Spectres County called Zhou Fei. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a yellow sun golden celestial." The white-clad old man looked at Tianji and said, "If he's nurtured for 3 years, he might be able to rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties that'll be held in King Qin's mansion 3 years later. As long as Zhou Fei ranks 3rd, he'll be able to obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, for County Governor Tian." When the white-clad old man mentioned the mediocre celestial pill, his eyes shone with excitement again. Zhou Fei. Tianji was stunned when he heard the white-clad old man's words. Then, he immediately thought of Duanling Tian who had come from Bloody Spectre City 2 days ago. Zhou Fei's innate talent and strength were not bad. However, Duanling Tian had severed Zhou Fei's limbs as soon as he arrived. Moreover, he had defeated Zhou Fei with just a blow. Duanling Tian's innate talent and strength were much stronger than Zhou Fei's. "I've conveyed King Qin's message. County Governor Tian, we'll meet again in 3 years. I hope you'll be able to see Zhou Fei shine and rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties." After bidding farewell to Tianji, the white-clad old man left. After Tianji sent the white-clad old man off, he looked in the direction of the latent dragon abyss. His eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, I, Tianjiyu, must obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. In just a blink of an eye, another day had passed. It was destined that the county governor's estate would not be peaceful today. The county governor's estate was in a mess because of the announcement made by the county governor of the 9 Spectres County. Moreover, it was related to the incident where Duan Ling Tian had severed Zhou Fei's limbs 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Duan Ling Tian challenged Zhou Fei to a cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss because Elder Xianxia didn't explain the rules of the latent dragon abyss to Zhou Fei. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian's actions are understandable. As for Elder Xianxia, as the county governor, I'll punish him. Chapter 26:39. 3 days ago, news of Duan Ling Tian severing Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injuring him had spread like wildfire in the county governor's mansion. At that time, almost everyone thought that Duan Ling Tian was doomed. Most people thought that Duan Ling Tian was doomed. After all, not only had Duan Ling Tian broken the rules of the latent dragon abyss, but he had also severed the limbs of Zhou Tong's foster son, the revered elder of the county governor's mansion. However, no one had expected that the outcome would be like this 3 days later. Not only did the county governor not punish Duan Ling Tian severely, but he even said that Duan Ling Tian was not at fault. Instead, he blamed Xianxia, the inner elder of the county governor's mansion, for not informing Duan Ling Tian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. That was why Duan Ling Tian had committed such a crime. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's mistake was excusable. Elder Xianxia did not inform Duan Ling Tian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Is that why Duan Ling Tian injured Zhou Fei? Why does this reason sound a little far-fetched? Elder Xianxia's cautiousness and meticulousness were well known in our county governor's mansion in the past. Is it possible that he forgot to inform Duan Ling Tian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss? Why do I have a feeling that the county governor is protecting Duan Ling Tian? That's impossible, right? Why would the county governor protect Duan Ling Tian? After all, Zhou Fei is revered Elder Zhou Tong's foster son. Between revered Elder Zhou Tong and Duan Ling Tian, the county governor must be on revered Elder Zhou Tong's side, right? That's right. No matter how talented Duan Ling Tian is, he's not as valuable as revered Elder Zhou Tong in the county governor's eyes. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's mansion. They were shocked when they heard the county governor of 9 Spectres County's announcement. They found it hard to believe. After all, their county governor's mansion's inner mansion elder Xianxia was famous for his cautiousness and carefulness. They would not be surprised if the other inner mansion elders were as careless as him. However, they found it hard to believe that Xianxia was careless and made such a mistake. In a spacious courtyard in the county governor's mansion, Xianxia, who was sipping his tea at the stone table, could not help but shake his head and smile wryly when he heard the news. I thought Duan Ling Tian was doomed this time. I didn't expect the arrival of the special envoy from King Qing's mansion would allow him to escape this ordeal. Xianxia was not surprised by the news that spread like wildfire in the prefectural governor's mansion today. In fact, he had already mentally prepared himself yesterday. Yesterday, Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, had personally come to look for Duan Ling Tian and told him about the arrival of King Qing's mansion's envoy. At that time, Xianxia knew that Duan Ling Tian was a genius. In the eyes of the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Duan Ling Tian, the young powerhouse whom he had brought back from Bloody Spectre City, was as valuable as Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion. The martial competition of the 16 counties and the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. King Qing's mansion is really generous this time, Xianxia exclaimed. He knew that this was why Duan Ling Tian was as valuable as revered elder Zhou Tong in the eyes of the county governor. After all, the county governor needed Duan Ling Tian to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, in the martial competition of the 16 counties. A mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, was enough to create a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, as far as he knew, if he could obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, the county governor's cultivation base would improve. Before Duan Ling Tian appeared, the county governor must have thought of Zhou Fei as his hope. However, now that he defeated Duan Ling Tian with just a blow, he has replaced Zhou Fei as the county governor's hope. This point, Xianxia was also very clear in his heart. Otherwise, the county governor would not have personally come over to discuss with him and let him be the scapegoat this time to protect Duan Ling Tian. I guess I'll have to take the blame this time, Xianxia thought to himself. Currently, it was widely rumored that Duan Ling Tian had violated the rules of the latent dragon abyss because he, the guide, did not inform Duan Ling Tian of the rules. Therefore, he was the root of the problem. Under the county governor's instructions, Xianxia was willing to take the blame. However, even though he was the scapegoat, he was not dissatisfied at all. After all, the county governor had promised him many benefits and even promised him that even if revered elder Zhou Tong came looking for trouble with him, the county governor would protect him and would not let him suffer any harm. In the latent dragon abyss, Duan Ling Tian is fine? Heavens! Elder Xianxia is the one at fault in the end? Elder Xianxia was the one who brought Duan Ling Tian back from Bloody Spectre City. Although he managed to protect Duan Ling Tian, he has also sacrificed himself. Is it worth it for him to do this? Do you mean Elder Xianxia is willing to take the blame to protect Duan Ling Tian? That's right. With Elder Xianxia's meticulous nature, it's impossible he didn't tell Duan Ling Tian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. He must have taken the blame for Duan Ling Tian. All the young powerhouses in the latent dragon abyss shared the same thought. It was their county governor's estate's Elder Xianxia who took the initiative to take the blame for Duan Ling Tian to protect him. Otherwise, even if Duan Ling Tian did not die, he would have been severely injured. Elder Xianxia? Qin Yu, who had just walked out of the stone room, was shocked when he heard about the county governor's estate's decision to punish Duan Ling Tian for severely injuring Zhou Fei 3 days ago. He did not expect Elder Xianxia would be the one at fault in the end. He had come to the latent dragon abyss with Duan Ling Tian. Qin Yu could still remember what Elder Xianxia had told Duan Ling Tian when they arrived at the latent dragon abyss. He remembered clearly. At that time, Elder Xianxia had explained the rules of the latent dragon abyss to them in detail, including the rule that the challenger could not kill the challenger, could not seriously injure the challenger, and could not cripple the challenger. This matter concerns the first revered elder of the county governor's estate, Zhou Tong. Elder Xianxia has taken the blame for Duan Ling Tian so openly. Isn't he afraid revered elder Zhou Tong will come looking for trouble with him? Qin Yu thought to himself. He could not figure this out. Although Xianxia was an inner court elder in the county governor's estate and the second strongest person in the 9 Spectres County after great overarching golden celestials, he was not a great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, his value in the county governor's estate was not as high as Zhou Tong, the first revered elder. So much so that even if Zhou Tong were to brazenly kill him, he would not receive any punishment. In the eyes of the county governor of the 9 Spectres County, Zhou Tong's value was not something Xianxia could compare to. For this reason, Qin Yu was puzzled. Was Elder Xianxia not afraid of offending revered Elder Zhou Tong by helping Duan Ling Tian? Qin Yu did not know about the martial competition of the 16 counties and the rewards. Otherwise, he would not have thought this way. 3 days ago, when Zhou Fei, one of the main characters of the incident, came out of the stone chamber, he thought he would receive good news that Duan Ling Tian had been severely punished. However, he did not expect to receive news that Duan Ling Tian was fine, and that Elder Xianxia had taken the blame for Duan Ling Tian. No. Impossible. Impossible. Zhou Fei shook his head repeatedly. He could not believe what he had heard. However, as he heard more and more similar words, he had no choice but to believe it. Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia. Zhou Fei immediately went to look for Xianxia. He asked anxiously, Elder Xianxia, why did you help Duan Ling Tian? You're known to be careful and attentive in the county governor's mansion. It's impossible that you didn't tell Duan Ling Tian about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. What's your relationship with Duan Ling Tian? Why are you so protective of him? Zhou Fei looked at Xianxia and asked in a deep voice. How dare you? Xianxia shouted and glared at Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei, do you know who you're talking to? I, Xianxia, am an inner house elder of the county governor's mansion. How dare you, a mere disciple of the latent dragon abyss, Question me. Zhou Fei was not afraid at all. He continued, Elder Xianxia, don't forget that I'm not only a disciple of the latent dragon abyss, but I'm also revered Elder Zhou Tong's godson. If you take the blame for Duanling Tian, you'll be making an enemy out of my godfather. Not only have you offended me, but you've also offended my godfather. Aren't you worried that my godfather will come after you? Zhou Fei's tone was filled with threat as he spoke. Scram. In the face of Zhou Fei's threat, Xianxia was enraged. He raised his hand and a vast and boundless power swept out. It was like a huge boulder, slamming into Zhou Fei and blasting him out of his courtyard. If you're not satisfied, you can ask revered Elder Zhou Tong to come find me. Xianxia's cold voice rang out as Zhou Fei was sent flying out of the courtyard and landed heavily on the ground. Zhou Fei, who was sprawled on the ground, was completely dumbfounded. He did not even get to his feet for a long time. He could not understand this at all. Why did this elder Xianxia not feel the slightest bit of fear when he mentioned his godfather? In the courtyard, Xianxia sneered. He was naturally afraid of revered elder Zhou Tong. However, he had taken the blame for Duanling Tian on the orders of the county governor's mansion. With the county governor's protection, he did not have to worry about revered elder Zhou Tong finding trouble with him over this matter. Duanling Tian was unaware of what was happening outside. He was in the stone chamber of the latent dragon abyss, completely immersed in his cultivation. He had completely forgotten about the passage of time. Finally, half a year later, Duanling Tian, who had not been disturbed, opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. A golden immortal. Chapter 2640. The celestial origin energy of a scarlet sun golden celestial is indeed much stronger than a violet moon heavenly celestial. After becoming a scarlet sun golden celestial, Duanling Tian could clearly feel the changes in his celestial origin energy. The changes in his celestial origin energy could not be compared to the changes in his celestial origin energy when he broke through to become a heavenly celestial. However, I don't know how long I spent in seclusion this time. Although Duanling Tian had successfully broken through and become a golden celestial, he did not know how long he had been cultivating, since it was impossible for him to keep track of time while he was cultivating. I don't know how long I spent in closed-door cultivation, but I'm certain it wasn't a short period of time. How strange. I broke Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him, breaking the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Why didn't anyone question me? When Duanling Tian had defeated Zhou Fei, severed his limbs, and seized the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss that originally belonged to Zhou Fei, he was already prepared for someone to denounce him. After all, he had broken the rules of the latent dragon abyss. Moreover, Zhou Fei was the godson of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. However, he did not expect his breakthrough to the Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial stage would not be interrupted at all. It was as though the incident of him crippling Zhou Fei's limbs did not happen at all. What's going on? Duanling Tian left the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss and appeared in front of a few young men who had just come out of another stone chamber. These young men saw Duanling Tian when he came out of the stone chamber and saw Duanling Tian. It's Duanling Tian. He's out of closed-door cultivation. He finally came out of closed-door cultivation after half a year. What's more surprising is that the matter from half a year ago has come to an end. Come to an end? Based on what I know, it's not necessarily the end. It's said that revered elder Zhou Tong has been in closed-door cultivation since half a year ago, and he hasn't come out yet. That's why he didn't intervene in the matter. If he comes out of seclusion, even if it's been half a year, he won't let it go. That's right. As for the incident half a year ago, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to determine that it was Elder Xianxia who intentionally took the blame and protected this Duanling Tian. If revered elder Zhou Tong comes out of his closed-door cultivation, he would surely not let elder Xianxia and Duanling Tian off so easily. A few young men looked at Duanling Tian from afar and whispered to each other. Although their whispers were not loud, they were clearly heard by Duanling Tian. For a moment, Duanling Tian couldn't help but be stunned. What happened half a year ago? Is it because I broke Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him, breaking the rules of the latent dragon abyss? That Zhou Tong just so happens to be in closed-door cultivation? It's no wonder they didn't look for trouble with me. However, they said that Elder Xianxia intentionally took the blame to protect me. What's going on? Regarding this, Duan Lingtian was extremely puzzled. What do all of you mean by that? In just a flash, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of the young men who were whispering to each other like a ghost, causing horror to appear on their faces. Duan Lingtian asked calmly, "All of you said that Elder Xianxia intentionally took the blame to protect me. What do all of you mean by that?" Initially, the young men thought that Duan Lingtian was angry because he heard their whispers and wanted to find trouble with them. Due to this reason, their expressions changed immediately. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's question, and when they saw that Duan Lingtian did not have the slightest trace of anger on his face, they sighed in relief. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's question, they did not dare to be negligent. They quickly explained everything to Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would know that he had been in closed-door cultivation for half a year. Apart from that, it also allowed Duan Lingtian to know the reason why the incident from half a year ago was so peaceful and nobody came looking for him to denounce him for his crimes. As it turned out, it was all because of Elder Xianxia. Elder Xianxia actually said that he didn't tell me about the rules of the latent dragon abyss. That's why I broke Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him without knowing the rules of the latent dragon abyss? That's why I broke the rules set by the county governor of 9 Spectres County? A slight frown appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. However, doesn't Elder Xianxia know that by doing this, he'll offend Zhou Tong? Isn't he afraid that Zhou Tong will look for trouble with him? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he left the latent dragon abyss. He began to search for Xianxia, the inner mansion elder, based on his memories from half a year ago. Duan Lingtian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation? Xianxia was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian. He had heard that Duan Lingtian had not left the stone chamber in the depths of the latent dragon abyss and had been in closed-door cultivation for the past 6 months. It was precisely because of this that he asked this question when he saw Duan Lingtian had come looking for him. As for the reason why Duan Lingtian came looking for him, he could naturally guess it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could not help but sigh. I can't believe I spent half a year in closed-door cultivation. That's how cultivation works. Xianxia smiled. You've only spent half a year in closed-door cultivation. I once spent more than 10 years in closed-door cultivation. As the saying goes, cultivation knows no time. What I didn't expect was that you, Elder Xianxia, actually took the blame for me half a year ago. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia solemnly and said, Elder Xianxia, I know you did that out of goodwill. However, have you ever thought that Zhou Tong would come looking for trouble with you once he comes out of closed-door cultivation and finds out about what happened half a year ago? Duan Lingtian, do you think I took the blame for you half a year ago to return the favor I owed you when we were on our way to the county city from Bloody Spectre City? Xianxia asked. Isn't that the case? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Of course not. Xianxia shook his head and said, After you came to the county governor's estate, I told you that I'll ask the county governor to help you when revered Elder Zhou Tong insists on taking you as his direct disciple so that you won't be harmed by him. That way, I'll be able to return the favor I owe you. In other words, from the moment I sent you to the latent dragon abyss, the favor between us has been repaid. Xianxia continued to speak. Duan Lingtian recalled Xianxia had told him this before he left to look for the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Since we already owe each other a favor, why did you take the blame for me, Elder Xianxia? Duan Lingtian was even more confused. He had a feeling this matter was not as simple as it seemed. If Xianxia did not think he owed Duan Lingtian a favor, he would not take the risk of offending Zhou Tong to help Duan Lingtian. After all, he and this Elder Xianxia could only be considered to be acquaintances. I can tell you this later, Xianxia said. Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, I'm more curious. Why did you insist on breaking Zhou Fei's limbs and injuring him when you knew about the rules of the latent dragon abyss? You should know that not only did you offend Zhou Fei's foster father, Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate, but you also offended the county governor who set the rules of the latent dragon abyss. You're playing with fire by doing that. I'm really curious. Why did you do that? Didn't you think about the consequences? As Xianxia spoke, he continued to probe further. Why did I do that? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Xianxia's words. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I was merely giving him a taste of his own medicine. If it wasn't for Zhou Fei threatening to sever my limbs, I wouldn't have bothered to sever his limbs. It's that simple? Xianxia looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. You broke his limbs and injured him just because he threatened you? Threatened you? Duan Ling Tian smirked when he heard Xianxia's words. Elder Xianxia, it's only because I'm stronger than him that day. If I'm weaker than him, I'm certain the person who would have his limbs severed would have been me instead of him. Even if that's the case, you're too rash. Xianxia shook his head and said, according to the rules of the latent dragon abyss, the challenger can't injure the person being challenged. However, the person being challenged can injure the challenger. In other words, he can break your limbs without destroying them. However, you can't do that. I couldn't care less about the situation at that time. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, he had completely portrayed himself as a reckless man who did not care about the consequences. However, was that really the case? In fact, he had already thought of the consequences when he broke Zhou Fei's limbs and injured him. However, he still did it. He had thought of a way to protect himself from Zhou Tong and the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to speak to Xianxia, a figure in the latent dragon abyss flew over from the latent dragon abyss. Tens of thousands of miles to the north of the county city of Nine Spectres County, an old figure flew across the sky. With a sway of his body, he seemed to have traveled a great distance. The figure was getting closer and closer to the county city of Nine Spectres County. It was obvious he was heading to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Duan Ling Tian, who injured Fei is from Bloody Spectre City? The old man's eyes glinted coldly as he muttered to himself. His voice was so cold that it seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. And that Xianxia. How dare he take the blame for Duan Ling Tian? He's seeking death. Based on the old man's muttering, it was obvious who he was. Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Chapter 2641. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, in the county governor's mansion, Xianxia's residence. Duan Lingtian, you need to change that temper of yours. You're lucky this time. Otherwise, even if you didn't die from that incident half a year ago, you would have at least lost a layer of skin. Xianxia looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly. In his opinion, half a year ago, if the special envoy from the King Qin's mansion had not arrived in time to convey the message to the county governor of the Nine Spectres County, Duan Lingtian would have been doomed. After all, he had severely injured Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong's adopted son. As for Zhou Tong, he had always been protective. If Duan Lingtian was willing to become Zhou Tong's disciple, then he might be able to bury the hatchet. But the problem was, he knew that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to become Zhou Tong's disciple. This time, you can be considered to have escaped calamity. But if there is a next time, you might not be able to escape calamity. Zhang Qiu said in a deep voice, your innate talent is extraordinary. However, in the spirit overarching heaven, there are many people with extraordinary innate talent like you. Many of those people died young because they have a temper like yours. In the Dev-At realms, talent and brute force alone won't be enough to have the last laugh. As Zhang Qiu spoke, his tone became more like he was educating someone. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He naturally understood this. If he had not thought of more than one way to deal with the consequences of that incident, he would not have recklessly broken Zhou Fei's 4 limbs and crippled him. However, in front of Zhang Qiu, he did not intend to explain, nor was it convenient for him to explain. Elder Zhang Qiu. Duan Lingtian stared at Zhang Qiu with a burning gaze and went straight to the point. Why did you take the blame for me 6 months ago? You just said that I was lucky, so you were probably talking about that, right? There must be something fishy going on. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. Half a year ago, it was the county governor's order for me to take the blame for you, Zhang Qiu said. Before Zhang Qiu could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He interrupted Zhang Qiu and asked in a low voice, you're saying it was the county governor's idea to make you take the blame for me half a year ago?
Yes. Xianxia nodded. Why?
Duan Tian did not expect the county governor of Nine Spectres County had instructed Xianxia to take the blame for him and help him solve the matter 6 months ago. The county governor of the Nine Spectres County had instructed Xianxia to become the scapegoat. However, he could not figure out why the county governor of Nine Spectres County would do that. He had never seen the county governor of Nine Spectres County, even after he came to the county city and the county governor's mansion. Since he had never seen him before, why would he help him? He couldn't figure it out. Because of the martial competition of 16 counties in 2.5 years. Wuxia said. Martial competition of the 16 counties? Duan Tian was confused. What's that? You should know that there are 16 counties under King Qin's mansion. One of them is our Nine Spectres County, Xianxia said. Duan Tian nodded. Duan Tian nodded. He was aware of this. He knew that there were 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, and one of them was the Nine Spectres County. For example, cities like Bloody Spectre City under Nine Spectres County had to hand over celestial stones to King Qin's mansion every year. Similarly, counties under King Qin's mansion had to hand over a large amount of celestial stones to King Qin's mansion every year. King Qin's mansion and Nine Spectres County were subordinate to each other. Half a year ago, the county governor's office recruited 30 golden immortals under the age of 100, including you. They're the young powerhouses living in the latent dragon abyss. You should know this as well. Xianxia said. Duan Tian nodded again. Half a year ago, I only know that King Qin's mansion ordered us to search for these 30 experts. As for the specific reason, I don't know. I told you this half a year ago. I told you about this. Half a year ago, 3 days after you severed Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him, the Nine Spectres County welcomed an envoy from the King Qin's mansion. The special envoy from King Qin's mansion came to Nine Spectres County to look for the county governor. He passed on King Qin's mansion's message to the county governor that the martial competition of the 16 counties would be held in 3 years. Only golden celestials under the age of 100 from King Qin's mansion can participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. At that time, the county governor also found out the reason King Qin's mansion ordered the 16 counties, including Nine Spectres County, to gather 30 golden celestials who are younger than 100 years old. As it turns out, King Qin's mansion is preparing for the martial competition of the 16 counties. At this point, Xianxia paused and didn't continue speaking for the time being. In other words, everyone living in the latent dragon abyss, including me, will have to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years? And our opponents will be a group of gold immortals who are less than 100 years old and have been recruited from the other 15 counties? Duan Tian asked. Yes. Xianxia nodded. King Qin's mansion is placing great importance on the martial competition of the 16 counties. According to the county governor, not only will King Qin's mansion reward the top 10, but the counties behind the top 10 will also be rewarded handsomely. The county city behind the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties will receive the medium-grade celestial pill, the Great Luo pill. The county city behind the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties will get 3 Great Luo elixirs. The county city behind the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties will get 2 Great Luo elixirs. The county city behind the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties will also get 1. Xianxia finished his sentence in one breath. Great overarching pills? Duan Tian inhaled sharply. He was impressed by King Qin's mansion's generosity. He knew what a great overarching pill was. It was a pill that could help a violet sun golden celestial to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. It was more precious than most prominent celestial pills. Ordinary mediocre celestial alchemists would not be able to refine it. Only mediocre celestial alchemists who possessed a specific celestial fire could refine it. Moreover, even a great overarching golden celestial could greatly improve his cultivation base after consuming a great overarching pill. Some Daluo golden immortals who encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation could also take Daluo pills to break through the bottleneck and step into the next level of cultivation. One could imagine how valuable a great overarching pill was. From the looks of it, you should know how precious the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill is, right?
Wuxia asked.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded.
Then he could not help but frown. He looked at Xianxia in confusion and asked, Elder Xianxia, do you know why King Qin's mansion is organizing the martial competition of the 16 counties? He had a feeling that King Qin's mansion was not organizing the martial competition of the 16 counties just to recruit new talents. After all, King Qin's mansion had offered 6 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties.
I'm not sure.
Xianxia had wanted to say that King Qin's mansion was recruiting talents. However, when he thought about how generous King Qin's mansion was with the great overarching pills, he felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Now, you should know why the county governor asked me to take the initiative to be the scapegoat, right?
Wuxia asked.
Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he nodded. He was not a fool. When Xianxia mentioned the Great Luo Pill as a reward for the top 3 contestants, he knew why the county governor of 9 Spectres County would protect him, a person he had never met before. If that's the case, I have to thank the special envoy for his timely arrival.
Duan Lingtian smiled faintly.
He finally found out. As it turned out, the county governor of 9 Spectres County regarded him, a nobody who had just arrived from Bloody Spectre City, to be on par with Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. If it weren't for me, Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong's adopted son, would have been the hope of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, after I arrived at the county governor's estate from Bloody Spectre City and easily defeated and severely injured Zhou Fei, the county governor has placed his hopes on me. After all, based on the strength I displayed half a year ago, I have a much better chance of getting into the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties than Zhou Fei.
Duan Lingtian was well aware of this.
All of a sudden, Xianxia! Duan Lingtian was about to bid farewell to Xianxia when an old voice that was filled with anger rang from outside Xianxia's courtyard. It was as though Xianxia hated him for killing his father and stealing his wife.
HM?
Duan Lingtian, who was about to bid farewell to Xianxia, was stunned when he heard the angry voice. He instinctively turned to look at Xianxia. It's revered elder Zhou Tong. When Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. It seems like he's coming out of closed-door cultivation today. Xianxia was already prepared for Zhou Tong to come looking for trouble with him after he came out of closed-door cultivation. Therefore, even if Zhou Tong came now, he didn't panic in the slightest.
Swoosh.
Xianxia raised his hand and took out a jade token. After he injected his celestial origin energy into it, the jade token turned into a streak of light and flew out of his courtyard at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian recognized the jade token as a communication celestial talisman with just a glance. It was not difficult for him to guess why Xianxia had sent him a communication celestial talisman. In the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, there was only one person who could suppress Zhou Tong, the first revered elder.
Chapter 2642.
Xianxia. Accompanying the furious roar was an old, ghost-like figure. Moreover, the old figure brought a young man with him. In the blink of an eye, they had barged into Xianxia's courtyard without Xianxia's permission.
Whoosh, whoosh.
An old man and a young man appeared in front of Xianxia and Duan Lingtian almost at the same time. Duan Lingtian was familiar with the young man who was brought in by the old man. It was Zhou Fei whom he had severely injured half a year ago. As for the old man, Zhou Tong? Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the old man. He noticed that the old man looked ordinary and did not seem like an evil person. However, at this moment, his eyes and face were filled with anger. After Xianxia's reminder, Duan Lingtian realized this. The old man in front of him was the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian. When Zhou Fei was brought here by Zhou Tong, he immediately noticed Duan Lingtian. He glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked like a venomous snake that could not wait to bite and poison Duan Lingtian to death. Duan Lingtian? Zhou Tong, who had been looking at Xianxia the moment he appeared, shifted his gaze from Xianxia to Duan Lingtian when he heard Zhou Fei's angry shout.
You're Duan Lingtian?
Zhou Tong's gloomy expression darkened further.
Elder Xianxia, who is this?
Duan Ling Tian turned a blind eye to Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's hostile gazes. He asked Xianxia, who was standing next to him, even though he already knew the answer. He's revered elder Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei's godfather. Xianxia replied. So it's revered elder Zhou Tong. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Soon after, his gaze once again turned towards Zhou Tong, sizing him up. He was very interested in Lu Fenggu, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City, who was the #1 revered elder of the county governor's estate. Duan Ling Tian, now that you've become my direct disciple, the matter of you heavily injuring Fei, half a year ago has been written off. From now on, the matter between you and Fei, is written off. At that time, you and Fei, will no longer be enemies, but fellow disciples. Suddenly, the gloomy expression on Zhou Tong's face disappeared without any warning and was replaced by a faint smile. The moment he opened his mouth, he directly stated that he wanted to take Duan Ling Tian as his personal disciple. He also promised that if Duan Ling Tian became his disciple, he would no longer make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian, and Zhou Fei would no longer make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. Almost at the same time, Zhou Tong's voice fell. An expression of, as expected, appeared on Xianxia's face. It was clear he had already guessed this would happen. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained calm, but inwardly, he felt even more disgusted with Zhou Tong. As expected, Zhou Tong was not much different from the rumors. Godfather. Unlike Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia, Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhou Tong's promise to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he became anxious. The thing he was worried about the most had happened. Shut up. Zhou Tong, who was waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply, turned to glare at Zhou Fei when he heard Zhou Fei's voice. Zhou Fei was so frightened that he did not even dare to breathe loudly, let alone speak. Revered elder Zhou Tong. Under Zhou Tong's slightly expectant gaze, Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he said in an indifferent tone, "First of all, thank you for your kindness. Secondly, I already have a master. So, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint revered elder Zhou Tong." Duan Ling Tian directly rejected Zhou Tong's offer. "You can come under my tutelage." Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed across them. He raised his voice and spoke in an overbearing manner. "Impossible." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "I won't betray my master. Duan Ling Tian, it's your blessing that my godfather has taken a fancy to you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Just as Zhou Tong's expression darkened again and became incomparably ugly, Zhou Fei, whose eyes flashed with joy, pretended to be angry as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and coldly shouted. His words sounded more like he was standing up for his godfather. "Duan Ling Tian." Zhou Tong's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Don't think that it's over just because Xianxia took the blame for what happened 6 months ago. Let me tell you, even Xianxia can't protect himself today. Let alone you." Zhou Tong's tone became heavier when he reached the end of his sentence. Elder Xianxia can't protect himself? Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at Xianxia, who was next to him. He saw Xianxia standing at the side calmly. His expression did not change at all because of Zhou Tong's words. Humph. Following Duan Ling Tian's gaze, Zhou Tong also noticed Xianxia's calmness. He was instantly enraged as he shouted, "Xianxia, don't you think you owe me an explanation for taking the blame for this Duan Ling Tian 6 months ago? If you don't give me an explanation, you should know what I'm capable of." A hint of killing intent flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes as he spoke. "Elder Zhou Tong, you shouldn't ask me for an explanation for this matter. After all, I was only following orders," Xianxia said indifferently. Zhou Tong frowned. "Whose orders?" Zhou Tong asked sternly. However, he seemed to have forgotten about it. In the county governor's estate, the only other person who could order Xianxia around was the county governor of 9 Spectres County. "My orders." Just as Zhou Tong's body was emitting waves of killing intent, as if he could directly attack and kill Xianxia at any moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. It seemed to have come from all directions, making it difficult for one to determine the source of the voice. Whoosh! A moment later, as if a gust of wind had blown past, another figure appeared in the courtyard where Xianxia lived. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure. The figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the courtyard was a tall middle-aged man wearing a silver robe embroidered with a silver dragon. He had a square face and a determined expression. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His body emitted waves of majestic aura. So this is Jianghu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally figured out the middle-aged man's identity. Lord County Governor. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Xianxia hurriedly bowed respectfully to him. Even Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, bowed respectfully in a somewhat panicked manner. Only Duan Lingtian and Zhou Tong did not move at all. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Zhou Tong abruptly glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted coldly, "You actually dare to not greet the county governor when you see him? Are you looking down on the county governor? Do you know you've committed the crime of being disrespectful to the county governor?" Revered Elder Zhou Tong, you didn't greet him as well, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhou Tong indifferently. Humph. Zhou Tong snorted coldly and raised his arrogant head. Lord Prefectural Governor said many years ago that I don't need to bow when I see him. How can a brat like you who is still wet behind the ears be compared to me? When I, Zhou Tong, made great contributions to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, you weren't even born yet. Duan Lingtian, how dare you disrespect the county governor? As the first revered elder of the county governor's estate, it's my duty to punish you. As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. His right arm trembled as he lashed out at Duan Lingtian like a ferocious python. His palm seemed to carry the force of 1,000 catties as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. Zhou Tong's palm contained the profundity of a celestial method and divine ability. It was as powerful as 1,000 catties of lightning. It did not seem like it was meant to punish Duan Lingtian, but it seemed more like it was meant to kill Duan Lingtian. When Zhou Tong's palm shot toward Duan Lingtian, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Swoosh! It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Zhou Tong would try to kill him. His expression changed completely, and his eyes gleamed coldly. The temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees as far as his eyes could see. Duan Lingtian was about to circulate his celestial origin energy to block Zhou Tong's palm that was filled with killing intent. Humph! Accompanied by an earth-shaking cold snort, a dragon-like power whizzed over from the side. In the blink of an eye, it blocked Zhou Tong's thunder-like palm. Bang! The dragon-like power collided with the power of Zhou Tong's palm, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A small mushroom cloud blossomed. The rolling chi waves slammed into the air, creating gusts of wind. After Zhou Tong's palm was blocked, he did not attack again because he did not dare to. The person who had blocked his attack was none other than Jianghu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, who had not made a sound since he had appeared. Lord County Governor? Zhou Tong looked at Jianghu with a hint of fear in his eyes. He did not expect the county governor of Nine Spectres County would make a move against him for the sake of a young powerhouse that they had recently recruited. He originally thought that his palm strike would be able to kill Duan Lingtian, who refused to become his disciple, to avenge his adopted son, and to vent his anger for himself. He did not expect Jianghu would make a move against him. Revered Elder Zhou Tong. Jianghu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, finally spoke. He looked at Zhou Tong and said indifferently, 6 months ago, I was the one who ordered Elder Xianxia to take the blame. What? Do you have a problem with that? Jianghu asked. Chapter 2643. Over the past 6 months, Jianghu had not been idle. He had spent a lot of effort and sent people to investigate the background of the Golden Immortals, who were younger than 100 years old in the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. After some investigation he found out, with the strength of Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the prefectural governor's mansion, it would be difficult for him to enter the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, let alone enter the top 3. At that time, he couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, the Nine Spectres County had Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, the other Golden Immortals under 100 years of age that the prefectural governor's mansion had recruited, including Zhou Fei, would not have been able to enter the top 3 of the martial competition of 16 counties. Among the 450 golden celestials under the age of 100 from the 15 counties, there are at least 5 people who can defeat Zhou Fei in a single blow. Even if the county governor's mansion spares no effort in grooming Zhou Fei in the remaining 2.5 years, he'll only be able to enter the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties at most. However, if we can't enter the top 3, we won't be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Jianghu also realized this when he found out about the young experts who were below the age of 100 from the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian's value and status in his eyes became even higher. Without Duan Lingtian, 9 Spectres County would not be able to enter the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain the mediocre grade celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill. That was not what he wanted to see. Half a year ago, I was the one who ordered Elder Xianxia to take the blame. What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei were stunned when they heard Tianji's words. At this moment, Zhou Tong recalled something. Earlier, Xianxia had indeed said that the reason he took the blame for Duan Lingtian half a year ago was because he was following orders. However, he did not think of the county governor of 9 Spectres County at that time. Now that he thought about it, the only other person in 9 Spectres County who could order Xianxia around was the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Lord County Governor, why are you doing this? Zhou Tong looked at Tianjiu and asked in a deep voice. As a great overarching golden celestial, Duan Lingtian was free to speak his mind in front of Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Even if 9 Spectres County could not accept him, the other counties would welcome him. Half a year ago, the envoy from the King Qin's mansion came to the 9 Spectres County to look for me. In the face of Zhou Tong's question, Tianjiu immediately stated the reason in a forthright manner. He started from the arrival of the Duke of Qin's envoy. Finally, he talked about the investigation he had conducted over the past 6 months. He had been searching for young golden immortals under the age of 100 in the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. Tianjiu said these words directly in front of Duan Lingtian and Zhou Fei, the 2 parties involved, without any taboo. I see. Zhou Fei's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, he knew that no matter how unwilling he was, he could not change anything. The mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill? After listening to Tianjiu's words, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly lit up and his breathing became rapid. One could vaguely see his chest twitching like a bellows due to his excitement. Yes. Tianjiu nodded, confirming with Zhou Tong. As the light in Zhou Tong's eyes grew brighter, Tianjiu said in a timely manner, Elder Zhou Tong, if you're willing to work with me and the county governor's mansion to help Duan Lingtian achieve great results in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years, if Duan Lingtian can rank in the top 2 of the competition, I'm willing to give you a Great Luo Pill. I'll give you a Great Luo Pill. Once Tianjiu's words came out, Zhou Tong's breathing became even more rapid. One could vaguely see the waves of excitement on his face. Although Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were not divided into 7 levels like Celestial Immortals and Golden Immortals, they were still Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. However, there were also 5 levels. They were Yellow Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Black Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Earth Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Heaven Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, and Peak Great Luo Golden Celestial. Among them, Yellow Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial was the weakest while Peak Great Luo Golden Celestial was the strongest. As a Yellow Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial who was half a step away from becoming a Black Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial, Zhou Tong had been stuck at this bottleneck for many years. If he could obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill, he would be able to easily become a Black Rank Great Luo Golden Celestial. At that time, his strength would be further enhanced. Lord County Governor, I'm willing to work with you in the County Governor's mansion to help Duan Lingtian achieve great results in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. After regaining his senses, Zhou Tong immediately made his stance clear. There was no deep enmity between him and Duan Lingtian, to begin with. Now that Duan Lingtian was likely to obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill, for him, Duan Lingtian's value skyrocketed. In fact, Duan Lingtian's position in his heart had even surpassed his foster son, Zhou Fei.
Foster father. Zhou Fei panicked when he heard Zhou Tong's words. Initially, he had planned to surpass Duan Lingtian's strength with the help of his foster father. However, his foster father, Zhou Tong, had turned to help his rival, Duan Lingtian. How could he not be anxious? Slap. However, as soon as Zhou Fei cried out, Zhou Tong gave him a backhand slap. Then, he glared at Zhou Fei and said angrily, "How dare you shout in front of the Lord County Governor? If you dare to shout in front of the Lord County Governor again, don't blame me for putting righteousness before family." Zhou Fei felt so wrong that he was on the verge of tears after being slapped for no reason. However, he could only glare at Duan Lingtian and did not dare to make a sound. Duan Lingtian ignored Zhou Fei's glare. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's gaze was no longer filled with killing intent like before. Instead, it was filled with kindness. Zhou Tong was not used to this. This Zhou Tong really won't do anything without benefits. Just because the county governor of Nine Spectres County promised to give him a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo pill, he's trying his best to nurture me so that I'll be able to enter the top 2 in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw through Zhou Tong. He would not do anything without benefits. With the arrival of Jianghu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, the matter came to an end. Zhou Tong bade farewell to Jianghu. Before he left with Zhou Fei, he looked at Duan Lingtian kindly and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, if you need any help in the future, feel free to look for me. Here are 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills." As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, he handed 2 bottles of pills to Duan Lingtian. Zhou Fei's eyes turned red when he saw the bottles of pills that Zhou Tong handed to him. His foster father had never been so generous to him before. "Thank you, revered elder Zhou Tong." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills that Zhou Tong handed to him. He did not hesitate to accept them. He knew very well. If it was not for the fact that he was useful to Zhou Tong would not have treated him so well. Not only would Zhou Tong not treat him well, but Zhou Tong would also want to kill him. After Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei left, Tianjiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face and handed a bottle of pills to him. "Duan Lingtian, since Elder Zhou Tong has given you 2 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills, I'm sure you won't be lacking spirit-nourishing pills for the time being. The pills in this bottle are primitive hidden spirit pills. It's a primitive celestial pill that can be absorbed along with the spirit-nourishing pills. Its effect is slightly stronger than the spirit-nourishing pills." Tianjiyu handed the bottle of pills to Duan Lingtian. Hidden spirit pills? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he heard Tianjiyu's words. The hidden spirit pill was a primitive celestial pill that could increase one's cultivation speed. Its effect was even stronger than the spirit-nourishing pills. However, compared to the spirit-nourishing pills, it was much more valuable. Most importantly, the hidden spirit pill could be consumed together with the spirit-nourishing pills. Moreover, their effects could overlap. If one consumed the spirit-nourishing pills and hidden spirit pills at the same time, one's cultivation speed would be much faster than if one consumed the spirit-nourishing pills alone. "Thank you, County Governor." Duan Lingtian was excited when he received the spirit-nourishing pills from Zhou Tong earlier. Now that he received the hidden spirit pills from the County Governor of Nine Spectres County, he was even more excited. "Now, you should know that the reason I took care of you and helped you resolve the matter half a year ago is because I think you'll be able to rank in the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties in 2.5 years. Tianjiyu looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, "If you can rank in the top 3 in 2.5 years, not only will you be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill for Nine Spectres County, but you'll also be rewarded handsomely by King Qin's mansion. Of course, if you can rank in the top 3 in 2.5 years, I won't mistreat you." Tianjiyu said. "I'll do my best." Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Tianjiyu's magnanimity made him have a better impression of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. He knew Tianjiyu was only treating him so well because he was useful to him. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. After Zhou Fei returned to the second-last stone chamber in the depths of the latent dragon abyss, his originally calm face was contorted in an instant. He looked exceptionally ferocious.
Where did that Duan Lingtian come from? If it weren't for him,
Lord County Governor and Godfather would have spared no effort in cultivating me, so that I can rank in the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion.
At this moment, Zhou Fei's heart was in turmoil. In his opinion, Chapter 2644. After obtaining a bottle of hidden spirit pills from Jianghu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, and 2 bottles of spirit-accumulating pills from Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to cultivating. Now, the 2 great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County wanted him to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. He wanted to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible as well. It could be said that they were in agreement. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew very well that Duan Lingtian and Zhou Tong were the first revered elders. Tianjiyu, Zhou Tong, and him were just taking what they wanted. The martial competition of the 16 counties. King Qin's mansion will reward the mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, to those who rank in the top 3. I wonder what kind of reward King Qin's mansion will give to those who rank in the top 3. After returning to the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian was very curious about this matter. Although he was curious, he was also looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian consumed the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill, and immersed himself in cultivating. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as a person walked out of the stone chamber on the second-to-last level of the latent dragon abyss. After leaving the latent dragon abyss, he went straight to one of the courtyards in the county governor's mansion. This person was none other than Zhou Fei. After leaving the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei immediately went to look for his foster father, Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion in 9 Spectres County. Foster father. Zhou Fei bowed respectfully when he saw Zhou Tong again. What's the matter? Zhou Tong raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Zhou Fei lazily. Compared to before, his current attitude towards Zhou Fei had imperceptibly changed quite a bit. In the past, he had taken Zhou Fei as his foster son because of Zhou Fei's innate talent. However, Zhou Fei's innate talent paled in comparison to Duan Lingtian, who came from Bloody Spectre City. Therefore, he was disappointed in his foster son and was no longer as enthusiastic about him as before. Zhou Fei also felt this. Duan Lingtian. Because of this, Zhou Fei now hated Duan Lingtian so much that he gnashed his teeth. Foster father, I want to go out for a while. I want to ask you to send one of the inner mansion elders out with me. Although he hated Duan Lingtian so much that he was gnashing his teeth, Zhou Fei did not dare to show it. That was because he knew that Duan Lingtian's position in his foster father's eyes was already higher than his foster son's. Where do you want to go? Zhou Tong's eyes flashed as he asked. I don't know yet. I just want to go out and gain experience. Zhou Fei said. Now, even Zhou Fei's position in Zhou Tong's eyes was not as high as Duan Lingtian's. However, Zhou Fei was still Zhou Tong's adopted son. Therefore, Zhou Tong did not refuse Zhou Fei's request. Very soon, he gave the order for an inner mansion elder of the county governor's mansion to accompany Zhou Fei and protect him. After Zhou Fei and the inner estate elder left the county city of 9 Spectres County, they seemed to be heading in the direction of Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities in 9 Spectres County. Bloody Spectre City was the first place Duan Lingtian went to after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I'd like to see Duan Lingtian's background. I've never heard of such a person in 9 Spectres County. Zhou Fei wanted to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. He had a feeling that with Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength, he would not be an ordinary person in Bloody Spectre City. It was impossible for him to be an unknown person before he entered the county city of 9 Spectres County. This Duan Lingtian might be someone Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, has secretly trained to deal with my foster father. If I can confirm this, with my foster father's character, he'll definitely kill Duan Lingtian. This was the reason Zhou Fei had come to Bloody Spectre City. He knew about the enmity between Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, and his foster father. As long as he could confirm that Duan Ling Tian was secretly nurtured by Lu Fenggu to deal with his foster father would not let such a potential threat go unpunished. Moreover, he would not allow Duan Ling Tian to continue growing stronger. If I can confirm that Duan Ling Tian is someone Lu Fenggu has trained to deal with my foster father, even if the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, is very tempting to my foster father will definitely kill Duan Ling Tian before the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. After all, based on the rewards set by King Qin's mansion for the participants of the martial competition of the 16 counties, it seems like King Qin's mansion places a lot of importance on this competition. If Duan Ling Tian manages to make it into the top 3, King Qin's mansion will probably keep him in King Qin's mansion. When that time comes, even if foster father wants to kill him and eliminate him by the roots, it will be harder than ascending to heaven. Zhou Fei's eyes lit up when he thought about this. In a place far away from Nine Spectres County, in a vast area that was surrounded by clouds all year round, lush with lush greenery, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. It was like a fairyland. On the peak of one of the mountains, there stood an elegant woman who looked like a fairy. The lady stood on the peak as she looked in the direction of Nine Spectres County. Her eyes seemed to be in a daze. The lady was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like emerald feathers, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although half of her face was covered by a thin veil, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was partially covered by the veil. However, due to the veil, one could vaguely see the outline of her face, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. People couldn't help but have the impulse to lift the veil and look at the beautiful face under it. One could imagine how charming she was even with a veil on her face. If she were to remove the veil, how devastatingly beautiful would her cheeks be without the veil restraining them? If I knew I would have a heart demon because of him, I would have killed him that day. The lady's red lips parted slightly as she muttered to herself. However, when she reached the end of her sentence, she seemed to lack confidence. If she could do it all over again, would she really kill him? Even she herself wasn't sure of it. After all, she was the one at fault, not him. Third senior sister. Suddenly, a pleasant voice like that of a silver bell rang out. A young lady in green clothes stepped on the air from below the mountain peak. She seemed to have transformed into a green ray of light. In the blink of an eye, she had already arrived beside the purple-dressed lady. Liu Luo, why are you here? The lady in purple looked at the green-clad young girl with a doting expression on her face. Third senior sister, why do I feel like you've been in a bad mood ever since you returned a year ago? Didn't you help the sect find the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk? Isn't that something to be happy about? Master, senior uncles, and junior uncles have been praising you. The green-clad young girl blinked her bright eyes as she asked. Upon hearing the green-clad young girl's words, it was obvious who the purple-clad young girl was. She was none other than Murong Bing, the lady whom Duan Lingtian had met in the little world left behind by the celestial king of the blissful sect in the mountains south of Bloody Spectre City. At that time, although they were not husband and wife in name, they were in fact husband and wife. Also, I just heard Martial Aunt say that in a month's sect meeting, she will appoint you as the successor of the sect master. After she abdicates, she will pass the position of sect master to you. The green-clad young girl continued to say. Senior uncles. Did she really say that? Murong Bing asked with a glint in her eyes. Yes. I heard it with my own ears. The green-clad young girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Upon hearing the green-clad young girl's words, Murong Bing could not help but sigh inwardly. According to the rules of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, apart from one's innate talent and strength, there was another basic requirement to become the sect leader. She had to be a virgin. As for Murong Bing, she was no longer a virgin ever since she came out of the little world left behind by the celestial king of the blissful sect a year ago. In other words, she was not destined to be the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Liu Luo. Where's senior uncles now? After learning the whereabouts of the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect from the green-clad young girl, Murong Bing's purple dress fluttered in the wind. In just a blink of an eye, she left the mountain. Senior uncles. Murong Bing met the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, who was also her senior uncles, in a spacious courtyard halfway up the mountain.
Bing,
why are you looking for senior uncles? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a beautiful woman. She was dressed in a white robe with many lotuses embroidered on it. When she saw Murong Bing, a gentle expression could be seen on her face. It was as though she was a senior looking at her most outstanding junior. Although Murong Bing was not her direct disciple, she was the direct disciple of her junior sister who shared the same master as her. Murong Bing was also the disciple she was most satisfied with in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Otherwise, she would not have made Murong Bing the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Murong Bing was the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Senior uncles, I heard that you're going to appoint me as the successor of the sect leader in a month's time. I'm here to ask you to rescind your decision. Murong Bing said bluntly. Ha! The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was stunned when she heard Murong Bing's words. Then she asked in confusion, Bing, what do you mean? Don't you want to be the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Chapter 2645. Murong Bing fell silent when she heard the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's question. Bing, there's something on your mind. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect stared at Murong Bing's eyes and said solemnly, Senior aunt. Murong Bing took a deep breath. Her beautiful cheeks trembled slightly under the veil. Then she said softly, Ever since I was young, although I am not your disciple, in my heart, I have always treated you as my second master. Moreover, there are things I didn't dare to say to my master in the past, but I've always shared them with you. In my heart, you're no different from my mother. Murong Bing's voice was tinged with emotion when she spoke. Bing, did something happen to you? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's expression changed drastically. Her eyes were filled with worry when she looked at Murong Bing again. She could tell something was amiss from Murong Bing's tone. Murong Bing had a secret that very few people knew about. She knew this secret. The Murong Bing in front of her was her twin sister's daughter. She was her niece. Her twin sister had fallen in love with a bad man and had committed suicide, leaving Murong Bing as her daughter. At that time, she was already the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. To avoid gossip, it was inconvenient for her to bring Murong Bing back to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In the end, she had placed Murong Bing in swaddling clothes at the entrance of the courtyard where one of her junior sisters lived. Murong Bing's junior sister was Murong Bing's master. Whether it was her junior sister or Murong Bing herself, no one knew about this secret. Senior aunt, Murong Bing wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she found it difficult to speak. After all, it was related to her innocence. She was not worried about gossip. After all, she had always been indifferent. Even if people gossiped about her, she did not care. However, even if she did not care about gossip, it did not mean her master did not care about gossip as well. She could imagine her master's disappointment. If her master found out about this, she would definitely be disappointed since her master had been grooming her as the future sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect since she was young. Now that she had lost her virginity, she was destined to lose her chance to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Bing, do we still need to worry so much between us? Don't worry. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will help you. If you don't want your master to know, I won't tell her either. When the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect saw Murong Bing's hesitation, she quickly gave her a heads up. Martial uncle, I am no longer a virgin. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had a worried expression on her face, so she did not hesitate any longer. Whoosh! As soon as Murong Bing finished speaking, the expression of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect changed drastically. Who did it? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and Murong Bing looked at each other with killing intent flashing in their eyes. Naturally, the killing intent was not directed at Murong Bing. It was directed at the man who had caused her to lose her virginity. In the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, once a person lost their virginity, they would lose their chance to become the sect leader. Even though she was the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, she could not ignore this rule. After all, the successor of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had to be tested by the elders before she could become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If one was not a virgin, one would not be able to become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a purely female sect. Although they did not interfere with the private lives of the women in the sect, they did not allow the women to involve themselves in the affairs of the sect. This was especially true for the sect leader. The sect leader had to be a virgin. When the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect set this rule, she felt that if a woman had a husband, she would not be able to devote herself to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If that happened, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would be destroyed as time passed. It was an accident. Murongbing sighed. The purple figure appeared in her mind again. She couldn't get rid of it. It was this purple figure that had caused her to develop an inner demon during her cultivation, causing her to almost suffer from chi deviation many times. Even if it was an accident, you still have to tell me what happened, right? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect asked solemnly. Murongbing nodded. Then, she told the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect everything that had happened a year ago. Naturally, she did not mention the man's name. After all, she knew that if she did, the man would definitely die. As it turns out, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing Horsetail Whisk. Bing, the sect has implicated you. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said. I was too careless. If I didn't destroy the body of the blissful sect's celestial king, none of this would have happened. Murongbing shook her head. Bing, who's that man? What's his name? The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect asked as she looked at Murongbing. When she asked the question, a murderous intent flashed in the depths of her eyes, as if she was about to devour someone. I don't know who he is. Murongbing shook her head. Then, she paused for a moment. Her eyes flickered and she continued. I don't know his name. Bing, ever since you were young, whenever you lied, your eyes would flicker. It seems like you know that man's name. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said. Martial uncle, that matter was my fault. It has nothing to do with him. He didn't force me. If we really want to talk about it, he himself is a victim. Murongbing said. Girl, you're just too kind. That man, only by killing him can he not spread the news and ruin your reputation. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said with a sigh. In the future, you must learn to nip all hidden dangers in the bud. Tell me the man's name. You don't have to do it yourself. I'll take care of him for you to prevent future troubles. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect said to Murongbing with killing intent in her eyes. Martial uncle, you don't have to force me. Murongbing said with a bitter expression on her face. Bing, don't tell me. You've fallen in love with that man. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's expression changed drastically as though she had just recalled something. Due to the incident with her twin sister, she did not have a good impression of men. She did not want her niece to make the same mistake as her twin sister. As a mother, she had already suffered a loss once. As a daughter, she could not suffer a loss again. Fallen in love with him? Upon hearing the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's words, Murongbing's beautiful eyes became misty again. The purple figure kept appearing in her mind. She kept asking herself, what's the matter? Have I really fallen in love with him? In the end, she discovered she could not answer this question at all. However, there was one thing she was certain of. If that man was present and her martial uncle wanted to kill him, she would definitely protect him even if it meant sacrificing her life. Perhaps, she felt it was her fault. Perhaps it was because she was truly moved by the man who had taken away her first time, which was also the only time she had ever had sex with him up until now. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. The sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect sighed when she saw Murong Bing's misty eyes. Then she said with a tired expression on her face, Bing, I'm a little tired. You can leave now. Yes. Murong Bing nodded and left. After Murong Bing left, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect no longer looked tired. A determined expression appeared on her face. No matter who you are, I won't let you hurt Bing. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'll find you and kill you to prevent future trouble. The killing intent in the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's eyes intensified. It was as though even slaughtering thousands of cities would not be able to quell her killing intent. Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, King Qin's Mansion, 9 Spectres County, Bloody Spectre City. At this moment, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's eyes that were filled with killing intent began to burn fiercely. It was as though the flames in her eyes were capable of incinerating everything. Time continued to pass. In the Silverworm Army's camp in Bloody Spectre City, 3 people were standing in the tent of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, while one of them was seated. Are you sure Duan Ling Tian has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago? Moreover, he's just a heavenly celestial? The young man sitting in the tent asked in a deep voice as he looked at one of the 3 people standing in the tent. If the Silverworm Army soldiers were present, they would recognize the person the young man was questioning was none other than Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. However, Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, was extremely humble in front of this young man. It was as though he was facing Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Young Master Fei, I'm certain. If you don't believe me, I can bring you to see the people who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian. Those people who have just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago wouldn't dare to trick you, young Master Fei. Miao Lai Long said confidently. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would recognize the young man with just a glance. The young man sitting in the tent was none other than Zhou Fei, whom Miao Lai Long had severed earlier. He was also the godson of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Chapter 2646. After staying in the Silverworm Army for a few days, Zhou Fei finally confirmed one thing. Duan Ling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. Moreover, he had ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool. Those who ascended from the Celestial Ascension Pool were only heavenly celestials. A heavenly celestial who managed to defeat me half a year after ascending to the spirit overarching heaven. The celestial methods and divine abilities he has mastered must be heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Zhou Fei's breathing quickened when he realized this. If any of you dare to spread this news, I'll make sure all of you die a graveless death. Zhou Fei looked at Miao Lai Long, Miao Lai Feng, and Yang Kong Ping coldly before he added, When I return to the county governor's estate, I'll go to the county governor's estate. When I return to the prefectural governor's mansion, I will tell my adoptive father about this. When the time comes, I will ask him to bestow upon you a generous reward. Zhou Fei used both the carrot and the stick to prevent the trio from spreading this news. If news of this spread, he and his godfather would not be able to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities Duan Ling Tian had mastered. He could imagine this. If news of Duan Ling Tian mastering a heaven-grade celestial method and a heaven-grade divine ability spread, it would cause an uproar in King Qin's mansion and the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, let alone 9 Spectres County. After all, even the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom did not have any heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Even Earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Thank you, young Master Fei. Upon hearing Zhou Fei's words, Miao Lai Long and the other 2 quickly expressed their gratitude. Young Master Fei. Miao Lai Long suddenly recalled something. He looked at Zhou Fei with a burning gaze and said, If revered elder Zhou Tong has obtained the celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Ling Tian, please put in a good word for me and ask him to teach me one of the Duan Ling Tian celestial methods and divine abilities. Just one is enough. I only need one. Miao Lai Long said. He had heard about how Duan Ling Tian had severely injured Zhou Fei 1.5 years ago in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. For this reason he was certain. Duan Ling Tian had mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and celestial methods and celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Celestial, Duan Ling Dynasty, Duans, and Duan Ling Duan Dun, Duan Duan Dun's Heavens Duan Heavens Heard is. They knew very well. If Miao Lai Long could obtain one of the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian had mastered, they would be able to obtain it as well. After all, Miao Lai Long was Miao Lai Feng's biological brother. Of course, that's not a problem. Zhou Fei agreed immediately. Thank you, young Master Fei. Miao Lai Long quickly expressed his gratitude. Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kong Ping looked at each other with a hint of excitement in their eyes. At this moment, Miao Lai Long and the other two were so excited that they did not notice Zhou Fei's gaze. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of Zhou Fei's eyes. After a while, Zhou Fei greeted Miao Lai Long calmly before he left the Silverworm Army's camp. He made his way to Bloody Spectre City to meet up with the elder in the county governor's mansion that his foster father had sent him. Elder Chen, please send me back to Nine Spectres County. The inner estate elder who escorted Zhou Fei from the county city of Nine Spectres County to Bloody Spectre City was a subordinate of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion. He only obeyed Zhou Tong's orders. Since Zhou Fei was Zhou Tong's foster son, he treated Zhou Fei as his young master. Yes, young Master Fei. After leaving Bloody Spectre City and returning to the county city of Nine Spectres County, Zhou Fei asked the inner mansion's elder to bring him back. Therefore, it did not take long for them to return to the county city and the county city. The first thing he did when he returned to the county governor's mansion was to look for his foster father, Zhou Tong. Foster father. When Zhou Fei saw Zhou Tong, he quickly told Zhou Tong everything he knew about the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City. Duan Ling Tian. Is he someone who just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago? He was only a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial 2 years ago? Also, 2 years ago, he was so strong that he could suppress an ordinary golden immortal? Upon hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong felt as though he was listening to a fantasy story. He did not believe it at all. What a joke! Duan Ling Tian was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. How could he be strong enough to defeat his foster son and injure him severely? Foster father, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City and investigate. Seeing that Zhou Tong did not believe him, Zhou Fei became anxious and solemnly vowed. Bloody Spectre City? Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhou Fei's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, If I'm not mistaken, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City is Lu Fenggu, right? That's him. Zhou Fei hurriedly replied. At the same time, he recalled something and added, I heard from Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City, that before Duan Ling Tian came to the county governor's mansion, Lu Fenggu thought highly of him. Moreover, Lu Fenggu even allowed Duan Ling Tian to cultivate in his cultivation room. As the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu's cultivation room has the most abundant heaven and earth spirit energy. It's the best place to cultivate. Before Duan Ling Tian appeared, even the commanders of the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army had never entered Lu Fenggu's quiet room to cultivate. At this point, Zhou Fei paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, Miao Lai Long told me that Duan Ling Tian had only just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Miao Lai Long even brought Lu Fenggu to the Silverworm Army to verify this with the other ascenders who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian. In the end, Lu Fenggu also confirmed that Duan Ling Tian had only just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. However, contrary to Miao Lai Long's expectations, he didn't force Duan Ling Tian to hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities. Instead, he nurtured him and invited him to the county governor's estate. Zhou Fei looked at Zhou Tong. His expression gradually turned solemn before he continued.
Godfather, I suspect that Lu Fenggu is using the cultivation environment and resources in the county governor's mansion to train Duanling Tian to deal with you.
However, this was only Zhou Fei's guess. However, he still said it. Lu Fenggu.
Humph.
After hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong uttered Lu Fenggu's name. His eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed in them. He then snorted coldly. You, follow me to Bloody Spectre City again. Zhou Tong looked at Zhou Fei. Without waiting for Zhou Fei's reply, he raised his hand again. A vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out and shrouded Zhou Fei. Then, he brought Zhou Fei away from the county city of Nine Spectres County. Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial, so his speed was much faster than the inner court elder who brought Zhou Fei back to the county city. For this reason, it took Zhou Fei less time to arrive at Bloody Spectre City. After arriving at Bloody Spectre City, Zhou Tong went to the Silverworm Army's camp under Zhou Fei's guidance. This is my godfather, Zhou Tong. He's also the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Zhou Fei said to Miao Lai Long as he stood behind Zhou Tong in the tent of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. Greetings, revered elder Zhou Tong. Although Miao Lai Long had guessed the old man's identity when he saw him, he could not help but tremble in shock when he heard Zhou Fei's introduction. Then, he humbly bowed at a 90-degree angle to greet the old man. My godfather wishes to meet the person who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven at the same time as Duanling Tian. Zhou Fei said to Miao Lai Long. Then, with Miao Lai Long's cooperation, Zhou Tong confirmed Zhou Tong's identity. Duanling Tian was indeed a heavenly celestial who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. Heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Zhou Tong's eyes gleamed with greed. It was as though he could not wait to imprison Duanling Tian and force the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities out of Duanling Tian's mouth. Boom! Just when Miao Lai Long thought Zhou Tong would give him some benefits, Zhou Tong's celestial origin energy suddenly surged out of his body. It was as though a giant beast had opened its mouth and swallowed Miao Lai Long whole. Humph! As soon as Zhou Tong killed Miao Lai Long, Zhou Tong snorted coldly and blocked the power of the minor floating image celestial talisman on Miao Lai Long's body, preventing it from being transmitted to the corresponding major floating image celestial talisman. In the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. As soon as Miao Lai Long died, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, discovered that Miao Lai Long's soul pearl had shattered. When he tried to use the major floating image celestial talisman to check how Miao Lai Long had died, he discovered there was no reaction from the talisman. The attacker is a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Fenggu's expression changed drastically. Soon after, Lu Fenggu heard about the deaths of Miao Lai Long's sister, Miao Lai Feng, and Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law, Yang Kong Ping. It was to the extent that the entire Silver Dragon Army's camp was covered in blood, and it was difficult to find a single survivor. 2 figures left Bloody Spectre City and made their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Godfather, why didn't you look for Lu Fenggu? Zhou Fei asked, puzzled. It won't be too late to look for Duanling Tian after I obtain his heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and kill him. Chapter 2647. But, Godfather, with Duanling Tian's strength, there's a high chance he'll be able to enter the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion 1.5 years later. Hearing Zhou Tong's words, Zhou Fei rejoiced in his heart. At the same time, he deliberately asked, do you plan to make a move on him after he participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Or now? After he said those words, Zhou Fei's gaze landed on Zhou Tong's face. He wanted to see how his adoptive father would react to his words from his face. Humph! Hearing Zhou Fei's words, Zhou Tong coldly snorted again. A cold light flashed through his eyes and his expression instantly darkened. Of course now. He did not know why King Qin's mansion would go to such great lengths to hold the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, based on the great overarching pills that King Qin's mansion awarded to the top 3 participants, it was clear that King Qin's mansion placed great importance on the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Ling Tian failed to enter the top 2 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he would not be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. If Duan Ling Tian managed to enter the top 2, he would be able to obtain the great overarching pill. However, once Duan Ling Tian made it into the top 3 or top 2 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, King Qin's mansion would definitely pay more attention to Duan Ling Tian, who had performed outstandingly in the competition. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for Zhou Tong to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian had mastered. On one hand, he might not be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. On the other hand, he might be able to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian had mastered. Zhou Tong thought about it for a moment before he chose the second option. Of course now. Zhou Fei's eyes lit up when he heard Zhou Tong's words. He quickly flattered, "Godfather, you're wise. If we let Duan Ling Tian participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid it won't be as easy as killing him now." This was the result that Zhou Fei was waiting for. Duan Ling Tian. Compared to the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, which I might not be able to obtain, the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities you possess are much more tempting to me. Just wait for my foster father to force you to hand over your immortal arts and divine abilities, and then kill you in the end. While flattering Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. It was as if he was talking to Duan Ling Tian face to face. Foster father. Zhou Fei continued. Now the county governor thinks very highly of Duan Ling Tian. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to make a move on that Duan Ling Tian in the county governor's manor. Moreover, if you threaten Duan Ling Tian in the county governor's manor, Lord County Governor will find out that Duan Ling Tian has mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. At that time, it'll be fine if Lord County Governor is willing to share the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities with you. However, if he's unwilling or insists on letting Duan Ling Tian participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid you won't be able to obtain the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian has mastered. Moreover, if Duan Ling Tian participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties, King Qin's manor might take a liking to him and make him stay in King Qin's manor. At that time, not only will it be difficult for you to threaten him, but even Lord County Governor might not be able to do so. Moreover, if Duan Ling Tian is someone who Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, intentionally raised to deal with you, father, with his innate talent, he'll be able to grow quickly in King Qin's manor. Coupled with the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he has mastered, I'm afraid he'll be a threat to you in the future. After Zhou Fei spoke, he also analyzed his own point of view with Zhou Tong. Fei, your analysis is good. Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction after hearing Zhou Fei's words. Then, his eyes flashed coldly as he said, I'll think of a way to make Duan Ling Tian leave the county governor's estate. Once he leaves the county governor's estate, I'll be able to force him to hand over the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he has mastered. Based on Zhou Tong's words, it was clear he had a plan. In Bloody Spectre City, the recent events had caused Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, to feel extremely gloomy. Apart from the Silverworm Army soldiers who were out on missions, the Silverworm Army soldiers who were stationed at the Silverworm Army's camp, including Miao Lai Long, and those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven to work as miners in the celestial stone vein were all killed. In the main hall of the city governor's estate, Lu Fenggu sat in the main seat while Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, sat next to him. Xianba, what do you think of this? Lu Fenggu asked in a deep voice as he looked at Chen Xianba. Even though Lu Fenggu was able to maintain his mental state for a long period of time due to his extraordinary cultivation, after a period of investigation and torment, he still showed signs of fatigue. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with dense veins. Lord City Governor, initially, I thought the Silverworm Army must have offended someone. However, after thinking about it, I don't think so. If the Silverworm Army had offended someone who had the strength to kill Commander Miao Lai Long, it's impossible for that person to not seek an explanation from you. After all, you're the city governor of Bloody Spectre City and Commander Miao Lai Long's superior. Lord City Governor, I think Commander Miao Lai Long had the minor floating image celestial talisman that you gave him, right? Chen Xianba suddenly thought of this. When he died, the major floating image celestial talisman that corresponded to his minor floating image celestial talisman didn't receive any celestial talisman's energy, so it couldn't display the floating image mirror image. However, I'm certain he had used the minor floating image celestial talisman. Lu Fenggu replied. Gasp! Chen Xianba inhaled sharply when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. An expression of shock could be seen on his face as he asked. Then, does this mean the person who killed Commander Miao Lai Long is most likely a great overarching golden celestial? It's not just a possibility. The person who killed him is definitely a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Fenggu said confidently. How did the Silverworm army offend a great overarching golden celestial? Moreover, if the Silverworm army offended a great overarching golden celestial, that great overarching golden celestial would have come to the city governor's estate to look for you, Lord City Governor, right? Chen Xianba muttered to himself in confusion. Perhaps there's another reason. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew into the main hall. Lord City Governor. Accompanying this gust of wind was an aged voice. Following that, an old man appeared in the main hall and bowed at Lu Fenggu. Elder Hong. Seeing the old man, Chen Xianba, who was sitting at the side, quickly stood up and respectfully greeted him. Although he was the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of this old man. Not only was this old man the closest person to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, but he was also the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards. Moreover, this old man was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in Bloody Spectre City. Elder Hong, did you find anything? Lu Fenggu asked with a glint in his eyes. Old Hong nodded before he continued to say, Lord City Governor, some time ago, 2 uninvited guests came to Bloody Spectre City. They came from the county city, the county governor's estate. 2 uninvited guests? From the county governor's estate? Lu Fenggu's eyes widened as he asked in a deep voice. Who are they? A figure that he hated immediately appeared in his mind. It was none other than Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County. When Chen Xianba looked at Elder Hong said, There are 2 uninvited guests. One of them is the inner estate elder of the county governor's estate, Qian Ping N. The other is Zhou Fei, the foster son of revered elder Zhou Tong. His limbs were severed by the Duan Ling Tian a year and a half ago. Qian Ping N is Zhou Tong's subordinate, and Zhou Fei is Zhou Tong's foster son. The Silverworm army's camp was almost razed to the ground. After hearing Elder Hong's words, Lu Fenggu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. Lord City Governor. Chen Xianba was curious. Chen Xianba was curious as to what the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was thinking of that caused his expression to turn so ugly in just an instant. Xianba, you can leave now. Just as Chen Xianba was feeling curious, Lu Fenggu looked at him and waved his hand. I already know what to do, so there's no need for you to continue investigating. I'll tell you more about it later. For now, I have something to say to Elder Hong. Yes, Lord City Governor. Although Chen Xianba was puzzled, he still left the hall. After Chen Xianba left, Lu Fenggu looked at Elder Hong and said in a deep voice, Elder Hong, if I'm not mistaken, Zhou Tong already knows that Duan Ling Tian is a heavenly celestial who has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2 years ago. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian is a heavenly celestial who has mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. With his greedy nature, he must have coveted the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian has mastered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures to silence the Silverworm army. Lu Fenggu said. With Lu Fenggu's intelligence, it was not difficult for him to figure out what had happened. Zhou Tong had made a move. The city governor's men. If Zhou Tong was the one who made the move, why didn't he look for trouble with you? Elder Hong asked. Zhou Tong is stubborn and self-opinionated. I'm afraid he's already guessed I've groomed Duan Ling Tian to deal with him. With his character, He'll definitely come and humiliate me after dealing with Duan Tian. Chapter 2648. Lord City Governor, if that's the case, won't Duan Tian be in danger? Old Hong gasped when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. A hint of dread could be seen on his face as he said, Lord City Governor, why don't you use a communication celestial talisman to inform him about this? If he receives your message, he'll be able to prepare himself and think of a way to deal with the threat from Zhou Tong. Old Hong said. Old Hong. Lu Fenggu sighed when he heard Old Hong's words. I've thought about this as well. However, do you think my communication celestial talisman will reach the county city? Unless I have a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial or stronger, the chances of it reaching the county city are slim, let alone entering the county governor's estate and reaching Duan Tian. A communication celestial talisman was a communication celestial talisman. Immortal message talismans were also divided into different grades. The higher the cultivation level of the immortal message talisman, the faster the transmission speed. Moreover, it could prevent others from intercepting the transmission of the immortal message talisman. For example, Lu Fenggu was a great overarching golden celestial talisman. Lu Fenggu was an indigo sun golden celestial. Although he had communication celestial talismans, they were all inscribed by him. Any communication celestial talisman he inscribed could be intercepted by an indigo sun golden celestial or stronger. The distance between Bloody Spectre City and the county city of Nine Spectres County was huge. His immortal message talisman would most likely be intercepted halfway. It was unlikely that it would reach the county city of Nine Spectres County and the county governor's residence. For a communication celestial talisman to successfully transmit a message from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of Nine Spectres County, it had to be inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial. This was because only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger could intercept a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial. For example, after Zhou Fei's limbs were severed by Duan Tian, the communication celestial talisman he used to send a message to his foster father, Zhou Tong, was personally inscribed by his foster father, a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, even if I have a communication celestial talisman inscribed by a great overarching golden celestial, do you think Zhou Tong would still ask me to use a communication celestial talisman to contact Duan Tian since he already knows about Duan Tian's background? I'm almost certain that even if either of us went to the county city of Nine Spectres County or the county governor's estate, we wouldn't be able to see Duan Tian. At this point, Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, we can't help Duan Tian in any way. He can only rely on himself. Lu Fenggu said. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Elder Hong fell silent. After giving it some thought, Lu Fenggu's words made sense. After Elder Hong left, Lu Fenggu's tense expression finally relaxed. He let out a long sigh as he said, Duan Tian, I hope you'll be able to escape this calamity. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to seek revenge from Zhou Tong. Lu Fenggu could imagine what would happen if Zhou Tong was killed. If something happened to Duan Tian, Zhou Tong would definitely not let him off. After all, Zhou Tong did not want another Duan Tian to appear. In the past, Zhou Tong did not feel threatened by Lu Fenggu. Out of respect for the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Zhou Tong could not be bothered to make things difficult for Lu Fenggu. However, Duan Tian had appeared in Bloody Spectre City this time. Moreover, before Duan Tian went to the county governor's estate, Zhou Tong had treated Duan Tian so well and provided him with the best cultivation environment and resources. As long as Zhou Tong was not an idiot, he would definitely feel threatened by Lu Fenggu. Once Zhou Tong dealt with Duan Tian, there was no way he would allow Duan Tian to continue living in Bloody Spectre City to prevent another threat like Duan Tian. At this moment, Lu Fenggu was almost certain. If something happened to Duan Tian, Lu Fenggu would definitely die. Lord City Governor. The leader of the Golden Serpent Guards, Elder Hong, had returned and said to Lu Fenggu, Elder Hong. He said to Lu Fenggu, a year ago, We received news from the county governor's estate that King Qin's mansion will be holding the martial competition of the 16 counties. The county behind the top 3 participants will be able to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Because of this, Lord County Governor didn't make things difficult for Duanling Tian even though he violated the rules set by Lord County Governor. Instead, Lord County Governor even ordered Elder Xianxia to take the blame for Duanling Tian to protect Duanling Tian. Based on this, it's clear that Lord County Governor values Duanling Tian a lot and has placed all his hopes on Duanling Tian to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. You and I both know that Lord County Governor's cultivation base has reached a bottleneck many years ago and hasn't improved since then. Therefore, he's determined to obtain the great overarching pill this time. Under such circumstances, for the sake of the great overarching pill and the martial competition of the 16 counties, he'll definitely protect Duanling Tian. Elder Hong paused for a moment before he continued. Lord City Governor, why don't you tell Lord County Governor everything you know about Duanling Tian? Let Lord County Governor protect Duanling Tian so that Duanling Tian won't be harmed by Zhou Tong. Elder Hong finished his sentence in one breath. I've thought about this as well. Lu Fenggu sighed and said, however, you're oversimplifying things. Let's not talk about whether Zhou Tong will allow us to contact Lord County Governor. Even if we manage to contact Lord County Governor, do you think he won't become a second Zhou Tong? After all, the temptation of a heaven-grade celestial method and divine ability is greater than the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Lu Fenggu said. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Elder Hong could not help but smile bitterly. My thoughts aren't as thorough as yours, Lord City Governor. I should have thought of this earlier. It's impossible that you haven't thought of the idea of Lord County Governor protecting Duanling Tian. It seems like we can only rely on Duanling Tian this time. Elder Hong sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Duanling Tian was unaware of what was happening in Bloody Spectre City. At this moment, he was still in closed-door cultivation. Ever since Duanling Tian obtained the bottle of primitive celestial pills, the hidden spirit pills, from the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he had been immersed in his cultivation. Even after he had a breakthrough, he continued to cultivate in order to break through to the next level. Apart from that, he continued to absorb the hidden spirit pill, the primitive celestial pill, into his body. He had completely lost track of time as he cultivated. Although he had encountered some bottlenecks in his cultivation and his cultivation speed had slowed down, he did not stop cultivating. He continued to circulate the yellow-grade cultivation method, the secret crystal clearance technique. His celestial origin energy worked with the hidden spirit pill and the spirit containment pill as he continued to circulate the energy in his body. Naturally, during this process, Duanling Tian's cultivation environment and the prominent celestial stones in his possession played a huge role as well. There's only one hidden spirit pill left. I hope the last hidden spirit pill will be able to help me break through the bottleneck and break through to the next level. In the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, Duanling Tian raised his hand and brought the last primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill, into his hand. Then, he popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. A rich medicinal energy flowed down his throat and spread to his entire body in just a blink of an eye. Spirit hardening pill. Following that, Duanling Tian consumed another primitive celestial pill, the spirit hardening pill. Coincidentally, there's not much medicinal energy left in the previous spirit hardening pill. Now that I've consumed another spirit hardening pill, I'll try to break through this bottleneck in one go. After consuming the medicinal pill, Duanling Tian concentrated his mind and calmed his qi before once again immersing himself in cultivation. Only the thought of cultivation remained in his mind, and his mind was completely devoid of distracting thoughts. At this moment, Duanling Tian was still unaware that someone in the latent dragon abyss was waiting for him in the latent dragon abyss. In the county governor's manor, there was someone waiting for him to come out of seclusion. Furthermore, the person was very patient and had been waiting for several months. Damn it! That Duanling Tian still hasn't come out of his closed-door cultivation. He's only a heavenly celestial. No matter how good the cultivation environment is, no matter how many cultivation resources he has, he should have encountered a bottleneck and come out for a breather, right? It's been almost a year and a half, but he still hasn't come out of his closed-door cultivation. In the second-last cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei, who had just returned from outside, had a grave expression on his face. It had been a few months since he and his godfather, Zhou Tong, had returned from Bloody Spectre City. During these few months, they had been waiting for Duan Ling Tian to come out of his closed-door cultivation. After all, they could not directly attack Duan Ling Tian in the latent dragon abyss. If they did, the county governor of Nine Spectres County would be alerted. At that time, they might not even be able to snatch the celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Ling Tian. As the saying went, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Zhou Tong had been waiting patiently for Duan Ling Tian to come out of his closed-door cultivation. Zhou Fei, on the other hand, was gradually losing his patience after waiting for a few months. However, he could only wait patiently. Every once in a while, he would come out of his room to check if there were any movements in the room below. 2 months later. Boom! Rumble! All of a sudden, a series of loud noises rang in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss. It was as though an earth-shattering explosion had occurred. Even the stone room at the top that was closest to the latent dragon abyss trembled slightly. Naturally, the tremors were only limited to the stone room. The stone rooms above the latent dragon abyss did not tremble at all. After all, the latent dragon abyss was built under the supervision of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. This tremor. It's coming from Duan Ling Tian's stone room. In the second-last stone room in the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes with an excited expression on his face. Chapter 2649. There were a total of 30 stone rooms in the latent dragon abyss. The deeper the room was, the better the cultivation environment was. The cultivation environment in the deepest room was comparable to the cultivation place of the county governor and the #1 revered elder of Nine Spectres County. At this moment, the celestial origin energy in the deepest room of the latent dragon abyss was turbulent. His celestial elemental power rushed in all directions like a runaway wild horse. It wreaked havoc in the entire stone room. It slammed against the walls of the stone room and issued waves of muffled sounds. This sound was like the sound of a drum, deafening to the ears. The source of the turbulent celestial origin energy was none other than the purple-clad young man sitting on the stone bed in the room. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. Ever since Duan Ling Tian left Xianxia's courtyard and returned to the stone room in the latent dragon abyss 1.5 years ago, he had not left his room at all. He had been fully immersed in his cultivation. With the attitude of a daredevil, he was trying his best to increase his cultivation base. As the saying went, heaven rewards those who persevere. After 1.5 years, Duan Ling Tian finally made his second breakthrough and became a yellow sun golden celestial. So this is the celestial origin energy of a yellow sun golden celestial? The celestial origin energy in the stone chamber surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body and hit the walls of the stone chamber. Naturally, the celestial origin energy was not as simple as the celestial origin energy of a yellow sun golden celestial. However, the celestial origin energy that's surging out of my body is incomparable to the celestial origin energy of an ordinary yellow sun golden celestial. With the help of the 99 heavenly veins in my body, my celestial origin energy has increased by 2 levels. It's comparable to an ordinary blue sun golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a while, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his celestial origin energy. After Duan Ling Tian withdrew his celestial origin energy, Duan Ling Tian's figure gradually became visible. Duan Ling Tian abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a dazzling light, as if they could illuminate the entire world. Fortunately, I managed to break through and become a yellow sun golden celestial with the help of the last hidden spirit pill. I wonder how long I've been cultivating in seclusion this time. However, it should be less than 2.5 years. Duan Ling Tian didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. However, he was certain of one thing. This time, he should be in seclusion for a little more than 2 years, less than 2.5 years. 2.5 years later, King Qin's mansion would hold the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the county governor of 9 Spectres County would not allow him to cultivate in seclusion for such a long time, let alone the others. After all, the county governor of 9 Spectres County was counting on him to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Now that I've run out of hidden spirit pills, my cultivation speed won't be fast even if I continue to cultivate. I should wait for more hidden spirit pills or other primitive celestial pills that can coexist with a spirit-nourishing pill before I continue to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian, who had experienced consuming the hidden spirit pill and the spirit-nourishing pill at the same time, did not want to consume only the spirit-nourishing pill for the time being. After all, it would be much slower than consuming both hidden spirit pills and spirit-nourishing pills at the same time. Unless there was no other way, Duan Ling Tian did not want to consume only the spirit-nourishing pills to cultivate. I haven't gone out for a walk since I've been in the county city for so long. I should go out for a walk and relax. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian got off the stone bed and left the stone cultivation room. As soon as Duan Ling Tian left the stone cultivation room, he felt someone's gaze on him. Zhou Fei. When he raised his head to look at the person who was looking at him, he discovered it was none other than Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. Zhou Fei was also the person who had his limbs severed and severely injured by him. Duan Ling Tian could sense the hatred in Zhou Fei's eyes when he looked at him. However, he was not bothered by it. After all, he was the one who severed Zhou Fei's limbs. It would be strange if Zhou Fei did not hate him. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure out why Zhou Fei had left the stone cultivation room. Although the commotion that I created earlier was not very big, Zhou Fei's current training stone room is coincidentally above mine. It is likely that he will be able to detect the commotion within my training stone room. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his gaze from Zhou Fei and flew up into the air. He did not even look at Zhou Fei throughout the entire process. Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Fei was, naturally, enraged when he saw how Duan Ling Tian had disregarded him. He gritted his teeth in anger. However, he could only roar inwardly. You can continue being smug. I'd like to see how long you can be smug for. It's Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian has come out of closed-door cultivation? It seems like I haven't seen him for a long time. It's been a year and a half, right? When Duan Ling Tian rose into the air and made his way out of the latent dragon abyss, those who had just walked out of their stone chambers or had just returned could not help but discuss among themselves. Duan Ling Tian. A familiar voice rang in the air when Duan Ling Tian was about to leave the latent dragon abyss. Qin Yu? When Duan Ling Tian turned around, he saw Qin Yu, the former captain of the Black Dragon Army, who had come with him from Bloody Spectre City, walking out of the third-last stone cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss. Qin Yu was flying toward him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu had arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. Now that they were so close, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the change in Qin Yu's aura. He could not help but feel a little surprised. Qin Yu, you have a breakthrough? Yes. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. If I hadn't broken through, how could I have occupied the stone cultivation room that was second only to yours and Zhou Fei's? I was also surprised when I saw you come out of that stone cultivation room. Duan Ling Tian sighed. In the past, he knew that Qin Yu was talented and was surprised that Qin Yu had obtained one of the only 2 spots to enter the 9 Spectres County. However, he did not expect Qin Yu's talent and strength to be so extraordinary. The fact that Qin Yu was able to occupy the third-last stone room in the Hidden Dragon Abyss meant that Qin Yu's strength was second only to him and Zhou Fei. There's nothing to be surprised about. Compared to you, I'm still lacking. Qin Yu laughed self-mockingly. 2 people from Bloody Spectre City came, and they're ranked in the top 3 among the 30 golden celestials under the age of 100 in the county governor's office. I'm sure Governor Lu will be happy to know about this. Duan Ling Tian changed the topic with a smile. Lord City Lord must already know that you, Duan Ling Tian, have become the strongest person in the latent dragon abyss. As for me, I only managed to obtain the stone cultivation room a few months ago. I'm afraid it'll take some time for this matter to reach City Lord's ears. Qin Yu said. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, I can feel that your aura has changed quite a lot. You've been in closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. I'm sure you've gained quite a lot, right? A year and a half? You know when I started closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. I don't know when you started closed-door cultivation, but I heard the same thing from a few people. Qin Yu said. A year and a half? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Duan Lingtian was certain. It seems like I've indeed spent a year and a half cultivating in closed-door cultivation. In just a year and a half, I managed to break through from a scarlet sun golden celestial to a yellow sun golden celestial. That's a leap of 2 cultivation levels. With such a cultivation speed, it's barely passable in the spirit overarching heaven, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Qin Yu was unaware of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Even the most talented Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial in a high-rank celestial kingdom would take much longer than Duan Lingtian to break through to the Yellow Sun Golden Celestial if he had a better cultivation environment, cultivation resources, and cultivation methods than Duan Lingtian. The reason Duan Lingtian took such a short time to cultivate was due to his 99 heavenly veins. Naturally, if he only had 99 heavenly veins, his cultivation speed would not have been so fast. After he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and became a heavenly celestial, he had heeded Conqueror's third uncle, Xianxia's, advice and used the energy in the celestial ascension pool to temper his 99 heavenly veins. That was how he built his foundation. Because of this, with only the 99 veins of heaven in his body that had been tempered thousands of times, his cultivation speed had reached an unheard-of level. Otherwise, how could a Scarlet Moon heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago become a Yellow Sun Golden Celestial in just 2.5 years? How could a Scarlet Moon heavenly celestial become a Yellow Sun Golden Celestial in just 2.5 years? Apart from the powerful forces in the Devata realms, who used prominent celestial pills or higher to forcefully raise their juniors' cultivation bases, there was no other way. In the history of the spirit overarching heaven, no one had ever been able to consume a primitive celestial pill to cultivate. It was not only in the spirit overarching heaven. Even in the history of the 81 Devata realms, there were only a handful of people who were capable of this feat naturally. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Duan Lingtian, where do you plan to go? Qin Yu asked. I've been in the county city for so long, but I haven't gone out yet. Now that I'm out of seclusion, I'm going to walk around. I'll go with you, Duan Lingtian replied. I'll go with you then. Since I've been in the county governor's estate for 2 years, I'm quite familiar with the county city. Chapter 2650. Let's go together then. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Although he did not have much interaction with Qin Yu, through their interactions in the past, he still had a good impression of Qin Yu. After Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu left the latent dragon abyss together, whoosh! A figure flew out of the latent dragon abyss after Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. However, unlike Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu, this person did not head to the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Instead, this person headed in another direction. This person was none other than Zhou Fei. When Zhou Fei saw Duan Lingtian coming out of his closed-door cultivation, he immediately left the latent dragon abyss to report to his godfather, Zhou Tong, who was also the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion. Duan Lingtian has come out of closed-door cultivation? Although Zhou Tong had been patiently waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out of closed-door cultivation, his eyes still lit up when he heard that Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation. He was so excited that his old face trembled slightly. Godfather, what should we do next? Zhou Fei asked. I know what to do. Zhou Tong gradually calmed down before he narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, You just have to come with me to watch the show. Zhou Fei felt relieved when he heard Zhou Tong's confident words. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu, and the others left the county governor's estate, they strolled around the county city under Qin Yu's lead. Although it had been 2 years since Duan Lingtian came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, this was his first time strolling around the county city. Everything in the county city was unfamiliar to him, so he kept looking around. After strolling around the county city for most of the day, Duan Lingtian entered a restaurant under Qin Yu's lead and sat at the corner of the lobby as he listened to the crowd of customers in the lobby talk about various things, gossip, and things. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu listened with great interest as the customers in the main hall chatted about everything under the sun. Suddenly, the discussion of two drinkers at one of the tables attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Have you heard? A year later, King Qin's mansion will hold the martial competition of the 16 counties. One of the drinkers said to another drinker, who was his friend. Martial competition of the 16 counties? As for his friend, it was obviously the first time he had heard of this matter. What is that? Martial competition of the 16 counties. As the former continued to introduce the martial competition of the 16 counties, not only his friends, but also most of the people in the restaurant turned their attention to him. They listened intently to his introduction of the martial competition of the 16 counties. He thought that this was the first time most people had heard of this matter. No wonder a brother of mine who works in the prefectural governor's mansion told me that the latent dragon abyss appeared 2 years ago, and that there were 30 golden immortals below the age of 100 in the latent dragon abyss. So it was the prefectural governor's mansion's preparation for the martial competition of the 16 counties. Latent dragon abyss? I've heard of the county governor's estate. I even heard that 2 years ago, a golden celestial below the age of 100 was recruited from Bloody Spectre City. As soon as he arrived at the hidden dragon abyss, he severed Zhou Fei's limbs and severely injured him. Zhou Fei? You mean the strongest golden immortal below the age of 100 in 9 Spectres County? The adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of 9 Spectres County? That's him. Are you kidding me? Zhou Fei is the strongest golden immortal below the age of 100 in 9 Spectres County. How could he have his limbs broken by a golden immortal below the age of 100 from Bloody Spectre City? Actually, this news had spread in the county 2 years ago. However, after a few people were killed by revered elder Zhou Tong's subordinates for gossiping about this matter, fewer and fewer people dared to talk about it. Then you dare to talk about it now? Aren't you afraid of death? I think. I'm not that unlucky, right? Forget it. I'll pay the bill and leave now. After the person who had exposed the news left in a hurry, a commotion broke out in the large restaurant. Most of them were talking about the golden immortal below the age of 100 from Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, how do you think they'll react if they find out the person they're talking about is sitting here? Qin Yu asked Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Initially, I wanted to listen to their stories to broaden my horizons. However, it seems like they won't stop talking for the time being. Let's go. Duan Lingtian said with a shrug. All the customers in this huge restaurant's lobby were now talking about him, and it was getting out of hand. It seemed like they would not be able to change the topic until half a day later. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Lingtian walked around the county city under Qin Yu's lead before returning to the county governor's estate and the latent dragon abyss. Keep your voice down. Not many people know about that place yet. If we hurry over now, we might be able to get a share of the loot. All of a sudden, a voice came from a remote alley in front of them. Although the voice was deliberately lowered, it was still heard by Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. For a moment, the two of them stopped moving. After looking at each other, they made a shushing gesture and listened attentively. Is there really a profound grade cultivation method in that place? Another voice that was deliberately lowered sounded, and there was a hint of excitement in it. I'm not sure. However, it said that place was left behind by an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's normal for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial to cultivate a profound grade cultivation method, right? The voice continued to recount the rumors about the ruin left behind by an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It did not seem like it was fake at all. Based on what he said, that place doesn't seem fake. Qin Yu said in a low voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Indeed. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could also tell that the various messages that the person said did not seem to be fake. A moment later, the two sneaky people left the small alley and headed out of the county city. After leaving the county city, they headed north. At the north gate of the county city, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu stopped in their tracks. Do you want to follow them and have a look? Qin Yu asked Duan Lingtian. Then, he added, once we leave the county city, we won't be able to protect our lives. Of course, if you return to the county governor's estate now and ask him to send an inner court elder with us, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to follow them. Although not many people in the county governor's estate knew about the mediocre-grade celestial pill, the great overarching pill, being awarded to the top 3 contestants in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian were from the county governor's estate. However, as someone who had come from Bloody Spectre City with Duanling Tian and had come to the county city with Xianxia, an inner court elder of the county governor's estate, Qianyu had heard about this matter from Xianxia. For this reason, he knew the county governor of 9 Spectres County valued Duanling Tian a lot. As long as Duanling Tian asked, the county governor of 9 Spectres County would be willing to send an inner court elder to accompany Duanling Tian out of the county city. Moreover, it was a mysterious grade cultivation method. Even the county governor of 9 Spectres County would be tempted by it. Based on how highly the county governor of 9 Spectres County valued Duanling Tian, he would definitely pass the mysterious grade cultivation method to Duanling Tian, so that Duanling Tian could obtain a better ranking in the martial competition of the 16 counties organized by King Qin's mansion. If I return to the county governor's estate now, I'll definitely lose track of them. If the news they said about the mysterious grade cultivation method doesn't sound real, there's no need for me to take the risk. However, based on their words, it's very likely that it's true. Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. I'll follow them and have a look. As for you, you can return to the county governor's estate first. If I'm lucky enough to obtain the mysterious grade cultivation method, I'll pass it to you as well. If I don't go with you, even if you obtain the mysterious grade cultivation method, I won't be able to accept it. Qianyu shook his head and decided to go with Duanling Tian. 2 years ago, Duanling Tian had known that Qianyu was a stubborn person since they had traveled from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Once Qianyu had made up his mind, it would be difficult for him to change his mind. For this reason, Duanling Tian did not try to persuade Qianyu and agreed immediately. You can come with me, but don't stray too far from me. Duanling Tian reminded Qianyu. Understood. Qianyu nodded. Although he did not know how powerful Duanling Tian was, he was certain that Duanling Tian was stronger than him. It did not take long before Duanling Tian and Qianyu left the north gate of the 9 Spectres County. They followed the 2 men as they made their way north. The 2 men were ordinary Scarlet Sun Golden Celestials. Although they were not slow, Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian were much faster. It was not difficult for them to catch up with the 2 men. Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian continued to follow the 2 men as they walked further and further away. Duanling Tian. I feel like something's not right. Qianyu's expression turned solemn as he flew through the air above a bamboo forest. He had a feeling that something was not right. I'm afraid we've fallen into a trap this time. At this moment, Duanling Tian also realized the danger they were in. This was because the 2 people whom they were following closely seemed to have disappeared without a trace in an instant after they arrived in the sky above the bamboo forest. At the same time, the 2 of them seemed to have become 2 headless flies. Just when Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian realized something was amiss and realized the danger they were in, they came to a halt simultaneously. Duanling Tian. A voice that Duanling Tian was very familiar with suddenly sounded from the sky. It was getting closer and closer. Duanling Tian immediately raised his head to look. 2 figures appeared in front of him. An old man stood in front of him while a young man stood behind him. The person who had called out his name was the young man standing behind him. Zhou Fei. Zhou Tong. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 2651. How could it be them? Qianyu, who was beside Duanling Tian, saw the 2 people who were descending from the sky towards them. His expression changed greatly and he could not help but let out a cry of alarm. Of the 2 people before him, he had only met Zhou Fei. However, now that Zhou Fei was escorting an old man, it was not difficult for him to guess the old man's identity. the #1 reverend of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, Zhou Tong. Duan Ling Tian is the person in front of Zhou Fei. Zhou Tong? Although he had vaguely guessed the identity of the old man, Qin Yu still could not help but ask Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. According to what he learned from Xianxia 1.5 years ago, before Duan Ling Tian went into closed-door cultivation, Zhou Tong had willingly given Duan Ling Tian 2 bottles of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, to Duan Ling Tian for the sake of the great overarching pills. How could a person's attitude change so drastically in a year and a half? The old man who descended from the sky with Zhou Fei escorting him was clearly hostile. Most importantly, the old man did not seem like a golden immortal at all. Whether it was the old man's temperament or the invisible aura he exuded, they all seemed to be telling the people around him. He was not a golden immortal. They were existences that were even more powerful than golden immortals. It's Zhou Tong. Duan Ling Tian replied telepathically. After receiving Duan Ling Tian's confirmation, Qin Yu could not help but gasp even though he was mentally prepared. Didn't he give you 2 bottles of low-grade immortal elixir, spirit-nourishing elixir, a year and a half ago with the intention of training you so that you could shine in the martial competition of the 16 counties? This time, he doesn't seem to have come with good intentions. In a year and a half, isn't the change in him a little too great? Said Qin Yu via voice transmission. Indeed, they don't come with good intentions. Qin Yu could see that Zhou Tong did not come with good intentions. Duan Ling Tian could naturally also see that. It was to the extent that he had already guessed that those 2 people from before were most likely arranged by Zhou Tong. I was too careless. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. It was also because what the 2 of them said was too real, and did not seem to be fake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed them without any warning. Naturally, other than the fact that the 2 of them did not seem to be lying, it was also because he had a strong desire for the profound grade cultivation method. If he could obtain a Shen grade cultivation method to replace his current Huang grade cultivation method, the secret crystal clearance method, his cultivation speed would reach a whole new level. Looks like those 2 people were arranged by Zhou Tong. However, from what those 2 people said, the matter of the profound grade cultivation method doesn't seem to be fake. Said Qin Yu via voice transmission. Whoosh. Whoosh. At the same time, Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei had already descended from the sky and arrived at a location not far from Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu. Both of their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian in unison. As for Qin Yu, he was completely ignored by them. Exalted Zhou Tong. What a coincidence, to be able to meet you here. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhou Tong with a slight smile on his face. Unfortunately, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Tong looked at Duan Ling Tian indifferently. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, looked at Duan Ling Tian and sneered. I really didn't expect you to have hidden yourself so well. If I hadn't gone to the bloody Spectre City to investigate your background, I wouldn't have thought that you're someone who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. Moreover, you're a heavenly immortal who ascended to the heavenly immortal ascension pool. When Zhou Fei finished speaking, the sneer on his face grew even wider. Whoosh. As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, Qin Yu, who was standing beside Duan Ling Tian, had a change in expression. He had already confirmed Zhou Fei's words. However, he did not expect Zhou Fei to not only know that Duan Ling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago, but he also seemed to have confirmed this matter. At this moment, realization dawned on Qin Yu. It was no wonder Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in the Nine Spectres County, would treat Duan Ling Tian so differently after a year and a half. As it turned out, Zhou Tong knew that Duan Ling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. It was not difficult for Qin Yu to figure out why Zhou Tong's attitude had changed. Zhou Tong must have coveted Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities that were suspected to be at the heaven grade. Mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, were insignificant compared to heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian. Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. Horror dawned on Qin Yu's face when he realized the reason Zhou Tong came with ill intentions. He immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian. However, he discovered that Duan Ling Tian was not lying. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. You're really thoughtful. To think you managed to find out about all these things. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Fei indifferently. He clicked his tongue disdainfully as he said, Zhou Fei, if you'd put more effort into cultivating, you wouldn't have been so weak in front of me. Duan Lingtian's words were akin to rubbing salt on Zhou Fei's wound. Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian, what are you so proud of? Zhou Fei's expression changed greatly. He glared at Duan Lingtian and roared, if it weren't for the fact that you've mastered heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, how could you possibly be a match for me? In my eyes, you're nothing more than a lowly ascender who's been lucky. Lowly ascender? Duan Lingtian smiled. You said I'm a lowly ascender? Then, what do you count as? Someone whose 4 limbs were cut off by a lowly ascender like me. Trash? Trash? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew even wider. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Zhou Fei's expression changed again and again. However, he did not know how to refute it. After all, he was indeed no match for Duan Lingtian. Furthermore, the gap between them was very large. Duan Lingtian could defeat him in a single move. Duan Lingtian, I won't argue with you. Zhou Fei said in a deep voice, after today, you'll be a dog in my foster father's cage. If he tells you to go east, you won't dare to go west. If he tells you to go south, you won't dare to go north. If you cooperate and hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered, you might be able to live for a few more years. If you don't, I'll make you suffer until you're willing to cooperate and hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered. When Zhou Fei reached the end of his sentence, a cold smile appeared on his face. His eyes gleamed brightly as though he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being imprisoned by his foster father. Is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as brilliant as ever. From the beginning until the end, there was not a trace of fear on his face. It was as though he was not afraid of Zhou Tong at all. Since you can still smile, you should seize the opportunity to smile. When my foster father makes his move, you won't be able to smile even if you want to. Zhou Fei sneered. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, Zhou Tong, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He looked at Duan Lingtian. His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. I can't believe you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for 2.5 years. If I'm not mistaken, you're still a heavenly celestial, right? If I say no, would you believe me, revered Elder Zhou Tong? Duan Lingtian asked Zhou Tong. Humph. Before Zhou Tong could open his mouth, Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong, snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Duan Lingtian, who do you think you are? It's only been 2.5 years. How can a heavenly celestial like you break through and become a golden celestial? What a joke. If it weren't for the heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered, I, Zhou Fei, would only need a finger to kill you. When Zhou Fei reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, no matter what Zhou Fei said, Duan Lingtian did not even look at him from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian continued to look at Zhou Tong. It was as though only Zhou Tong, the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate, was worthy of his attention. Zhou Fei was not worthy. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Zhou Tong, who was completely ignored by Duan Lingtian, felt both humiliated and enraged. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. It doesn't matter if I believe it or not, you're destined to be my prisoner today. Zhou Tong said confidently as his eyes turned cold. Revered Elder Zhou Tong. Even when Zhou Tong revealed his fangs, Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression, and he used an extremely casual tone to ask. If I'm not wrong, the 2 people that lured me and Qin Yu out of the county city were arranged by you, right? That's right. Zhou Tong replied indifferently. He was not bothered by the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to maintain his composure until now. Just like his foster son, Zhou Fei, both of them felt Duan Lingtian was only pretending to be mysterious for being able to maintain his composure until now. I'm very curious. Why is it that when they talked about the profound grade cultivation method, they were able to make it sound so real?
It didn't seem fake at all. Duan Lingtian asked again. That's because everything they said was what I experienced a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago, I received news about a mysterious grade cultivation method and left the 9 Spectres County. When he mentioned this matter, an imperceptible look of pity flashed across Zhou Tong's face. It seems like the mysterious grade cultivation method has been taken away by someone else. What a pity. Although a look of pity flashed across Zhou Tong's face before disappearing, Duan Lingtian saw it clearly and directly pointed it out in his words. It's not a pity. Chapter 2652. About 2 years ago, Zhou Tong had secretly left the county governor's estate and the county city of 9 Spectres County after he learned about the mysterious grade cultivation method. The reason why he left secretly was because he did not want to share the profound grade cultivation technique with the princess of the 9 Spectres County. When Duan Lingtian first arrived at the county city of 9 Spectres County and severely injured Zhou Fei, Zhou Tong had just learned about the mysterious grade cultivation method and secretly left the county city of 9 Spectres County. Based on your words, revered Elder Zhou Tong, it seems like you're certain I'll give you my celestial methods and divine abilities? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhou Tong's words. You don't have to hand them over as long as you don't regret it when the time comes. Zhou Tong sneered. I have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead. At that time, you won't be able to die even if you want to. I'd like to see if Duan Lingtian's willpower can withstand the torture I'll inflict on you. Whoosh. As soon as Zhou Tong finished speaking, celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames and shot up into the sky. It was as though he had transformed into a god of fire. Zhou Tong stood there like a god of fire. His celestial origin energy that was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial caused the air to tremble. Among the people present, Qin Yu and Zhou Fei, who had weaker cultivations, were pressured by the powerful aura of a great golden immortal from Zhou Tong's body. Their faces turned red, and they were a little breathless. Duan Lingtian was the only one who remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was not affected at all. A mere heavenly celestial is able to remain calm under the pressure of my aura. You, Duan Lingtian, should be proud of yourself. Zhou Tong raised an eyebrow as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He spoke as though he was looking down on Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was a god who ruled over everything while Duan Lingtian was merely an ant that he could trample on. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zhou Tong's words. Qin Yu. Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Yu and said, Zhou Tong and Zhou Fei are here for me. You should return first. Duan Lingtian, we came here together. If you want to return, let's return together. Qin Yu knew Duan Lingtian was doing this for his own good. However, he, Qin Yu, could not abandon his friend and flee by himself when the enemy was right in front of him. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking and Duan Lingtian frowned, Zhou Tong snorted coldly. Both of you can forget about escaping today. Zhou Tong Duan Lingtian sect. If he was here to kill Duan Lingtian, there was no need for him to care about Qin Yu's life. Even if Qin Yu did not die, he could complain to the county governor of 9 Spectres County. No matter how angry the county governor was, he would not make things difficult for Zhou Tong, one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres County, for the sake of a dead Duan Lingtian. To the county governor, a living Duan Lingtian's value might not be any lower than Zhou Tong's. However, a dead Duan Lingtian was not as valuable as him to the county governor. However, Zhou Tong Duan Lingtian's sect did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian this time. At the very least, he did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian for the time being. Even if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he would have to obtain the celestial techniques and divine abilities in Duan Lingtian's possession before he could make a move. Under such circumstances, there was no way he would allow Qin Yu to leave and report to the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Once the county governor learned that Duan Lingtian had mastered celestial techniques and divine abilities, he would definitely intervene. At that time, no matter what happened, it would not be something he wanted to see. Forget it. It's fine if you want to stay. Take care of yourself. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he glanced at Zhou Fei, who was standing behind Zhou Tong. Currently, Zhou Fei was glaring at Qin Yu like a tiger watching its prey. Fei, or you kill Qin Yu. I'll capture Duan Lingtian. Zhou Tong instructed Zhou Fei. His eyes never left Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in his world. Yes, father. After Zhou Fei answered, he immediately set off. He rushed toward Qin Yu to kill him. Be careful. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. The celestial origin energy in his body surged as he tried to help Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu left the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had yet to obtain Zhou Fei's cultivation room in the latent dragon abyss. Based on this, it was clear there was still a gap between Qin Yu and Zhou Fei's strength. For this reason, Zhou Tong was worried about Qin Yu's safety. You should take care of yourself first. However, just as Duan Lingtian was about to make his move toward Zhou Fei, another figure appeared in his path. It was none other than Zhou Tong, who seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared before him in the blink of an eye while his celestial origin energy surged like flames. Bang! Boom! 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 While Duan Lingtian was being held back by Zhou Tong, a loud explosion sounded from the other side. It was the sound of Qin Yu and Zhou Fei exchanging blows. Duan Lingtian looked over. He discovered that Zhou Tong was stronger than Zhou Tong. Although Zhou Fei was stronger than Qin Yu, he was not much stronger than Qin Yu. Based on the current situation, Zhou Fei won't be able to threaten Qin Yu's life within 100 moves. Duan Lingtian felt at ease when he saw this. His attention was completely focused on Zhou Tong, who was standing before him. Before he came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had heard about Zhou Tong from Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. He knew that Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong were irreconcilable enemies. Moreover, before he came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had made a deal with Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu had done his best to provide him with the best cultivation environment and resources. As for Zhou Tong, he would help Lu Fenggu capture Zhou Tong and bring him back to Bloody Spectre City for Lu Fenggu to deal with. Once Lu Fenggu killed Zhou Tong and took his revenge, Lu Fenggu would tell him where the celestial fire was. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed brightly as he looked at Zhou Tong. It was as bright as the stars in the night sky. He was looking forward to the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian, if you surrender, you'll suffer less. However, if you dare to resist, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Zhou Tong said in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Although he was confident that he could kill Duan Lingtian with his strength as a great overarching golden celestial, it would only take him one move. However, he could not kill Duan Lingtian for the time being. To him, capturing Duan Lingtian without killing Duan Lingtian was much more difficult than killing Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it was not difficult at all. He believed that as long as he unleashed his celestial origin energy, he would be able to capture Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye, making it impossible for Duan Lingtian to turn the tables. You're a great overarching golden celestial, yet you like to spout nonsense. Don't you think you're a disgrace to great overarching golden celestials? Duan Lingtian said with a sneer. Elementary devouring tactic. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and raised his celestial origin energy by 4 levels. When he was a heavenly celestial, the elementary devouring tactic could only raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. However, now that he had become a golden celestial, it was only natural that he could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels. After all, the elementary devouring tactic was a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. It was also the only heaven-grade divine ability he had mastered up until now. What a powerful assist-type divine ability! It seems like his celestial origin energy has been raised by a few levels in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic, Zhou Tong could clearly sense the changes in Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Although he could not confirm how many levels Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had been raised, he was certain it was a high-grade divine ability. It was most likely a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability.
Earth-grade assist-type divine abilities or even lower-grade assist-type divine abilities would not be able to do this. It seems like you're really going to resist. In that case, I'll teach you a lesson. After I capture you, I'll make you suffer. Zhou Tong could tell Duan Lingtian was going to fight back when he saw Duan Lingtian had cast his assist-type divine ability. He was instantly enraged. Flames of anger rose in his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed as though it was going to burn everything. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking boom, Zhou Tong's body shook, causing the space to rumble. Subsequently, Zhou Tong seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame as he soared across the sky and charged toward Duan Lingtian. The air in his path seemed as though it would burn at any moment. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Faced with Zhou Tong's ferocious attacks, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand and brought out a celestial sword. It was a primitive celestial weapon he had obtained earlier. Then, he began to cast his various techniques. He did not dare to hold back in the face of a great overarching golden celestial, who was charging at him menacingly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As the dozen or so sword formations merged into one, the sword formation shone brightly and unleashed a terrifying force as it charged toward Zhou Tong menacingly. How's this possible? As soon as Duan Lingtian used his primitive celestial weapon to attack, Zhou Tong could clearly sense it. The force of Duan Lingtian's attack was stronger than all the peak golden celestials he had encountered so far. Even the inner mansion elder in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below great overarching golden celestials, would not be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Although Duan Lingtian's attack was not powerful enough to threaten Zhou Tong, it was still not powerful enough. However, it was not something that could be dispelled by the attacks that he had just displayed. Chapter 2653. It seems like I've underestimated you. Zhou Tong looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression on his face. He had only managed to neutralize Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack with all his might without using any celestial weapons. His eyes were filled with waves of inexplicable shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Did he really just ascend to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago? Is he really just a heavenly celestial? At this moment, Zhou Tong's heart began to waver. Even a violet moon heavenly celestial who had mastered so many heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities would not be able to unleash such a powerful attack, right? Moreover, how could a person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago become a violet moon heavenly celestial in just 2.5 years? Even if Duan Lingtian was talented and managed to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven after cultivating in the mundane realm for less than 100 years, it was still impossible for him to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. However, it was impossible for him to improve so much in just 2.5 years, right? It seems that he has other secrets on him. Zhou Tong thought about how Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. He had spent a lot of effort to verify this. Therefore, he guessed Duan Lingtian had other secrets. That secret was most likely the reason why Duan Lingtian had become so powerful in just 2.5 years. Zhou Tong's breathing quickened when he thought about this. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Zhou Tong muttered to himself. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, however, if this is the extent of your strength, you're destined to be captured by me today. I'll torture you until you wish you were dead. As he spoke, Zhou Tong's tone became increasingly cold, giving one the feeling as if one had fallen into an ice cellar. Although the power of Duan Lingtian's attack just now was greater than the full-powered attack of any peak gold immortal he had ever encountered, however, compared to his strength, there was still a gap. Earlier, the reason why he'd used his full strength to deal with Duan Lingtian's attack was only because he'd acted hastily and gained the upper hand after striking, causing him to suffer a great loss. If he was prepared and faced Duan Lingtian head-on, then even if he didn't use an immortal artifact, his full-strength attack would be enough to easily defeat Duan Lingtian's attack from before. That will depend on whether you have the ability to capture me. Duan Lingtian sneered. At this time, he could roughly feel the gap between him and Zhou Tong. Even if Zhou Tong did not use his celestial artifact, he could still easily deal with the full-powered attack of his low-grade celestial artifact. However, was this really the extent of his trump card?
I'll show you right away.
Zhou Tong also sneered.
Boom!
Rumble! Zhou Tong's body swayed again as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. The flames on his body soared into the sky as if the god of fire was enraged and was about to unleash a divine punishment on the world. The movement was so great that Zhou Fei and Qin Yu, who were fighting at the side, temporarily separated from each other. They stopped fighting and looked at the flaming figure with a shocked expression on their faces. This Duan Lingtian can actually force my foster father to use such a powerful force? Although Zhou Fei's cultivation was not enough to see through his foster father's current attack, he could still faintly feel that his foster father's attack was too powerful. Even the full strength of a peak golden immortal would not be able to match the strength of his foster father's attack. Duan Lingtian could actually force his foster father to use such a powerful force? It was not only Zhou Fei. Even Qin Yu was in a similar state of shock. Earlier, Qin Yu and Zhou Fei had exchanged 20 to 30 blows. Although Qin Yu was at a disadvantage, he would not lose to Zhou Fei in a short period of time. Now that Zhou Fei had taken the initiative to stop, Qin Yu was more than happy to stop as well. On the other side, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave as he faced Zhou Tong, who was charging at him menacingly again. The strength of the current Zhou Tong's attacks was far from what he had been capable of earlier. Even if Qin Yu were to use the same attack as before, it would be difficult for him to withstand Zhou Tong's current attack. My current strength is still slightly weaker than a great overarching golden immortal. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. However, the difference isn't that big. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew the low-grade celestial sword. Just as Zhou Tong, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian, was puzzled by Duan Lingtian's actions, a voice suddenly rang out. 7 orifices exquisite sword. With just a thought, a 7-colored light rose from the center of Duan Lingtian's right palm. Every time it rose a little, a powerful aura would sweep out in all directions. After a while, the 7-colored sword ray hovered in front of Duan Lingtian. And it was precisely this 7-colored sword ray that gave Zhou Tong, Zhou Fei and Qin Yu an extremely oppressive feeling the moment it appeared. This was especially true for Zhou Fei and Qin Yu. Even the powerful aura emitted by Zhou Tong, a great golden immortal, was far less oppressive than the 7-colored sword light. At this moment, the 7-colored sword ray was the focus of everyone's attention. It hovered in the air, causing everything around it to pale in comparison. This seems like an immortal artifact? What grade is this immortal artifact? Zhou Tong and the other two were shocked and confused. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Faced with the descending flames that were like divine punishment, Duan Lingtian made his move again with the help of the 7-colored sword ray that rose from his palm. In just an instant, the sword formation that was formed by thousands of sword rays shone with a dazzling 7-colored light. More than 10 7-colored sword formations whizzed out, forming a special rainbow in the void. Whoosh! In the end, the dozen or so rainbow sword formations merged into one. Their radiance increased tremendously, like a rainbow-scorching sun, radiating dazzling rainbow light in all directions. Boom! 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 The moment the 7-colored sun appeared, the power of the sword formation whizzed out and slammed into the void, creating a series of deafening explosions. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have such a high-grade immortal artifact. However, do you think you're the only one with an immortal artifact? Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with greed. His voice became colder, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Whoosh! 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 As Zhou Tong charged toward Duan Lingtian, a walking stick appeared in his right hand. The flames on his body surged again, emitting an even more powerful aura. This might was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword formation that was like a blazing 7-colored sun. A mediocre celestial artifact? At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see the celestial artifact that Zhou Tong had taken out was not just a primitive celestial artifact. If it was just a primitive celestial artifact, It would not be enough to help Zhou Tong's strength catch up to his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Since it was not a primitive celestial artifact, it could only be a mediocre celestial artifact. He did not think Zhou Tong would have a prominent celestial artifact since he did not think Zhou Tong would have one. I wonder if the last stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the submission of 10,000 soldiers, would be able to snatch a mediocre celestial artifact like a primitive celestial artifact? While Duan Lingtian was feeling slightly nervous, the 7-colored sword ray that bloomed like a blazing 7-colored sun emitted a mysterious aura that spread in the air at an exaggerated speed. In just a blink of an eye, it had shrouded the surrounding area. Zhou Tong was not the only one who was shrouded. Even Zhou Fei and Qin Yu were no exception. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh. The immortal artifacts in Zhou Tong and Qin Yu's hands were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. They flew out of their hands and were pulled into the 7-colored sword formation by a powerful invisible power. No! Impossible! At the same time, 2 shocked cries rang in the air. The mediocre celestial artifact walking stick in Zhou Tong's hand had also been snatched by the mysterious aura from Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword formation. The aura had injured Zhou Tong's hand and forcibly snatched the walking stick from his hand. Without the crutch to rely on, the flames on Zhou Tong's body instantly weakened a little. When Zhou Tong's mediocre celestial artifact walking stick was snatched and merged with Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword formation, the 7-colored sword formation finally met Zhou Tong, who was like a meteor that was shrouded in flames. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword whistled. The 7-colored sword ray that filled the sky illuminated the entire area. It seemed as though it had turned into a 7-colored dreamlike world in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of flames raging could be heard. A huge ball of flames broke through the air. It was so powerful that it seemed as though it could burn the entire area. The 2 attacks collided with each other. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. A mushroom cloud rose into the air. Following that, an extremely powerful shockwave spread out along with the airwaves. It slapped Zhou Fei and Qin Yu's bodies and sent them flying far away. Furthermore, both of them were heavily injured. This was because they were relatively far away from the scene. If they were near the place where the 2 forces collided, that attack just now would have been enough to take their lives. No. Right at the moment when Zhou Fei and Qin Yu stopped with lingering fear in their hearts, another unreconciled cry sounded in their ears. Father! You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.